Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Hey, how's it going?
All right.
Welcome aboard. How'd you hear about the group, and tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, I'm real brand new, I guess. Heard about the Meetup app, whatever. Trying to network, trying to make sure I know everything or most everything. I don't want to go out and look like an idiot or anything. Brand new.
Gotcha. Well, welcome, Will, and I will correct you, sir. Yes, you do want to go out there and look like an idiot, okay? You've got to go out there and look like an idiot. I'm telling you, man, you have to go out there and fuck up and be an absolute fool. And listen, man, embarrassment is absolutely free, okay? And it's one of the best ways to learn from it, right? So I get what you're saying, though, but there comes a point where you're just going to have to take action. Imperfect action, you're going to have to fail forward, that's literally all it takes in this business. It's literally just going out and taking imperfect action. Just fail forward, man. I know for me, like, you hear about it too when you get, like, learning about stuff. You've probably heard of this term paralysis analysis, right? You get people that all they want to do, well, they want to go out and do deals, take action, but they start just consuming so much information. The question comes up, and they deep dive into that question and spend all this time wanting to do it, and then months come by and they haven't taken any action. They've got so much information, they feel like, oh, which way do I go? This way, that way, or the third. So, I mean, get the basics, and you can learn the basics of this business real easily and quick, and just get out there, man, and you just got to take action. You just have to feel the word I'm telling you. You got to jump off the porch, and then just take the chance.
And you could squat up with somebody, and learn, a little bit at a time.
Definitely. Yeah.
As a brand new wholesaler, trying to not only make the phone call and get the lead, get the appointment, then you gotta go out to the house and figure out what it's worth and what number you could get it under contract for, and then you gotta have the contract, and then there's a lot to worry about. And then you gotta order title, now you gotta go find a buyer, and you gotta make sure all that goes smooth. So if you have a partner that knows what they're doing, and you bring the lead to them, they just take it from there, and there you go. It's an option. We live by squatting up all the time still. Even with experience, Michael's experience, I'm experienced, and we squat together all the time. It's a way to learn faster, and you might not get as make as much money, but in the long run you will.
you're like a new wholesaler, you bring some deal kind of thing, you'll help you run numbers and stuff. You know, just trying to network with people like that out in that area to, squad up with, like Todd was saying. And, you know, you can even Google search, like, we buy houses, that's such an easy, you know, look them up online, call the sellers. I mean, such a great way to get started. So definitely focus on that, man. Take action. Go out there. Right. Maybe get today on your property today. Go out there and do it. Something like that. You'll see results. You gotta be consistent.
And don't forget, if you do run any leads and you're talking to a seller, and you can always ask the seller after you get the deal on the contract or when you're doing your walkthrough. I just had one last week, actually, Friday of last week, and I'm talking to the seller and I'm asking them about the neighbor's house. There's two houses real close. One was next door, one was across the street, and he gave me the whole history. Someone just died, and he thought that the sister was going to sell, or excuse me, the daughter was going to sell the house. And I took down the address, and at our boiler room Saturday, I got a number, I called her, I left her a nice voice message. That evening, Saturday evening, she called me back, and I assured her, you know, I told her that I was buying the house next door, and I told her the guy's name, and he told me he might be, not really 100% sure, but he might be looking to sell. And I said, that's all he told me, because I didn't want her to think that he was giving me all her business. And she said, yeah, this happened, you know. I said, we are ready to sell. So long story short, I went out there on Sunday at 10 o'clock and got the deal on the contract, you know, and I already sold it Sunday night, you know, so it was that fast. And one thing in Detroit area is common, and just keep this in mind, and you always mention it to one of the sellers. A lot of sellers think that whatever their SEV on their houses, you know, because a lot of Detroit houses, the SEVs are $9,000, $8,000, $10,000, okay? They think their house is worth 2 times that amount. Okay, I remember this back in my refinance days. They always, and it's usually, back in the day, it was 1.5 times is what we went off of. But for some reason, they think it's worth 2 times now. So that's what the lady told me. I asked her, what do you want for the house? And she said 40,000, but I know I'm not going to get 40,000. And then she said I was hoping to get like 30. And then she told me that, I remember this, she said, you know, but I know the taxable value is, it's worth 2 times the taxable value, so I was thinking 30,000. So I said, great. So when I went to the house, I looked at the taxable value, and it was $13,000. So right then and there, ideal for me, all the good stuff. So, I mean, she was happy with 26. So it was just, I think I went into high at 26, to be honest with you. But it's still, I was happy too, because I'm making good money on that one also. That's just something to think about. And another thing that I do when I'm making an offer, I tell people, once I know this, I look at the square footage, and they tell me, okay, my house is 1,000 square feet, and this and that, and let's say they want $40,000 for the house. So I'll look at the comps, and I'll say, look, the houses in the area are selling for around $20 to $23 a square foot. So that's what I'll tell them, right? I kind of give them, it's just something that maybe it sounds like I kind of know what I'm talking about when I do it that way. And because instead of saying, look, I'll pay, and he goes, so for me to make this work, I could probably pay about $25 a square foot. I'm going to be right around $24,000 to $25,000. You know, they wanted 40. I do that all the time. It seems to work pretty well for me too. It's just another way of doing something a little bit different than other people, you know, and trying to explain why you're coming way low instead of the standard, well, I'm gonna have to do this to the house, I'm gonna have to do this to the house, and this, and blah, 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 you know. So it's just a couple of little things that I try to, I think about. I don't do it every deal, but some deals I do.
So you have to basically know, like, see, that's something I'm not really good with math. So you have to know things that a person who fix the house, like a contractor, basically, right? 'Cause that's a lot.
Not necessarily. I really don't. I kind of go into it as what do I think I could sell the house for? You know, on the rent. It all depends on if it's a rental or if it's a flip and things like that. They do have formulas that you could maybe talk to wholesalers, you know, that experienced wholesalers in your area, and find out what their formula is. They might say, look, it's $50 a square foot if it needs a major rehab to fix it. Okay, and if it's 2,000 square foot, that's $100,000. You know, they might have formulas that if it's a light rehab, it might be $25 a square foot. You know, it's just a way, because you really don't have to know that exactly yourself, because everyone that looks at it, that does flips, they're going to come up with different numbers themselves, because some you do the work themselves, so they're going to be cheaper. Some might have a good contractor on their team, so they're cheaper, or someone uses an expensive contractor and they're going to be more expensive. So just try to get a ballpark and let them figure out what the house is. But you got to know so you can figure out what makes sense to make an offer, you know.
And also, how did you build up your buyers list?
Michael, do you want to answer that?
I mean, just like I was mentioning before, we're getting to network of buyers, figure out builders, great to run these Google ads or digital marketing. So, Drive for Dollars is like one of the cheapest ways to go out there and look for leads, It really just all depends. Whatever you're going to do, just be consistent at it and you'll see the payoff. Like I was telling Eddie earlier, I transitioned a business model where I'm doing Google AdWords now. I've never done it before. And I'm seeing success in it, but I've also seen plenty of success with cold calling as well, so, and that's where the majority of all the money I've ever made is coming from just cold calling. And, I've driven for dollars before and seen success with driven for dollars. So it really just kind of depends. But whatever you decide to do, focus on that. Don't try to focus on 3, 4, 5 different marketing streams. Whatever it's going to be, focus and laser focus on it. Be very good at whatever you're doing. Then you can decide to branch off and go a couple different ways. You can try that. But again, you just gotta kind of weigh out, what do I feel like is gonna work the best for my business. Anyone, like I know Dave, for instance, he just put in a comment about a gentleman on here, very new, write down addresses, look up owners. Again, for anyone to get in the business, Drive for Dollars is great, is one of the best ways to get started. Especially if you don't have much of a marketing budget, looking up the owners and then, going from there. So,
Yeah, for the Dane, and we're gonna wrap this up. It goes to 9 o'clock, but Dane, you said, how do you get the phone numbers of the homes? You write that addresses down too. Free people search. I use Ben Verified. It's cost me like $20 a month. They got whitepages.com. I got Vulcan 7 that costs money. There's a lot of different services you can get phone numbers from. But free, if you're on a budget, you can try free people search and search them that way. And I'll run you through a script. It's really, really simple. When you call somebody, like if I was cold calling someone, I would just say, whoever answers the phone, I would say, hey sir, how you doing? I'll tell them who I am. I said, my name's Todd. I'm an investor. I'm actually looking to buy another property in the next 30 days. I'm really looking to buy 1 or 2 more properties. And we have a property here on First Road Street. And I'll just reach out to you if you consider a cash offer for the property. That's pretty much it. You can go online and listen to people on YouTube. You can listen to people making phone calls. You get scripts from people, but basically, just calling. You don't want to sound like a
Yeah, flip the ball.
Awesome. Michael, Carson's not on tonight, but that's where Michael and Carson, they have an office in Flint.
Yeah, I recognize you, Dane. Welcome.
Or if you guys come across houses, you guys see the houses all the time that are abandoned or bad renters, things like that. Just get a list of the houses and bring it in. Mike will show you what to do, and Mike will do it for you, and you guys just squat up with Mike and learn from there. Carson, whoever you like, with myself.
Yeah, I told him yesterday about that, and just obviously learn as much as you can. And the biggest thing is being consistent with it. If you're going to do that, push deals to Mike or Carson. Just do it on a consistent basis. They'll take care of you, when a deal comes up that you want.
For sure. Yeah, you might buy one yourself, and they'll wholesale the others, and you'll make some money out of those too.
Sounds good.
Did anyone have any questions? I mean, or want to talk about something? I mean, I'll be honest, I'm willing to hang out a little bit longer. We're kind of AWOL this last couple of weeks, so.
I have 2 more questions. So how's the market over there for you? You don't virtual wholesale everywhere. You just virtual wholesale within your state, right? I mean, that's either for that or
Todd, I know primarily is Detroit, Metro Detroit. I know that's his main focus. But for me, for instance, being I run the Google ads, I've started to target the entire state of Michigan. So I'm doing deals in separate counties that are hours away. So him and we just have different business models. That's the cool thing about this business. You can have all different types of business models, and they all work. It just really depends on what you decide to do and stick with. So.
yeah, because my coach, she does it like she has like 5 places. I don't know how her mother's been doing it for 30 years and she's been doing it for 5. But she lives in Florida, but she in Fort Myers, I think, and she does it as well as Phoenix, San Diego. Like she has like 5 places she does it. So me as a beginner, I feel like I should, like they said, stick to one town and not a big city. Stick to a smaller city. I feel like that'd be less competition.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's not a bad idea. I mean, you can cut your teeth in, a smaller town, a smaller, because do you need to create LLC so your brokers don't get your fee? I didn't really understand.
So basically, because I can't, because I can't do it in New York because of my company. Whatever deal I do in New York, I can't get the proceeds from it. The title company has to give it to your whoever I'm doing the deal with. They have to check if they're eligible.
Yeah, that's what's really true. If you create an LLC, if you're in the business assignment, maybe you'll talk to another company that deals with wholesaling, make sure that an investor or wholesale friendly title company, because all title companies are not, and they will know how to guide you, but I would assume that LLC would be the best route for your company you work with. Most companies, like Michael said, we can put it in LLC, using it. I had it done in my personal name. I would talk to the title company before you send the deal to the title company to find out the way that they would want to report it. That's up to the client. Yeah. All right, Michael. I think I'm ending it. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thanks.
Okay.
I'm pleased to join you today at the virtual launch of the program's extension of the European Union support to higher education in ASEAN region, EU Share.
300 students will benefit from new intra-ASEAN scholarships by the end of 2022.
And I'm convinced that the 2-year extension of SHARE will take us further building the ASEAN higher education space and fostering the leaders and workforce of tomorrow toward greater socio-economic growth and recovery across the ASEAN region.
SHARE is the largest higher education cooperation program underway in ASEAN.
His Excellency, Mr. Igor Drisman, European Union Ambassador to ASEAN, His Excellency Mr. Kung Ho, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for the ASEAN Sociocultural Community, Dr. Aldrin Garilak, Commissioner of Higher Education in the Philippines, Dr. Yang Mi Eng, Executive Director of the ASEAN Foundation, Mr. Darren McDermott, Chair Team Leader, media colleagues, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Today we are gathering here on the occasion of the Share Policy Dialogue Talk to be convened for the next 3 days with the theme of creating a resilient and sustainable ASEAN higher education space. This 3-day policy dialogue provides a valuable opportunity to engage key stakeholders from the ASEAN higher education community. This will be the second Share Policy Dialogue to be held fully online due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We are honored to have the presence of the European Union Ambassador to ASEAN, His Excellency Mr. Igor Drismans, to open this event with his welcome message. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Mr. Igor Drismans.
Thank you very much. His Excellency Dr. Kung Pak, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, Dr. Yang Mi Eng, Executive Director of the ASEAN Foundation, Mr. Darren McDermott, Team Leader of the SHARE Program, and members of the SHARE Program Consortium, colleagues from the ASEAN Secretariat, especially the Education, Youth and Sports divisions, some ED SHARE focus points, ASEAN and EU higher education experts and representatives from higher education institutions, students and scholars. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to the launch event of the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility and the first webinar series of the SHARE Policy Dialogue 12. I'm very pleased to be able to meet you virtually today amidst the COVID-19 pandemic that strikes us everywhere. I know the pandemic is on the minds of many, and I do hope that you and your loved ones keep safe in these difficult times. As you know, SHARE is our flagship program with ASEAN in the field of higher education and has been in operation since 2015. And as we announced early this year, and as you could see in the introductory video, I'm very happy that the SHARE program has been extended to the end of 2022. In this respect, I would like to convey my sincerest thanks to the ASEAN Secretariat and some ED for their support in the extension of the program. The European Union has committed an additional budget of €5 million for this extension, on top of the initial funding of €10 million. The extension period will continue to provide support for the harmonization and internationalization of ASEAN higher education. The program will also support the creation of sustainable ASEAN higher education space, drawing lessons from the European experience of the Erasmus program and the Bologna process. The EU has put human development and education at the heart of our partnership with ASEAN. We would like to ensure youth and women are not only included but also empowered. Higher education students have always been an important element in our relationship because they play essential roles in the future and indeed the present of our two regions. The SHARE program contributes to the people-to-people connectivity between our two very diverse regions. We hope that intra-ASEAN student mobility will intensify and scale up. When I think about the modest start of the Erasmus scholarships in Europe in 1987, we see how quickly it has become so popular, with now more than 9 million people participate in the Erasmus program. So I'm sure there's a bright future for ASEAN student mobility. I'm pleased to hear the formation and official launch of the ASEAN Working Group for Higher Education Mobility, and I trust that the working group will act as a complement to facilitate the transfer of ownership of the SHARE program outcomes to the ASEAN community after the program ends. We take note of the important steps made towards the ownership and sustainability of SHARE's work in cooperation with its result areas and the higher education components of the ASEAN Work Plan on Education 2021-2025. We also acknowledge the collaborative efforts by the SHARE program and the education part of the ASEAN Secretariat in planning and policy dialogue. Now let me just wish you great success with this policy dialogue plan. Thank you very much.
I'm now very pleased to welcome the Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, His Excellency Mr. Kung Pak, to give his welcome remarks. ASG Kung Pak, allow me to hand over the floor to you, please.
Thank you very much, Excellency Igor Drismans, the European Union Ambassador to ASEAN, Dr. Adrita Relak, Commissioner of Higher Education in the Philippines, Dr. Yang Mi Eng, Director of the ASEAN Foundations, Mr. Darren McDermott, Team Leader of the EU SHARE programs, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. I'm delighted to welcome all of you to the 12th Share Policy Dialogue focused on creating a resilient and sustainable ASEAN higher education space. I'm pleased to see diverse education stakeholders and experts gathered from across ASEAN to discuss emerging development and innovation in higher education. Today is a especially momentous occasion as this event also officiates the launch of the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility 2025. I therefore congratulate the ASEAN Senior Official Meetings on Education, ASEAN Secretariat, ASEAN Foundation, and SHARE programs on the launch of this working group. I wish the working group all the best as it plays a very important role in facilitating the transfer of ownership of the SHARE program's outcomes to ASEAN. Ladies and gentlemen, a study has shown that countries with greater proportion of educated graduates in the labor force have greater productivity, increased capacities to adapt technologies to innovate. Cognizant of this, ASEAN leaders adopted the Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Higher Education during the 27th ASEAN Summit in 2015. The declaration acknowledged higher education as one of the catalysts in accelerating ASEAN economic, political, and social inequality. The Kuala Lumpur Declaration also underlined ASEAN vision and commitment in building an innovation-driven ASEAN communities with strengthened human resources and regional identity through the creation of a common higher education space. Expectantly, ASEAN higher education space will promote increasing levels of internationalizations, harmonizations, innovations, and partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, in this globalized world, internationalization of higher education necessary means to improve the quality of education, as well as to produce human resources that are future-ready, competitive, and prepared for international workplace. Home to more than 7,000 universities and around 12 million students, ASEAN has enormous potential in accelerating its development and productivity if we can develop our human resources aptly. Promoting internationalized and quality higher education is therefore vital, particularly amid the COVID-19 pandemic, to support ASEAN community building and economic recovery in the long term. Taking this into consideration, the 3-day policy dialogue has been designed to strengthen cooperation between regional organizations and community of higher education practitioners to coordinate initiatives on equitable, inclusive, and quality internationalization. The formation of the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility is also expected to support the effort of strengthening an ASEAN higher education system through developing strategies to rely ASEAN higher education space for greater people-to-people connectivity and knowledge transfer across ASEAN. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank the European Union for their continued support to fostering the creation of a knowledge-based society and enhancing the region's competitiveness through higher education through the EU SHARE program. I commend the significant strides made toward the ownership and sustainability of SHARE work with the inclusion of its result areas into the ASEAN Work Plan on Education 2021-2025. I'm delighted to note that the EU SHARE will be providing technical and operational advisory support to the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility up to the end of its extension in 2022. Our appreciation also goes to the ASEAN Foundation, who will serve as co-chair of the working group alongside the ASEAN Secretariat. I look forward to fruitful discussion in the next 2 days. I trust that this policy dialogue will facilitate a rewarding exchange of insight and experiences from important stakeholders in the ASEAN higher education sector. I would also like to wish the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobilities a successful inaugural meeting later today. Thank you very much.
Now we will invite Mr. Dan McDermott, the team leader of the SHARE program, to also say a few words this afternoon. Mr. McDermott, stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Uni. His Excellency Mr. Igor Driesmans, Ambassador of the EU to ASEAN, His Excellency Kung Fook, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, Dr. Aldrin A. Daralag, Commissioner of the Commission on Higher Education of the Philippines, Dr. Yang Mi-Heng, Executive Director of the ASEAN Foundation, distinguished representatives of ASEAN member states, participants, guests, and ladies and gentlemen of the ASEAN and EU higher education communities. I'm I'm very pleased to welcome you to the Support to Higher Education in the ASEAN Region Policy Dialogue and the first such event of the SHARE extension following the resumption of its work with ASEAN by agreement between the ASEAN Secretariat and the European Commission until the end of 2022. The Support to Higher Education in the ASEAN region, otherwise known as the SHARE programme, is the European Union's flagship higher education programme with ASEAN. The programme is implemented by a consortium comprised of the British Council, the DAAD, the ENQA, and NUFIC, and its result areas encompass policy dialogue, qualifications frameworks, quality assurance, credit transfer systems, and student mobility scholarships. Since 2015, SHARE has worked alongside the ASEAN Secretariat to strengthen regional cooperation, enhance the quality, regional competitiveness, and internationalization of ASEAN higher education institutions and students. The extension of the SHARE program enables it to provide technical assistance to the ASEAN Secretariat and regional stakeholders in their implementation of the ASEAN Work Plan on Education 2021 to 2025, which was adopted by ASEAN education ministers at their recent meeting on May 31st, 2021. As a key sector for the ASEAN region, higher education is incorporated in the work plan through Outcome 3, enhanced regional capacity in higher education as part of lifelong learning provision, including the harmonization of ASEAN higher education, and specifically in the implementation of activities of Output 3.2, sustained and strengthened ASEAN capacity in higher education harmonization through strategies, mechanisms, and scholarship provision. The first in this series of SHARE policy dialogues, and the 12th in the history of the SHARE program, provides a valuable opportunity for discussion amongst key stakeholders from the ASEAN higher education community at a pivotal time for the region and for higher education worldwide. This will be the second SHARE policy dialogue to be held fully online while the COVID-19 pandemic continues to take its toll on our societies and their communities. Our thoughts are with those who have lost loved ones and suffered as a consequence of the virus. The pandemic continues to disrupt higher education institutions, students, and their internationalization activities, but it's valuable to reflect on the adaptation and resilience demonstrated by ASEAN education systems, higher education institutions, and their students since the World Health Organization declared the pandemic. It's also important to chart the course ahead to ensure the continued resilience and sustainability of an ASEAN higher education space. Now more than ever, it is essential that we promote and strengthen quality international education. Within this new context, the 12th SHARE policy dialogue has been designed in partnership with the ASEAN Secretariat's Education and Sports Division and other stakeholders, and it's an initiation of the process of transferring SHARE's result areas to the ASEAN community and its associated entities. As such, the objectives of this 12th SHARE policy dialogue are as follows: to officially launch the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility and initiate its inaugural meetings, to convene and engage regional partners and stakeholders to affirm the commitments on Outcome 3 and Output 3.2 of the ASEAN Education Work Plan 2021 to 2025, to identify emerging developments and innovations, facilitating the internationalization of ASEAN higher education and development of an ASEAN branded scholarship, and to strengthen cooperation between regional organizations and communities of higher education practitioners to advance and coordinate initiatives on the provision of equitable, inclusive, diverse, and quality internationalization. Over the course of the next 3 days, we invite you to listen to our keynote speakers and engage with our panelists as they discuss the creation of a resilient, sustainable, and shared ASEAN higher education space. We hope you enjoy the forthcoming sessions of the SHARE policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Darren McDermott. We now come to the special feature of SHARE Policy Dialogue 12, that is the official launch of the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility 2025. We will hear launch remarks delivered on this opportunity from the Commission on Higher Education of the Philippines, from co-chairs of the working group, as well as from SHARE program as a technical and operational advisor to the working group. Allow me to invite Dr. Aldrin A. Darila, Commission on Higher Education of the Philippines, to deliver his launch remarks. Mr. Darila, if I can interrupt your speech, please. I think you forgot to unmute your microphone, perhaps. Okay. We apologize for the technical glitch that you just saw just now. Now I would like to proceed and as the co-chair of the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility 2025, let's hear a launch message from Dr. Yang Mi Eng, the ASEAN Foundation Executive Director. Dr. Yang, may I please invite you to come on stage, please?
Together, let's make this first meeting the first essential step of a journey of harmonizations that this working group will embark on it and empowering higher education in ASEAN with the partnerships and support from EU Share. So I look forward to having a productive partnerships and exchange of knowledge with all of you. Thank you very much, and I think this is the beginning of the journey
much, Dr. Yang, for your message. As the technical and operational advisor to the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility 2025, I would like now to invite Share Program Team Leader, Mr. Darren McDermott, to also make his launch remarks. Mr. McDermott, please.
Ambassador of the EU to ASEAN, His Excellency Kung Fook, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, Dr. Aldrin A. Daralag, Commissioner of the Commission of Higher Education in the Philippines, Dr. Yang Mi Eng, Executive Director of the ASEAN Foundation, distinguished representatives of ASEAN member states, participants, guests, and ladies and gentlemen of the ASEAN and EU higher education communities. On behalf of the SHARE program, I would like to extend our congratulations to the ASEAN Secretariat's Education, Youth and Sports Division, the ASEAN Foundation, senior officials from ASEAN member state ministries of education and ministries of higher education, and regional stakeholder entities and organizations on the establishment of the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education. Today marks a culmination of the process of establishing the working group, but also a starting point for the comprehensive discussions and consensus building to come, to develop a cohesive roadmap to realize and implement an ASEAN higher education space for greater people-to-people connectivity and the augmentation of an ASEAN identity. This is an important initiative which brings together the depth and breadth of the ASEAN higher education community and their partners. The SHARE program stands ready to provide comprehensive technical and operational support to the working group for the remainder of our program. And we look forward very much to working together on our shared goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott. This ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility 2025 has the objectives of broadening the remit of ASEAN Ad Hoc Working Group on Higher Education Mobility, deliberating on assessing and transferring ownership of the ASEAN credit system, and developing a cohesive realize anything ASEAN higher education. The working group 2025 is co-chaired by the ASEAN and the ASEAN. SHARE program serves as a technical and operational advisor to group until 2022. Let's get to know the members of the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education 2025. Indonesia Mr. from Malaysia, Professor Dr. Robiah binti Yusnus. From Myanmar, Dr. Yin Yo. From the Philippines, Attorney Lily Freda M. Mila. From Singapore, Miss Lim Shili. From Thailand, Mr. Somkiat Kamoho. From Vietnam, Professor Dr. Nguyen Thu. I would congratulate the formation of the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility 2025. And let us together wish all the best to the working group in carrying out the roles and responsibilities to support a harmonized ASEAN higher education space. Before we close this session, I would like to invite Ambassador Igor Drismans, PSG Kung Fu, Dr. Aldrin Darilab, Dr. Yang Mi Eng, and Mr. Darren McDermott to turn on their videos for a good photo. I'll wait until I have everyone here. Right. On 3, then one of our team members will click the camera. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Thank you very much, Excellencies, distinguished speakers. That marks the close of this session. Even though we have concluded this opening ceremony, there will be a lot coming in this policy dialogue. So, participants, ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned here as the next session will commence shortly. Thank you very much again for joining us today. Enjoy the rest of the event and stay safe. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, and welcome everyone to the first panel discussion of Share Policy Dialogue 12. The topic for this session is engaging regional partners for a harmonized ASEAN higher education space, and we're very pleased to welcome 4 senior regional stakeholders to this session. Allow me to introduce the session chair and moderator, Mr. Miguel Horig, Head of Division for Strategic Planning at the DEA in Bonn. He's a senior member of the Share Consortium, and I'm pleased to say has been involved with the Share Consortium even since its planning stages. So we're very pleased to have him here today. Miguel is head of division, and he supervises the work of 5 sections at the DEA headquarters in Bonn: higher education policy, monitoring and evaluation, development cooperation, German studies, and studies and research. In addition to that, he's responsible for the project unit that deals with the implementation of the DEA's digitalization strategy. And having worked at European level before, Michael enjoys actively participating in EU-funded projects. In the context of the SHARE program, Miguel is an active senior expert in qualifications frameworks. So many thanks for joining us today, Michael, and over to you to introduce the session. Thank you. Michael, I think we're slightly muted. I can't quite hear you. It seems to be an ongoing issue for us. My apologies on behalf of the SHARE program for this, but we should be able to proceed with this shortly. Michael, I've been advised that if you click the gear icon underneath the screen, and you can adjust the settings there.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Great. Okay, very happy to join you here this morning for me from Germany. I'm Michael Horig. I was introduced by Darren to you, but I would like to introduce the panel members of today who joined me here in this discussion. The topic is how do we assess the progress made today on regional higher education harmonization, and where do we see the opportunity for greater collaboration to strengthen higher start with short input statements, each of them timed to allow for further discussion afterwards. Let me maybe also say that this time of great uncertainty is also for a project like SHARE and for a endeavor like regional harmonization of higher education quite challenging. So my focus in this discussion afterwards will also be on what does it actually mean, how do we bring these frameworks that are complex and that have been receiving an additional layer of complexity by the COVID situation, how do we ensure that they function and still remain flexible for these uncertain times. So, without further ado, I would like to call upon Ms. Dora Barbara, the Director of Human Development Unit, the Secretary, to give her introductory remarks.
A very good afternoon to all our distinguished delegates and panelists, and good morning, Michelle, to your part of the world. So I will be using a few slides for this brief presentation. I hope everyone can hear me clearly. Okay, so while my presentation is being shown now, let me just express my appreciation to the EU Share for the invitation to participate in this session 1 of this 12th Policy Dialogue focused on engaging regional partners for a harmonized ASEAN higher education space. I would also like to acknowledge and look forward to the fruitful discussion with the panelists in this session. From Senior Raihead, Dr. Romian, good to see you again. Dr. Choltis, good to see you too. Mr. Mohammed Jafib bin Mustafa of the ASEAN Qualification Assurance Network. Okay, so if we kindly move to the next slide, please. Okay, so in terms of mandate, I would just like to recall that a main purpose, as stated in the ASEAN Charter, contained in Article 1 of the paragraph 10, states that ASEAN's purpose is to develop human resources through closer cooperation in education and lifelong learning and in science and technology for the empowerment of the peoples of ASEAN and for the strengthening of the ASEAN community. So the core mandate on human resource development is actually emanating from the highest document or the guiding document of ASEAN. Next slide. And the role of higher education is further recognized and galvanized in the Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Higher Education that was adopted during the 27th ASEAN Summit in 2015. In here, higher education is regarded as a catalyst in accelerating ASEAN's economic, political, and sociocultural development agenda. Let me also highlight that the commitments of ASEAN leaders in the declaration include upholding quality of higher education, promotion of ASEAN identity through enhanced intra-ASEAN mobility of students and scholars, and building innovation-driven ASEAN community. Let me also underscore that accomplishing these commitments requires the active involvement of all stakeholders in developing an ASEAN higher education space characterized by increasing levels of internationalization, harmonization, innovation, and partnerships. Next slide. Let me also highlight that in support of this vision laid out in the declaration, the EU Share project was launched in 2015 to strengthen regional cooperation and enhance the quality, regional competitiveness, and internationalization of ASEAN higher education institutions and students. So far, the achievements of EU Share program includes providing scholarships for over 500 students for intra-ASEAN scholarships for ASEAN university students, and the new phase will support 300 more students before the end of 2022. Bringing together government officials and key education stakeholders from across ASEAN for policy dialogues on the harmonization of higher education. And beyond that, ASEAN education personnel have enjoyed various study programs, workshops, and trainings in institutions located both in ASEAN and the EU regions. Now, let me also share with you that the ASEAN Work Plan on Education 2021 to 2025 has been adopted by the ASEAN Education Ministers just this May. The work plan is underpinned by a lifelong learning framework, which is expected to help the sector rebuild and become more resilient in the face of threats such as the COVID-19. The work plan also encompasses different stages and modalities of education and catering to the needs and context of all learners. So earlier, Michelle was saying, how do we bring in this framework the added complexity brought by this pandemic? And so this work plan on education partly addresses that. Next slide, let me also highlight that on higher education, the work plan aims to achieve enhanced regional capacities in higher education as part of lifelong learning provision, including the harmonization of higher education. The strategies to achieve this include the strengthening the role of higher education institutions in lifelong learning through provision of flexible, innovative, multidisciplinary, cross-border education and research collaboration. The relevant activities could be found in this slide. Apologies that this is quite heavy. Sustaining and strengthening ASEAN capacity in higher education harmonization through the strategies, mechanism, and scholarship provision. And therefore, I would like to reiterate our appreciation to the EU Share Program for continuing to support ASEAN education sector to achieve the aforementioned priorities, particularly during its extension phase up to 2022. Next slide, please. Now, let me also share that the establishment of the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility will support the strengthening of capacity of ASEAN higher education sector to establish the ASEAN higher education space. And this working group will develop a cohesive roadmap to realize and implement the ASEAN higher education space, which will include the design, ownership, and operationalization of an ASEAN branded scholarships by 2025, and to ensure that the progress made by the SHARE program in creating a common higher education space within the region for the past 6 years would be sustained. Next slide. Now, I'd like to inform that in support to a stronger and internationalized ASEAN higher education sector, this working group on mobility of higher education and the ensuring quality assurance of higher education among the ASEAN Plus 3 countries, or APTWG, was also established in 2013. So the APTWG aims at strengthening and facilitating policy dialogue, coordination, collaboration, and promotion of quality assurance and mobility of higher education amongst the ASEAN Plus 3 countries, with an emphasis on strategies and activities related to the development of the credit transfer system and harmonization of academic standards. Let me share as well that so far this APTWG has achieved several milestones, such as the development of the APT guidelines on student exchanges and mobility, which was adopted at the 3rd APT Education Ministers meeting. They also submitted annual monitoring of student exchanges and mobility in the ASEAN Plus 3 region. They developed the APT guidelines on transcripts and supplemental documents for academic records of exchange students, which was adopted at the 4th ASEAN Plus 3 Education Ministers meeting, and also developed the guide on making information available online to promote student mobility in the ASEAN Plus 3 region, which is currently being piloted. I wish to further share that the 8th APTWG meeting last November was dedicated to assess the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic to the ASEAN Plus 3 higher education sector. The Republic of Korea initiated the development of joint guidelines for new forms of mobility in higher education among the ASEAN Plus 3 countries, which aims to increase mutual understanding by sharing experiences around online education in the APT region, establish an institutional foundation to enable new forms of higher education cooperation in the APT region, and ensure students broader education opportunities and fair recognition of their international education experience. So hang in there. I'm about to close my presentation. Let me just highlight some of the key takeaways that I wish to impart before I close. It's very important that collaboration, synergy, and cohesive efforts between and among all stakeholders in the region is achieved in order to harmonize higher education, ensure inclusivity, synergy, and meaningful engagement of relevant stakeholders, as well as the ability to work across platforms and mechanisms and within and beyond the region. Let me also underline that commitments and policy actions from ASEAN member states are vital to ensure that ASEAN can sustain the gains achieved so far with the EU share as well as the APTWG and other relevant initiatives. Finally, let me highlight the need for ASEAN member states and partners to double down on investments in education, including in higher education harmonization, internationalization, and scholarships, especially as it will help the region's post-pandemic recovery. So I wish to conclude my presentation, and again, I express my appreciation to the EU Share for its continued support in strengthening the ASEAN higher education sector and the invitation to participate in this discussion. Thank you very much. Over to you, Michelle.
Before we come to I would just listen to other speakers. I hope the list is Cynthia Wright, joining the technical very well.
Then I would look back into the harmonization efforts in your right head. And the last part, I would like to propose the co-redefining of the regional common space of higher education for harmonization. Next slide, please. As educators, even before the COVID-19 pandemic, it is becoming clearer that we are living in the VUCA world. Things are not as easily predictable as it used to be. And on top of it, we also faced with the mega trends. Actually, Pricewaterhouse in 2016 has identified key mega trends of the rise of technology and digitalization, demographic change, climate and environmental crisis, global economic power shift, as well as the increased inequality due to the urbanization. However, with the COVID-19 pandemic, the Future Tales Lab in 2021 has forecasted that the impact of the COVID-19 would be very deep and it would be lasting longer than expected. It will affect how we live, how we play, how we move or how we travel, how we sustain our lives and living, and most importantly, and this is what is related to us, how we learn and how we work. It is highlighted that the learning, the health and safe preparedness for the sustainable living would be at the top of our priority. In particular for learning and working, it needs to be more resilient, agile, and be able to adapt quickly to the needs of learners as things will move and change quicker, and with new technology advancement playing more important roles in our lives. Next, please. For the future of higher gen, in single gen, we are facing multiple critical questions of 1. What would the classroom be like if the digitalization is here to stay and online learning norms? Would classroom need to be transformed into a spirit, cooperative learning, co-creation, and social skill? And with that, how would the lecturer's role would change? Should it be that we are like a coach or a mentor or facilitator who can work well with the AI learning, co-creation, and social skill cultivation? What would the duration of the learning would be? Whether we still have the degree, or would it be more of the personalized and customized learning. What role would the leadership have in leading this change? What are their qualities? And last but not the least, what about the financing models of the universities and higher education? This question I think has longer list, and we don't really have a clear answer to that. But with our experience with COVID-19 disruption, we were forced to realization it would be here to stay with us, our next new normal. But we must not forget that within the Simeo region, there are great diversity and inequality. How do we ensure that digitalization and promote equity and sense of belongings? In our reality, is evidence among different countries and within the country itself. In a way, harmonization process in the past, in some aspect, contributing to and working towards bridging this inequality gap. The last point to think why. What are the purpose of the higher education and harmonization for the future? After we have been through all this disruption and pandemic, is it time for us to redefine what is harmonization? 4 points can be highlighted. One is that we need to prepare the learners for the careers. And I emphasize the S with the career. With the change of the future world of work, gigs economy, digital nomads, we are not preparing our learners for one single career anymore. We are preparing them for the multiple careers. Second, we groom our learners for future readiness. They should be resilient, flexible, and be able to adapt quickly to change. Third, they should have position and growth minds and know how to learn, cultivated with a quality of the lifelong learner. Last, the learners must social, emotional skills sufficiently to create a sustainable livelihood and living with a sense of regional and global citizenship. Next slide, please. Now, if we look back to the Simeo Raihet's efforts in creating common space in higher education, the 45th Southeast Asian Minister of Education Council meeting has endorsed the work of a structure framework for regional integration in Southeast Asia. The road towards a common space for 2008 to 2014. This is even before the ASEAN Community Campaign. It highlights two efforts. One is the establishment of ASEAN, who is here with us today, and they will talk about it. And then another is the development of the ASEAN credit transfer system. Next, please. The approach that the Simeo Raihet took was that we work with the government based on the priorities, commitments, and readiness organization of higher education of countries. The role of Simeo Raihet is a facilitator, bringing in the authorities and stakeholders to discuss and create the architect for the common solution. For the credit transfer system, we use the mobility to lead the development of the credit transfer process. Aims or ability for students program should be seen as a learning and experimental stage for credit transfer and it also can be seen as an area where universities in the region work together to build their understanding of the education system, improve and harmonize their system, and trust is also being built. In doing so, Simeo Raihet is promoting a more comparable and compatible higher education in the region. It should be stressed that although the credit transfer is a requirement, there is no single platform for mobility, no fixed credit transfer system. Instead, the participating university would discuss and agree among themselves on the credit transfer system and recognition will be used. And for the past 12 years, there are more than 5,000 alumni participated from 78 universities and countries. Next, please. I would like to mention a little bit about the Simeo Raihet's next strategic plan. Is it showing? Okay, I would continue. I would like to mention a little about the Simeo Raihet's next strategic plan. Righthead sets our strategy to continue our work in alignment with single priority SLA 6, which is on harmonization of higher education and research. At the same time, we are placing SDGs, especially but not limited to SDG 4, as our very high priority. Next, please. If I may have the slide. Don't see the slide. Well, I would keep on going. For the next strategic plan, has made a strategic shift towards enhancing education for sustainable future of the Seminole region. Among all the 4 strategic areas, we have reprioritized our work more on the policy dialogue. We see that policy dialogue is needed to build the understanding and be able to make a strategic shift quickly, responding to the rapid change that we are facing. We would also emphasize the importance of the leadership programs, not just seeing it as a capacity building, but seeing it more like a sharing of the collective intelligence. All this would translate into the knowledge maximization, accumulation of priority choices for leaders of higher education. Considering the future of higher education in the VUCA world, which nobody can see crystal clear of what is going to be like, I strongly believe that the deeper collaboration is much needed to sail through all these disruptions. Our region is resourceful, although we are aware that we are diverse with existing inequalities, but we are rich in our knowledge and our society. And this is the greatest asset embedded in all of us. Also, we also have great partners like EU Chair, IT, UNESCO, British Council, NUFIC, and so on and so forth. At the time, we should together revisit and broaden the regional common space in higher education. We have to make sure that the common space stays relevant to the regional needs of the future higher education. We should focus on a closer collaboration among various stakeholders within the region to maximize our synergy and collective intelligence. We should harmonize, I emphasize, the shared goals and shared visions. For us, it is very clear Seminole Righthead is promoting and empowering the and agile higher education, whose learners would be able to live and work in and also for us. Inclusivity, equity, and creation of the sense of belonging would be at its core. So this calling for flexible learning and rapid change in higher education. We should avoid one harmonized system. Though it is true that harmonized systems may help to facilitate internationalization of higher education, which creates great, but it is also our role to ensure that these systems would be able to embrace universities in all of the countries and leaving no one really behind. We also have a role to ensure that these harmonization of the systems enhance the quality of the learning in accordance with the requirements. Ladies and gentlemen, well, I think this is time to have the collective intelligence and co-create a new common space in higher education. Working together can create a better learning and
the Sustainable Development Goals play a major role in the shaping of our activities and our work, both in terms of harmonization within the region as also with global collaboration. And we might come back to that point in the discussion.
hear me all right? Good? Sound is good? All right. I presume that you all hear me all right. Thank you very much. And first of all, I like to express on behalf of the ASEAN University Network our gratitude to the EU Chair for asking the AUN to join this webinar of the EU Chair on engaging the regional partners for a harmonized ASEAN higher education space. I'd like to present I have only one slide. I suppose I have to share it myself. All right. Okay, I think it's on now. I suppose, I hope you see it. Okay. Right, I have only one slide, which is to answer the main question on what is the current state of the harmonized ASEAN higher education space, and then what would be the possible steps forward in going for more harmonized higher education in ASEAN. What I show you here is the main concern from the university's perspective, which can be summed up into three major points, starting with the number one. From the university perspective, our main concern is on the graduate employability and how can students make an impact. Sorry for the misspelling. How can our students and graduates make an impact on society? Dr. Lom Yen, for example, mentioned the SDGs. Those are the impacts that we would like to see our next generation graduates contributing. The second concern from the university perspective is how to deliver the proper education, as well as how to facilitate good mobility within the context of current disruption. And by doing so, how could we also look after the risks or the risk, and how could we together look after the well-being of not only the students but also all people and stakeholders involved in the education provision that we provide. And then the third major concern from the university perspective is the classic item that stay with us since start of the ASEAN University Network 25 years ago, which is how could we advance on the cross-border research collaboration. From the university perspective, we provided four points to move forward. Sum up in these four suggestions. First of all, university-industry partnership. This is a topic that everyone is talking. Secondly, this second point is at the heart of our universities, presidents, rectors, and vice chancellors as of now, which is we need to provide the lifelong learning in an interdisciplinary and flexible curriculum design. Perhaps the AUN could help in collaboration with other partners, including the EU, the UK, Korean, the Japanese, Chinese, the Indian universities, and other partners that we are engaging with in our global engagement map. How we could provide the lifelong learning. I'm glad to hear that, as mentioned by Rodora, that in the ASEAN Work Plan announced in May, lifelong learning is one of the issues that the ASEAN and ASEAN Secretariat emphasize. This is a very good link in fitted way with what at the moment, I mean, the AUN president, rectors, and vice chancellor met 2 weeks ago to discuss these issues. And these issues are summarized here. So these are the hot issues that our presidents, rectors, and vice chancellors are talking about as of now. Not only talking about, but they're doing it. AUN is doing it. And the rest of the suggestions is on the resource sharing, the access to technology, and also how we could communicate, link, and promote our research partnership beyond the national. Thank you very much. That's all from me. Back to you.
With missed you very much. Thank God. Okay. Good afternoon to, thank you, Michael. Good afternoon to all the distinguished families and everybody joining us this afternoon. My name is Muhammad Zafir. I'm representing the AKAN. On behalf of the President and the Executive Committee member, we would like to thank the organizer for inviting us and joining us, and for the opportunity to share the opportunity for us to share some insight from AKAN itself. I think we're going to touch a bit on might be a very brief information on our role and initiative vis-a-vis the in support of harmonized higher education space. Next. Can you show the slide, the first slide? If not, I just read whatever that I think we have provided in the slide. First is basically, I think I would like to share about the establishment AKAN itself. I think there's involvement, a significant involvement not only by MQA at that time, but also by Simiori Head. I think it's the brainchild of the director at that time, Professor Supachaya Prabhas, on the need of having AKAN. And because of his idea at that time in 2008, lead to the establishment of AKAN, which was formally established with the appointment of the executive committee and having the right structure in 2009 in Bangkok. But again, I think I would like to draw the attention of the current AKAN constitution, which has been amended I think last year on some of the objective. I think the first objective, which is connected to the discussion today, is the objective of AKAN is to encourage and support the creation of a harmonized space for higher education and training through quality assurance and good practices. I think this connected to with the big agenda of harmonization in the region, and secondly about the enhanced and sustained higher education system in the ASEAN region through quality assurance and good practices. I think this also connected to the element of quality as part of the sustainable development for the region, for the society, for the people, and the significant role of higher education and the quality for that purpose. And achieving this objective is being carried out by our 17 members. The number is small, but the 17 members are all mandated QA bodies, national QA bodies of the ASEAN member state, and they are quality assuring most of higher education institution in the 10 member state. So even though the number is small, but the effect or the role of this agency in terms of quality assuring the national system is very, very significant. And we hope that by engaging through AKAN, we are actually engaging the zone of trust established at the national level, and we are creating a framework of connectivity of zone of trust of the national system to the larger regional system. And whatever the engagement happen at the AKAN level, we hope that it can also be cascaded and also contribute to the better improvement of quality assurance intervention at the national level. Next. Okay, I think I'm not sure because the slide has I think there's some problem with the slide, but I would like to share on AKAN new strategic plan of 2020 and 2025. Right? There are about 5 themes. Okay, the first theme is about strengthening AKAN capacity development and competencies as a regional network. That's the first thing, because I think we are looking into the model which is the best practice currently happening in Europe, carried out by ENCA, very professional in terms of as a regional organization. So in terms of their capacities and competencies as a regional agency and also as a financial sustainability. We are also looking into Team 2 on promotion of representation of AKAN, that we recognize AKAN being recognized as a regional body and also play a significant role as a QA reference for the region. Okay, and we are looking into the Team 3. Number 3 is on ASEAN Coalition Framework, which is our key document in terms of our principles for quality assurance, similar to the one that Europe has, which is the European Standard and Guideline of Quality Assurance in Higher Education, the short form in ESG. So our for ASEAN we have ACAP, in Europe they have ESG. So we hope that by having this this key document, we can promote between our members a good practices in terms of quality assurance. And other thing is about I think when we have a key document, we need to make sure they are implemented. So Team 4 for our strategic plan is basically to look to ensure that our members are sort of showing their adherence to whatever that we prescribe or we announce or we outline in the ACAF document. And of course, the Team 5 of our strategic planning is about capacity building. Whenever that we have a big agenda in terms of having ACAF event or having agency review, the most important thing is about capacity of our members, and we hope that by having this capacity building of our members, we can cooperate with other agencies, not only in ASEAN but also in other regions in Europe, in America and whatsoever. And because of this, I think because of having this continuous communication and engagement in quality, there will be continuous improvement to the members and also to the national system that they are entrusted to. So this is basically again the third slide is for ACAF. I just want to highlight that we have it the first publication in 2016, and the second publication is on the guideline of the review on the agency review on ACAF, and the second publication we have it in collaboration with the share, and this is key document whereby we hope that we can implement ACAF and promote it to be implemented by our members. Okay. So next is, I think the fourth slide, I'm not sure whether it is shown there. I just would highlight that since 2011 we've been engaging with our European partner in terms of capacity building. The first phase is, I think, the ASEAN QA project. There were two phases. The first one is between 2011 and 2013, and the second one is 2014 and 2017. I think at that time we don't have ACAF, so we mostly being guided for whatever is implemented in Europe, and then we have several experts from Europe sharing their best practices. So at that time, I think during the ASEAN project, the focus is basically on the strengthening of IQA with the involvement of AKAN at that time. But whenever that we have ACAF, there's a project under share where we are doing pilot project of agency review. I think the first one is 2017 and 2019. And later on, currently we are looking into the second review of 2020 and 2022. And I would like to highlight this with why this exercise is very significant, even though this is just saying that this is agency review. Firstly, because it needs collaboration by many parties, not only at the ASEAN level, AKAN, AU and CMERI is also involved. At the European level, the AAD, British Council and ENCA. And I think other than doing the review itself, there are many other things that happen. Capacity building, policy dialogue, reviewing whether the document has been put in proper context, and also addressing the diversity at the ASEAN level. And I think the rich engagement over the time, since 2011 till now, we learn a lot, we improvise a lot, and I think if we continue with this, basically when we have this backup, this is the thing that we will continue to sustain the policy dialogue, quality dialogue, and operational dialogue, and most importantly is basically the opportunity to make backup agile and flexible to address ever-changing context and also challenges all the time. I think with that note, I think thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, and also thank you for highlighting the importance of partnerships in your presentation. Now we have we're slightly over time with the input. I promised some questions and debate. Maybe one thing that I learned this today from the session is that one of the answers, at least you provide for the learning from the pandemic, is that lifelong learning has come up to the policy agenda more prominently. Maybe to Rodora as a question, could you elaborate on the vision for a stronger lifelong framework a little bit more in detail? What does it mean for the individual learner? What would it mean for policy for education providers if we focus in ASEAN on lifelong learning?
Thank you, Michelle, for that very good. I hope everyone can clearly hear me. There's no technical glitch on the audio this time. Is it okay?
It's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So, as I shared earlier, this lifelong learning is already mandated in the ASEAN Charter. And quite recently, we've had declarations that spelled out lifelong learning, such as the Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Higher Education, and then most recently, this ASEAN Declaration on Human Resources Development for the Changing World of Work. In that declaration, there is more details in terms of what we mean by lifelong learning. So if I can very quickly just walk you through what it tells us about lifelong learning, it says that, member states resolve to undertake actions on cultivating lifelong learning culture in societies and raising awareness of youth, workers, and employers on the importance of investing in skills development to adapt to the changing world of work, including in education and training. It also talks about educational systems that promote competencies that prepare for lifelong learning, and also promotion of policies and initiatives for lifelong learning, which encompass key stages of education and training, such as basic education, technical and vocational education, and training. In as far as the higher education sector is concerned, this is clarified in the work plan on education as indicated in the outcome 3 on enhancing regional capacity in higher education as part of lifelong learning provision, and under which is output 3.1 on strengthening the role of HEIs in lifelong learning. So what would this mean for individual learners and the education providers? I think for the individual learners, this means we recognize all kinds of learners from all levels of education. This means further expansion of opportunities for continuing learning for every stage of life, an opportunity as well to engage and provide inputs to changes in policy and design of initiatives and programs. For the education providers, on the other hand, this means they need to open up such opportunities to listen and gather inputs and insights from diverse stakeholders, foremost of which would be the learners themselves. This may entail much work in terms of dialogues, capacity development, policy review and analysis, and development of appropriate or suitable programs and initiatives. However, let me highlight that all this must be considered in the broader context of human resource development, where the higher education sector is part of the actors to make this happen, together with other actors such as basic education, TVET, employers, and including for socially disadvantaged sectors such as persons with disabilities and the elderly. So over to you, Michelle.
Thank you very much for this clarification. I think it's very important when we discuss, and I think today the time is not sufficient, but what I mentioned at the beginning, the complexity of frameworks that we have. We're working on a harmonized ASEAN education space or higher education space. We've been doing this in Europe as well, and I think one of the dimensions that we face now is the impact of the pandemic on our systems. It shows certain weaknesses. We can see the weakness of the system highlighted in every country. It's different in every country, but we can see it through crisis. And my question to you all would be, what do we learn? Could you name me one lessons learned from the pandemic that you would like to keep after all this is essentially over and done? I think this would be important takeaway for the audience that we have here for different organizations. Their view on maybe we've been dealing with a crisis. The crisis is a terrible thing to deal with, but maybe there's a silver lining somewhere, and that we've learned through the pandemic and we can keep for our regional harmonization for the future. So I'd like just to ask all of you to comment on that, and that will also be the closing statement. So who would like to?
Thank you, Michael. A very short answer. If you ask me, only one thing that we learned from this hard-hitting pandemic is that our universities adapted fast and well, and ASEAN Secretariat and their partners and other partners should take that in stock, that our universities are ready to adapt. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you. Kicking out of the session for the technicalities. I'll go back here. Wave your hand.
I think one of the takeaway for us is that we need to adapt very quickly. But then for us, as the policy level, and also for the higher education institutions, we have to also disrupt ourselves. We cannot take long, for things to happen. We have to work smart and quickly. So with your question as well, regarding, how do we collaborate in the region? And I have already started doing that, since I assumed my position. I have already set up the informal meetings with Dr. Shalatit. I have also having an informal meeting with the EU Chair, Darren, and also the DAAD. With that, I think, we can move more quickly. We should meet very regularly to revisit what we mean by harmonization. How do we change things more quickly in order to support the future learning of our learners?
Thank you. Very insightful, very good takeaway, I would say. And something we rely on now even more, that we have good networks of people we can work with, even if it's just online, because we know each other and we go back to the history, and that helps us. So, then I would like to here.
Okay. Unfortunately, I have the same point on agility, but I think I would like to add on that most of the time people look into politician as something reactive. That means you have something and then you quality assure, then you check it. But I think on recent years, to be forward looking, I think politicians need to be more proactive. That means they need to set the right principle in the very beginning for the institution to be flexible and agile actually. So I think that would be the most the most forward looking for the politician itself. For the institution, not saying that the quality assurance body saying this cannot be done, but it should be saying that politicians say that you need to do things rightly based on the risk, and you need to be agile as the challenge happen anytime, any place, and especially during the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will remind you after the we all forget about it. Keep it in. Okay, I'd like to ask you to comment.
Thank you, Michelle. And just like everybody else in this panel, I agree with the points you raised on your key learning. But for me personally, I think ASEAN has been talking a lot about frameworks for resilience, preparation for instances like this VUCA, vulnerability, uncertainty, complexity, and we all talk about preparing for those. It's just that this pandemic caught up to us much earlier than we would have hoped for, and therefore my key lesson is really we have to act faster, we have to invest more, and we have to strengthen the partnerships even better this time.
Thank you very much. Yes, you can't plan a crisis. Well, normally you can't plan for it, but it shows you how well prepared you are, and I think we've all shown this morning or this afternoon to you that we are flexible and willing to cooperate and discuss and share our views. I look forward to working with you in the next year and a half and contributing to the development of an ASEAN higher education space. I hope it's a higher education providing added value to the learners, to the educational providers, to the governments, but also a outward-looking higher education space, open to cooperation with partners, be it European partners, other Asian states, Australia, really in the spirit. So thank you for the session. I close and back to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael, and all our panelists today. We're very grateful to you for bearing with us with some of the technical difficulties we experienced. To all of those who joined us on the YouTube link, we hope you enjoyed the session and were able to follow it despite those technical issues. So we move on, and we look forward to the next day of Shared Policy Dialogue. That will be at the same time tomorrow, and we hope you can join us then. So thank you very much.
Morning and welcome to Jakarta. Finally, we have a workshop in Share with almost only students. They are committed to, of course, their own career path, but also to building their country and building an ASEAN community.
Being able to experience student mobility gives you a chance to be adaptable to a variety of situations. And according to LinkedIn's 2019 Global Trend Report, adaptability is a top 5 soft skills that is wanted by recruiters. So by going through a mobility, it gives you the chance to be adaptable, to be open to places when even you are not comfortable with.
as alumni of the SHARE program, I think as young professionals, we are more aware of what each country does and contributes towards a greater ASEAN region. That's why I think as a young professional, we know how to cooperate and how to capitalize on each country's strengths in order to make a greater ASEAN economy.
Good afternoon to those of you joining us in ASEAN and Asia, and good morning to those of you joining in Europe. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this, the third Policy Dialogue 11 session, and we've a great session planned today all around internationalization at home. My name is Darren McDermott, and I'm very pleased to be able to run these sessions. I think we've had very interesting sessions so far. Today, of course, we have a nice panel, an expert panel divided between expertise in Europe and in ASEAN. And as said, the focus is on internationalization at home for inclusiveness. Just move to the next slide. So I'm the team leader designate of the SHARE program. The SHARE program is a cooperative endeavor between the EU and ASEAN, and it's a consortium run by international education agencies from Europe, and they're responsible for the key result areas. So the policy dialogue component is led by the British Council. Qualifications frameworks and quality assurance is led by the DAAD and ENQA. The credit transfer system is also led by the British Council for the moment, and student mobility and the SHARE scholarship is led by NOFIC. So just to give you a bit of an overview of the objectives of the SHARE consortium on the next slide. SHARE's main objective is to strengthen regional cooperation, enhance the quality, competitiveness and internationalization of ASEAN higher education systems, institutions, and therefore contributing to the evolving ASEAN community. And we enhance cooperation between ASEAN and EU to create lasting benefits from the harmonization of higher education across ASEAN. So the policy dialogue sessions and the purpose of Policy Dialogue 11 is to look at measures to ensure the scalability and visibility of SHARE activities and their sustainability and ownership by ASEAN-based entities. Of course, we're all looking at the challenge wrought by COVID-19, and we're looking at how we move beyond this and formulate effective adaptation strategies. We need to look at key activities and risk and mitigation strategies for the SHARE extension, which is due to begin later this year. We're looking at the emerging developments and innovations in higher education, both in Europe and in ASEAN, and bringing relevance to SHARE. And then looking at the long-term developments and innovations and perspectives on the development of the ASEAN higher education space. So, on to the next slide, please. So, great panel today. 2. I suppose we've all been looking at internationalization at home to a certain extent over the past couple of months, but to give a classic definition, internationalization at home is the purposeful integration of international and intercultural dimensions into the formal and informal curriculum for all its students within domestic learning environments. At this point, I'd like to introduce our moderator, who is an expert on internationalization at home. Hendrik Hobbs joined NUFIC in 2008. He currently holds a senior position as policy advisor in the Knowledge and Innovation Department. Hendrik is advisor to the board on national internationalization policy and internationalization at home. He's also a consultant for a higher education institution in implementing internationalization and a trainer in internationalization courses. So he's responsible for the theme of internationalization at home and is a researcher on various topics, including strategies for that topic. In 2018, he was temporarily commissioned to the Ministry of Education. So Hendrik, great to have you here with us today, and over to you.
Well, thank you, Darren, for that beautiful introduction and your friendly words on my regard. Let me take this opportunity to briefly introduce to you our speakers of today. You see on the slides the pictures of Miss Julia Hendelman-Smith, Head of Internationalism of the British Council, Dr. Shindu Ardi, Deputy Director of International Service, Bogor Agricultural University, and Mr. Kai, Head Faculty and Student I will briefly introduce each speaker before they start their presentations. Next slide, please. The objective of this session, well, you've all joined this session on internationalization and inclusiveness. And what we would like to share with you today are some best practices on how a higher education institution enhance internationalization at home. We also would like to highlight the importance of internationalization at home. It's important that we look at it not as an alternative to physical mobility or studying abroad, but rather as an addition to it, so the complementarity of types of internationalization. And finally, we would like to go deeper into how universities can capitalize on rising number of technology support opportunities, which can create new opportunities for internationalization. And of course, we do that all in the umbrella of the typical and strange circumstances the world currently is in the COVID-19 pandemic measurements. How does that affect each of these questions? Next slide. I will give the floor to Ms. Julia Hendelman-Smith. Julia has over 15 years of experience in international relations, working with diverse partners in the arts, government, civil society, and enterprise. Julia joined the British Council in Brussels after working in the music industry and the European Commission. Subsequent postings followed in Israel, Northern Ireland, and France, as well as a short tour in the Middle East in 2006. Her current role is to shape the British Council's strategic ambition to enable all young people in the UK to develop international connections and skills. In 2009, Hendelman-Smith was creative director and producer of the 2012 BBC documentary Shalom Belfast. Non-fiction writing based on her experiences in Israel appears in the collection Unholy Land, an Unconventional Guide to Israel, published by Repeater Books. Well, welcome, Julia, and she will share her thoughts on internationalization at home, on point of view of the British Council. The floor is yours, Julia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hendrik. Thank you for that lovely introduction. And hello, everyone from London. I've prepared a few slides. If we could move into the next slide, the first. Thank you. So I thought I'd start today's presentations with some thoughts from the Internationalism Unit of the British Council, and to take us back to why the British Council and through our work with other European partners over many years has been so concerned about young people having international experiences, and that is that it's our belief and its research has shown that connections, the more we connect and have dialogue between people of different countries and cultures, the more it benefits us all here in the UK, but also internationally in terms of global relations. Darren gave a very helpful definition of internationalism at home. We here see international experiences, what we refer to as international experiences for young people, as being sustained and cumulative intercultural encounters with people of other countries and cultures, and that can be at home and through time spent overseas. It's our belief that these lead to the skills and attributes that we need in our future workforce, and that's important for our future economies, our future societies, and tackling huge global challenges that we face right now. And that's why at the British Council we have an internationalism unit thinking about how can we make those opportunities available to all. And in my presentation, I'll talk a little bit about some of the ways we're doing that, given that the mobility opportunities that are so transformative for many young people around the world are still only available to a very small minority. If we could move on to the next slide. So why internationalism at home? And of course we are all in this very strange period where we're all practicing internationalism at home for the time being, but it's been important since long before the COVID crisis, and my colleagues who will speak later will give some examples that they've built over many years. And it's the case that only 2% of the global student population benefits from a period of study abroad, and yet we have seen that those that do have that benefit lead to greater degree outcomes, higher attainment, they're more likely to be employed, they're more likely to earn higher salaries. And so what we're thinking about in the UK and in the British Council is that given that 2%, and in the UK it's an even smaller percentage of students who benefit from mobility tend to be from a more advantaged group in society anyway. And so if we don't address the issue of the other 98%, we're exacerbating inequalities in our own way in this, in our role as a cultural relations institution in the UK. It's also the case that internationalism at home, building international experiences, international connections into the curriculum and into formal and non-formal learning for young people enhances the impact of short-term particularly, but also long-term mobility. So strengthening that through longer-term interactions that happen digitally or through intercultural relationships within your university leads also to greater impact. And we are currently involved in some research with Universities UK here that has shown early evidence that leads to greater impact on particularly short-term mobility. If we could move to the next slide. Now, I'm aware that I'm speaking to a higher education audience here, but it's one of the key things that we've addressed in the internationalism unit is that actually we need to address issues of internationalization prior to a student's arrival at university, particularly if we're going to address inclusions and issue around inclusions. It's the case in the UK, and we've over many years done studies as well within the school sector about the state of internationalism within schools, and unfortunately many young people who may have worked hard enough and be fortunate enough to get into university and arrive at university, many of them will arrive with no international experience, very few international connections, and often very little or very poor language education, which I know for many around the world, English is at least quite common for young people quite good English skills by the time they get to university. And of course, here in the UK, that's something that we take for granted. And so our foreign language skills abilities in this country are very poor. So our language trends reports, which we've issued every 2 years for quite some time now, and the links for these are available at the end of the slideshow, has shown that particularly in schools that represent quite disadvantaged communities in the UK, those opportunities to connect are diminishing for those people. And so what we have started to work with is, first of all, celebrating some of the successes of school programs, and to highlight here the eTwinning program, which is a digital schools partnerships program also funded by the European Union, which has done so much work to help young people connect internationally from an earlier age, but also connecting through higher education institutions and some NGOs within the UK sector around the widening participation agenda, and those universities doing great work to encourage young people to come to university, building an international element or raising awareness of international opportunities within that sphere of work as well is extremely important, because the decisions that young people need to make when they get to university about studying abroad need to happen quite fast. So if you're starting from a really low level of awareness in a student's first year at university, it's very difficult to then motivate them and raise their aspirations to think about a period of study abroad. And if we could move on to the next slide. And then I think I referenced this in my first slide, the value and the importance of diversity within our higher education institutions. And I think I'd raise here some experience from the UK that an international student community and an international university doesn't necessarily mean an internationalized student body. We've had some quite critical research come out in the past 2 years about the actual experience of international students and the way that student diversity is valued within higher education institutions, and the way that students interact from different communities within higher education institutions. Equally, we found through research that we do little in the UK to value those languages and that language diversity in the UK that's outside of the formal curriculum. So student communities here who perhaps speak languages other than European languages, for example, a large Urdu-speaking community in the UK, those languages are not valued, and therefore young people don't understand how much they have in terms of their language abilities. Equally, encouraging dialogue and engagement between different student communities is extremely important, and that can be built. We've started to work with student union communities about how we can develop champions and ambassadors within the student union non-formal community at institutions to help bridge those community divides that can develop within higher education institutions. And finally, one of the big challenges that we have is in internationalizing and decolonizing the curriculum. And I would argue, and others have done this, that internationalism is not only about building international content within your curriculum, it is about building those connections internationally so that you also have international perspectives on a curriculum. And there's been some quite excellent work done in some of our institutions around thinking about how we present the curriculum to students. And it's early days in some of these pieces of work that we're doing in bridging those gaps between school and university, or between non-formal education and formal education, working with a diverse group of partners in our Internationalism Alliance. But its early results are showing that does lead to improved outcomes for students, but also, and perhaps more importantly, raising awareness and aspiration among a less represented group to think about an international opportunity. And And I think that's my final slide. So, I mean, I think my final points really are around the way we're approaching this crisis and the way we're all learning about international and digital connections at home. We've often found that digital connections are less collaborative than we imagine, and I think this experience has taught us a lot. And I think, you know, in the words of great men, don't waste a good crisis. And this has been an opportunity for us to think about challenges that were important before COVID-19 and will continue to be important post-COVID-19, particularly in terms of encouraging a much more diverse group of young people to consider international opportunities and to build the international connections and skills and the global mindset they need for the future. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Julia, for those interesting thoughts, I must say, on how to enhance the impact of short-term mobility for a diverse group of students in a pre-university awareness. I think that's very valuable. We will come back to that later. Just a short reminder for the participants in this webinar. Questions will be answered during the panel discussion at the end of this, or halfway of this webinar, and you are kindly invited to pose your questions in the live comment boxes. I will see them there, and I will relay the messages and the questions to the panelists so that they can have a discussion. So please feel free to add your questions to the live comment box. And I see already quite a few messages there, and I cannot answer them all, but it's mainly people introducing themselves. Well, thank you very much again also from my behalf, for joining us. Such a great group of very interested and highly specialized people, I'm sure of. We will discuss anything you have to ask later on in this session. Thanks again for your questions. Now our next speaker is, I will introduce Dr. Sinto Ardi. She's currently serving as a Deputy Director for International Program Services at the Directorate of International Program at IPB University in Indonesia. She has been managing students outbound and inbound mobility within the university since 2014 and has expanded her responsibility to support the World University Ranking Program since 2018. She completed her PhD degree on agricultural and environmental biology at University of Tokyo in Japan in 2010 and is currently an active faculty member of the Department of Agronomy and Horticulture and Faculty of Agriculture at IPB University. Dr. Sinto, may I ask you to join the floor? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hendrik, for your kind introduction, and thank you, Cher, for having us today. So on behalf of IPB University Indonesia, I would like to thank all attendees. My name is Sinto, as introduced before, and it's a great honor for me to share about internationalization at home for inclusiveness with you all. So can we move to the next slide, please? Yes, this is just a brief introduction about my university. We were previously known as Bogor Agricultural University, but we rebranded ourselves to IPB University last year. We offer all degrees in 9 faculties and schools, and we are humbled to be ranked in several international university rankings, such as QS and PhD. So our university is a great focus on sustainability issues, as we are also ranked on higher education and humanity. So we are going to talk about internationalization. Yes, as a higher education institution, in our perspective, internationalization is aiming important to serve all students for life and career in the globalized environment. So we believe this can be achieved through enhancing strategy. So if we could move on to the next slide. Yeah, we believe to prepare our students for a globalized environment. We have been implementing common internationalization strategy in terms of physical week programs. We offer at least 5 international language programs. In other programs, we also offer various courses taught in English, accommodate credit earning programs to share, and also loyalty programs. Besides, we also join as double degree graduate program with various institutions. As another language, since the third year, our students are equipped with mandatory English requirements, beside other optional foreign language courses that they can take as an option. Last but not least, there are numerous subject lectures with international professors and lecturers. So, but what we have now, we can see in the next slide. So this is, however, today this is how our internationalization program, as I mentioned by Julia before, among more than 29,000 students that we have, only less than 2% were international students, and only less than 2% of global students have undertaken physical international experience. This clearly shows that international experience remains exclusive to limited students so far. That's why we have to dedicate inclusivity in our internationalization strategy. So if we can move to the next slide. And while we are thinking about our internationalization strategy inclusively, somehow the COVID-19 pandemic rises. It was a big shock for us and it's serious. Our university is taking serious measures in facing the pandemic. COVID-19 Crisis Center, which is used to take all necessary efforts to find relief phases to face the pandemic. On mid-March, our university was partially closed down. Students and academic staff started studying and work from home. Students continue their whole pandemic semester from home by distance learning, and our university provides internet subsidies for students so they can have their own online courses more conveniently. Related to the internationalization, the situation brought huge impact to our internationalization strategy implementations as the physical mobilities are drastically decreased. All of our exchange students returned home, except for now one Filipino student who is staying, our dorm is staying, with the dorm fee being waived until the end of this semester. Though most of regular international students did not return to their home country, some who came from Malaysia have returned home in the beginning of the pandemic. Our students, Indonesian students who are having their exchange program in 6 different countries, decided to stay in their host institution to finish their program, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank our partners who take care of our students wholeheartedly. And last but not least, all staff mobility both incoming and outgoing were cancelled or postponed. With holidays and travel restrictions all around the corner, physical mobility becomes tremendously difficult, and we were questioning ourselves how to implement our internationalization. So if we can move to the next slide. Yeah, we believe the answer would be through internationalization at home. So far, the 6th agenda became our main focus to achieve that goal. As the result of curriculum reorientation, independent learning enables students to partake in courses outside their home institutions, including courses offered by foreign universities. Recently, our rector also demanded that all faculty shall involve foreign lecturers in their courses. We also proceed to hold online international conferences, seminars, summer courses, and training remotely. In terms of English proficiency reinforcement, we facilitate classes and certification for students and staff. Additionally, we are working towards combining internationalization with university business cooperation as part of our internationalization at home strategy. Somehow, the COVID-19 pandemic became a wake-up call for our internationalization strategy. However, we think there are challenges in implementing those agendas, such as technology, internet, platforms, and networking. How to get real international experience at home also need further collaboration. But we also see huge opportunities if we could overcome this challenge. Internationalization at home allows inclusiveness and equity of shared content to participants despite their boundaries, makes it more affordable and environmentally friendly. So if we could return to my initial idea in the beginning, in our initial internationalization strategy, where we pointed out that the importance of inclusivity in internationalization, we can conclude that internationalization at home becomes essential during this ongoing COVID-19 pandemic because it has impact. But post-pandemic, internationalization at home should not be an alternative, but rather as an addition of value. So I think our needs as a university and there's a lot of things to see down about this. So as closing, the final slide. On behalf of my university, once again, I would like to thank everyone, and I would warmly invite all of you to engage with us through our upcoming online international conferences and summit courses. You can access more detailed information through the link. So let's stay connected, and I'll return to the station.
Thank you very much, Sito, for this elaborate presentation, and especially focusing on the opportunities that COVID-19 pandemic has provided you with implementing your internationalization at home strategy and policy. That's very interesting to see. Please, audience, feel free to ask any questions. Also in the live comment box, and we have already have some questions there. So please feel free to share some other thoughts with us. And our final speaker today is Mr. Kai. He is head of the Faculty and Student Mobility Office of PIAP University. And as the head of that mobility office, Mr. Kai has collaborated with international institutions on behalf of PIAP University and has taken care of international students from different cultures and backgrounds. And this has been elevating his awareness towards the importance of internationalization, especially at home for students who do not have a chance to study abroad. The pandemic of COVID-19 has significantly affected all international programs and has become a challenge for all educational institutions. Mr. Kai feels truly honored to share his experiences with all SHARE colleagues. Well, thank you for that, and please, we are looking forward to your views on this matter. The floor is...
Thank you, Hendrik, and thank you, Gareth. I would like to good afternoon, everyone. To talk about the internationalization at home at PIAP University, I would like to move to the next slide, please. Yes, to talk about internationalization at home at PIAP University, I need to mention something about our international college at PIAP University. Normally, our students at international college, they go to classes every morning, and after they call it a day, they just go back home. And this includes our international staff and everyone also. So we have a sense like this building is isolated. That means Thai students from other programs, they don't have sufficient international exposure at all. Thai students, they go to some other buildings, they go to their classroom, they speak in Thai language, they met their Thai friends, and then they go back home. So there is few activities between Thai students and international students. So that's why I would like to put this term. It is just like an island. So could you please move to the next slide, please? Thank you. The challenge is that our study abroad program is available, but it is a challenge for Thai students because the English proficiency is one thing. It is quite hard for Thai students to meet the minimum requirement, and some of them still have some financial hurdles and some other problems. Sometimes the family is not ready to let them go. So it seems like internationalization at home is a good option. At first, it seems like an alternative, but I would like to mention that it is not an alternative at all. It's just like a supplement. Could you please move to the next slide, please? Thank you. So what we have done is that we have tried to join two groups of students together, especially Thai students. Every time we have short programs for international students who are coming from other countries, we always design an activity to join our students with them. For example, on the picture on your left side, students from Suzhou University, they arrange a calligraphy workshop for Thai students here. And Thai students, my students, they don't speak Chinese, they speak Thai and some English. And students from Suzhou, they speak good English and Chinese. But it was quite amazing that both groups, they joined quite well. So speaking English is not all about internationalization. Internationalization is includes some more other things also. And on the picture of our right hand, our inbound students, especially chair awardees, they went camping with my students, and they made good friends during the trip, and they still are good friends nowadays. So from my viewpoint, activities can bring students together, and they can learn so many things together by joining activities. Next slide, please. Yes. Talking about internationalization at home, I would like to focus today on this project. This is one of the Erasmus projects. The name of the project is Friends. I would like to focus on this one because it is all about internationalization at home. And Payap University is a partner university of this project. And if you are interested, and if you want to know more about this project, this program, you may go to their website. I put the web link on this slide already. And please move to the next slide, please. Yes, the very first activity from Friends is a swag contest. A swag, some of you may have known about it, but if you don't know what it is, a swag is something that you give away. You still remember the old days when we have in-person conference. We go to a conference room, and before we enter, they always give us something like a pen, flash drive, maybe a mug or something, and those are giveaways. And the point is that the contest is about students are required to design products that are supposed to be used by people from every culture. So students who want to join this contest, they have to design products that they have to avoid some colors that are not proper in some culture. For example, yellow, the color yellow is not supposed to be used in Brunei. For example, they have to avoid some certain colors, and the product could be used by all gender and everything. It is very fun because the project manager is an English gentleman and he doesn't speak Thai. So Thai students from the Faculty of Communication Arts, they have to make an appointment with the project manager to get things done and to discuss and everything. They learn a lot from this. They didn't win the contest. I mean, my students didn't win the contest, but they have learned a lot from this one. Next slide, please. Okay, and the next big project, the next big activity is about intercultural passport. The very first sub-activity is the massive open online course. The course is all about intercultural awareness and cultural diversity. It is in English, and Thai students, they enroll in this course to study during this summer. And it was quite a challenge because Thai students, we don't use much English in our country. And so we provide some extra sessions to support them in case that they have problems, they don't understand anything, they come here, they come to class, this extra session to make sure that their understanding is correct. It is quite a challenge here. And okay, this is the first thing. Once they finish the move, they can move on to the next activity. Could we move to the next slide, please? The next activity is about digital storytelling. Students are asked to make a video to introduce themselves. They can use any language to introduce themselves, 2 or 3 minutes. It is a short video, but if they use other language, they are supposed to put English caption on the video. And then once they submit this one, we will choose 3 winners. And to work on this short video, of course, they have to contact our project manager, that English gentleman again. So we have 2 activities already. The first one was the move. They have to finish the move. And the second one is the digital storytelling. And then we put them together. Please, next slide, please. So once we have both activities done, 3 winners from the digital storytelling, they have to finish the move. And the 3 winners will have a chance to go to a camp in Bulgaria. It is a 54-day camp in Bulgaria. It is financially supported by Erasmus, so students don't have to pay anything. This seems like a very enticing reward. Next slide, please. Thank you. If we take a look at this, the MOOC is kind of internationalization at home, and digital storytelling also the same thing. But the 3 winners who are about to go to Bulgaria in the next few months, hopefully the COVID will go away. Those 3 students and those 3 mobilities, they are virtual mobilities, and we do expect from them to do something. Next slide, please. Once they come back, we are expecting them to operate a tea house. A tea house here, it is a physical tea house. It will be somewhere on our campus. It will be a place to bring international students, international staff, and Thai students together so that they can join, they can talk, they can study together on campus. So that this will bring everything to the internationalization at home. That's nice. Next slide, please. Okay, from what we have seen here, what I have said, virtual mobility and international students are interactive, because if we don't have virtual mobility, we will end up with only Thai students. In case of my university, we will end up with only Thai students here and Thai staff here. For example, I am sitting here in my campus talking to my Thai students, and I can keep talking about internationalization all day, and they will have no idea at all. And if I don't send any students to other universities, those other universities will have 0 inbound, and that's not gonna work. So for me, virtual mobilities and international staff and students are still important. Next slide, please. During the COVID-19 and the lockdown, we have 1 student here. He is American and he got stuck at our university. and it was quite hard to manage any internationalization at home. Any program was quite hard. But my staff, they learned something. We have American staff here, but all of them have adapted to Thai lifestyle already. They are a little bit different from students who flew directly from the US. I couldn't tell you how different, what the difference are, but they are quite different. The way they think, the way they present their idea, the way they express their idea and everything are quite different. Maybe our staff, American and European staff here at Thayab University, they know how Thai people think. That's all. And could you please move to the next slide, please? Yes, I would like to mention about our chair awardees. Thayab students from international college, students from our international college, they were awardees, chair awardees. They consider themselves international because they have international friends, they have German friends, they have friends from Vietnam, from Malaysia, from many other countries, from Cambodia, and they consider themselves international. And I think they are international students. But after the chair program, they went to Malaysia and they went to Hue University. I would like to thank Professor Rosnani and I would like to thank Professor Hui for taking care of them. They came back and they changed a lot. I could say that they changed a lot. They grew up and they became more internationalized. My point is that being exposed to international programs and environment doesn't mean you are internationalized. Just like Julia just mentioned in her slide a few minutes ago, international does not always mean internationalized. These three students are very good evidence of that. They came back, they grew up a lot. They have been at our international college there, but they still have a lot to learn. Could we move to the next slide, please? Next one, please. Thank you. This is probably my last slide. During the lockdown, one of our professors, he had an online seminar. It's all about post-colonialism. And we have students from Yupanar University of Nuremberg. I'm sorry if my pronunciation is not correct. And the students from Thayab University, we attended this seminar together. Of course, students from Yupanar University, they are German. They live in Germany. And students from Thayab University, they are Burmese, they are Thai, they are Vietnamese, and some other countries. And some of them are German. I could see some difference the way they present, the way they express their idea. The German students in Germany slightly different from German students at Thayab University. I could say that. I'm not saying that which group is better. They are good students, but they are slightly different. I cannot tell you the difference, but still, my last word that I want to say for this session is that the best way to learn a certain culture is to live in that culture. You cannot just sit here in Chiang Mai and talk about international environment to your students. They have to go there and learn something by themselves. Internationalization at home is just an addition. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kai. Thank you very much for your overview, and especially the overview of your friends' activities, which are really a great contribution to the internationalization at home activities invented at your university. Well, thank you very much for that. I think it's time that we go to some questions. We have quite some questions already in the live comments, so please keep on posting them there. One of the questions I myself had to all the panelists, and I see that reflected in the questions also from some of the participants, is how do you is regarding quality. That's what I wanted to talk about. I can imagine that the COVID-19 measurements are speeding up internationalization am also convinced that the staff and students participating in those activities know what they are doing and know what they are doing best. At the same time, there might be some questions about how do you guarantee that the activities that you organize meet the accreditation or quality measures that you at your university or at your organization want to meet. And perhaps there is a special committee or accreditation organ or an exam committee, or it's embedded in the quality assurance process of your university. Perhaps you can share some thoughts on that if you like. Perhaps, Sintu, can I ask you to share your ideas at your institution on that?
Yes, Hendrik, thank you very much for giving the opportunity. It's quite challenging questions about the quality assurance of internationalization process. Well, in my university, we do have not accreditation, but a quality assurance unit to guarantee that all process being conducted in the university has met particular standard. But maybe so far, not so many internationalization measures have been counted into the quality assurance, especially internationalization at home. Because what I see that we are starting to boosting the internationalization at home just when the pandemic comes in. We used to promote students and staff to go abroad and develop systems to invite more international partners to come. And now we believe that internationalization at home is being begun. But one thing that I would say about quality assurance in the curriculum perspective, it has been arranged in the national level. So our new ministry, I would say it's new because it's almost 1 year already. He decided the term of independent learning. So they will develop also the assessment, the quality assurance system, how to guarantee that this independent learning, where students can take other courses out of their home institution to make them get ready to the globalized environment, is done properly. So for now, we have our own quality assurance, but well, I can say it's not developed yet for the internationalization at all quality assurance, but they guarantee another process like solid process of education and after. So I hope in the future we will take this as one important point, how the internationalization strategy as a whole is being conducted in our university, and that will be conducted or ensured in the university and also national level.
Yes, I understand. Yes. Okay, well, thank you for that. So it's in the near future process that is foreseen. Perhaps Julia, Mr. Kai would like to also add something to this. Julia, can I ask you to comment on this?
It's a really challenging question, and I think what I would posit is that actually with international experiences at home and some of the examples that colleagues put forward, it, like all elements of a higher education course, it's reliant on the quality of the input of the academic instruction that's available in that institution. And in many senses, and if it's a digital experience that's available in the home university, in your home university, there's more opportunities for your academic support staff to make sure and ensure that that's integrated within the broader requirements of your degree course. So in that sense, there's more opportunities for the academic staff to make sure that what the student is engaging in is the right level and the right standard. I think some of the work that I've been doing with colleagues that, as I presented, is more around cumulative and regular international connections and engagement internationalization space, but also in the UK, students have all been sent home to learn this way, and there is a lot of dialogue debates about whether that's of sufficient quality, particularly if you're studying a course that has a practical requirement in science or in the creative arts, for example. It becomes very difficult to learn in this way. Those are just some initial thoughts, but I think both ensuring that it's good quality, but also evaluating the particular input of international experience at home is quite difficult and still a challenge for us.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, that's what I also can see happening in the Netherlands. Of course, it's a big, it's a huge challenge to look into those aspects of especially the COVID situation. Because of course, also the regular education has been put on a distance. It appears to be very difficult for universities and the universities of applied sciences to maintain the quality they are used to giving their students. Face-to-face education, so that's something that is really in focus here in the Netherlands. And I can imagine, perhaps in Thailand, do you have any experiences or ideas on the quality of the education on the distance education, Mr. Kai?
Actually, I have to admit that we have adopted the idea of internationalization at home inadvertently. Because in the past, we just thought that our students didn't have sufficient international exposure. That's why we brought our students to international students to make them exposed, right? And we didn't think about the quality or anything else yet. But for the French project, my colleague running the program, they have some kind of KPI and everything. It's still in progress, but so far I have no idea if they can claim the success or anything. But I'm sure of one thing: it's not a failure. At least we learned something from that. Internationalization at home is quite new for us in Asayak University, and we did that in the past, but we didn't know that it is for internationalization at home. And one is actually also good.
Well, thank you. Yeah, your audio was a bit hustled, but I think I got your point. The challenging question. That was the last thing I heard from you, if I'm not mistaken. Well, thank you for that. Let me see if there are other questions, or perhaps if you want, being in the panel, would like to comment on something, then please you can raise your hand, and then okay, Sinto, please.
If I may, I would like a little bit add my information before about quality assurance of internationalization process in our university. So, like I said, that the online learning and everything is just been started. But in normal conditions, some of our study program is actually already trying their best to meet the international standard, meaning they meet the requirement of international standardization bodies for their field. So I think that's not really assessing all internationalization at home strategy in our university, but some of the study program is really certified to and meet international standard in their field of science, I might say. So I think that's kind of addition, but just like you say, it's still unforeseen in the future for us to see the whole internationalization strategy at home in our university.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments from the panelists on this topic? There's another one, another question from Meng Shuang to all of you also. Could you please elaborate whether national level policies play a role for internationalization abroad and at home? So, national level policy play a role for your internationalization policy. Is that something you can elaborate on? Perhaps a little. Julia, can I ask you, or anyone who raises raised their hands. Julia, please.
I'll try. I think we're from three different. So I'm sure we'll all say something very different. I think internationalization and mobility, there are some very basic national level policies that can support it in terms of inward and outward student mobility, such as policies on visas and immigration. Internationalization at home, I think it's harder to say, and I would say from a UK perspective actually that we would advocate for policies to support the recognition and the valuing of international experiences for young people in higher education and also more broadly. But I think the culture in the UK is such that quite often policies are introduced and then actually for institutions to meet or deliver on those policies can be quite challenging. So it isn't the case in the UK that a policy is introduced and everybody immediately implements it. I don't know what other colleagues would say representing different countries, but I think certainly for the internationalisation at home, what's more important really is that you build best practice and you illustrate, I think you have to illustrate the success for institutions to follow. So it's more of a motivating practice rather than it's a carrot rather than a stick, I think, in the UK, if that analogy makes sense to everybody online.
Yeah, the carrot over the stick. That's a nice expression. That's recognizable. Is there anyone, any other panelist would like to comment on the carrot or the stick? Or yes, please.
Yeah, well, according to the question whether there is any national level policies in internationalization strategy in Indonesia. So for a broad policy, yes, there are. There are many policies that support students or staff going abroad or incoming. So there are even programs, mobility programs that is designed at national level, at the ministry level. So our Ministry of Education made an agreement with Ministry of Education of other countries, especially in ASEAN. So they exchange students based on that agreement where they provide scholarships and so on. The indicators of internationalization, especially mobility, also define the national ranking of university in Indonesia. Like, for example, how many students are going abroad and how many is coming in, and also for the staff, it has been evaluated to decide the position of university in the national ranking, as well as how many study program has international curriculums so far. So just like I mentioned in my presentation before, the new minister also have defined a policy called independent learning that enables students to take courses outside his or her home institutions. So the idea behind this policy is to enhance or encourage students to take more opportunity or experience out of the institutions and make them get ready into the more globalized environment. So I would say that we're policy that support the internationalization abroad so far, but we are hoping more policy to support internationalization at home. Like I said before, it's not only the case in our university. I will say that most Indonesian institutions are still focused on mobilities as internationalization strategy, meaning physical mobilities, and we are thinking the best strategies of internationalization at home. So I think the national level also thinking about that right now. So I think that's what I can share with you.
Yes, thank you for that. So that's more focused on mobility and in internationalization abroad, and internationalization at home will come later. Mr. Kai, you have any idea on the national level policies playing a role for internationalization abroad or at home in Thailand?
Of course. Of course. Our Office of Higher Education Commission in Thailand, they are trying their best push the international program for high universities, and they encourage to send our students to study abroad. It is one of the strategy, long-term strategy. But the problem is that the problem is all about inbound students. Foreigners, any foreigners in Thailand are required to do a 90-day report to the immigration office. That's a big issue because if you are foreigners and you stay in Thailand, every 90 days you have to prepare certain documents and to report yourself to the immigration office, and that's quite a hard job for you. And this also discourages some students not to come to Thailand also. Don't get me wrong, this is all about national security, and we have many people coming to Thailand, and sometimes they are doing something weird, and the office is trying to push them out, and so everyone is put in the same pot, and so we have the same problem. But of course, the national level of policy play a very big role. If you don't push, they don't go.
Thank you for that. Let me see. Here's another question for myself and for Julia. Since both of you work for international education organization, could you share the role of each respective organization or any future plan to support internationalization at home? Well, I can share some thoughts on that, but perhaps I will give the floor first to Julia, or you can have some ideas on that as well.
Yes, I mean, we certainly prioritise internationalisation at home within the organisation and promote sharing of good practice both within the UK higher education sector but also internationally, so participating in European programmes and we are primarily a facilitator, so it's about helping organisations to develop good practice and sharing of that. Of course, we have been a member of the Erasmus Plus programme for such a long time now, and that has become ingrained within our higher education culture, and in terms of mobility opportunities that involves. There are many Erasmus programmes that support internationalisation at home as well. And I mentioned some programs that are actually pre-university, which I know is not the community here, but there are some really good examples of excellent internationalism at home programs from the school sector, for example, such as the eTwinning program, which is part of the Erasmus program, and equally we developed another school program which was more global with Connecting Classrooms, which introduced a lot of digital learning for schools. It's possible that some of that could help to inform our support to higher education institutions as they develop this more broadly. But roles like my own and colleagues who work in higher education are very much thinking about the value and the importance of internationalism at home.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think there are some similarities between our two organizations. As NAFIC is also involved in pre-university or pre-higher education internationalization at home. Also, eTwinning is very well known, of course, to our organization. With regards to higher education, we are closely working together with the Dutch University of Education and have conducted some studies to the state of affairs to internationalization at home in the Netherlands in 2014, I think that was. So we made an inventory of how higher education institutions regarded policy-wise internationalization at home in these. This the first study, and the second one was how they do practice, and after that we had an idea of the state of affairs in the Netherlands and had some dissemination gatherings. And currently we are working on prolonging that, giving that much attention to internationalization at home, in supporting, locally supporting Dutch universities and universities of applied sciences, giving them the opportunity to present their good practice, and at the same time asking us to organize a network event where experts on internationalization at home can share their experiences and ask questions, learn from each other. And actually, at the end of May, we were organizing a physical meeting face-to-face, but of course the COVID-19 changed that, so we are setting up a webinar at the Dutch University of Applied Sciences, and we are expecting more than 160 participants. So there is a need for spreading information and supporting institutions in implementing internationalization at home. And we are currently working on elaborating on that, and together with the fields, together with the higher education institutions, trying to answer their needs and see for the next few years what we can do to further fine-tune the help and assistance we can jointly offer to higher education institutions. So yes, we think we have a role in this. There's another question to Mr. Kai. Friends activities you were so beautifully elaborating on. It was fascinating. It's also said in the question. Was there a positive response from Thai students? And is your university planning to hold more similar hybrid internationalization at home, virtual mobility agendas?
Yes, of course. Thai students, they like this one because they had a chance to go to Bulgaria. That's the first thing. And the second thing is about the contest. They had big fun collaborating with our team manager, the project manager, and they have learned so many things about other countries. And they are happy about the MOOC course also. I don't know how many exactly students enrolled in that course, but I have heard that the course itself is very interesting. And another thing about the collaboration, yes, our partner universities start talking about extending the program, and not under Erasmus program, but like a bilateral MOU or something, and we start talking about mobilities among between our universities already. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and I do hope that everyone heard your answer, at least partly. Next question, please. Yes. Question from Sarah. Hi, I'm Sarah. To all panelists, having internationalized curriculum, would it prepare students to compete globally to get a job abroad? So there's the competition in the globalizing job market. Who can I give the floor to have some thoughts on this very interesting question? Okay, well, Julia, please go.
Yes, the short answer is yes. I think that part of the reason we're also passionate about international experiences for young people is that it helps to develop more of a global mindset about working with people of other countries and cultures. So understanding both the linguistic differences, but also the cultural differences that exist in order to sort of work in an international career. What I could refer to is where we lack that in the UK at the moment. So in the references that I provided, there was a study on Global from a few years ago where employers highlighted that graduates, so the elite graduates graduates coming from our higher education institutions in the UK still lack capacity in foreign languages, but also in relating to other cultures, in understanding issues around things such as unconscious bias and not understanding how other cultures might approach similar subjects differently, not understanding the impact of our own history on some of that, and that's costing the British economy quite a lot in lost income and lost business every year. So that's a study from about 2015, I believe. So we believe that through promoting those international connections and skills, young people will naturally build that awareness of different perspectives from people of other backgrounds.
Does either of you want to comment on that or have some additions to Julia's ideas? Yes, please.
I may.
Yes, sure.
Yes. Totally agree with what Julia just said, because in our perspective, internationalization is in any for to prepare students for this international environment. So they should be more competitive if the curriculum has developed quite well. So in our university, we started with what Julia just mentioned earlier, the language barrier. So Indonesia is not English-speaking countries, and to compete in the global job market, the students need to be equipped at least with English. So we make it mandatory, and also we have optional courses for other languages like Chinese, Korean, Japanese, and of course many other options in the university. And as well, cultural understanding. We are quite lucky that in Indonesia we are quite multicultural since the beginning. Students coming to our university came from many different islands in Indonesia, and the students are ready to get adapted. So when they go abroad or they meet international students, we already have the curriculum in their first year how to understand other culture. So it's not necessarily international culture, but different culture. So this skill has been developed in the first years of their stay in the university. And also this curriculum needs to address the specific soft skills. So the international curriculum should prepare graduates who are agile to the very fast-changing situation in the global situation. So I think having international curriculum should prepare the graduates to be more competitive in the global market.
Okay, and from the Thai Force point of view, Mr. Kai?
Okay, yes. My answer is yes, of course.
Okay.
Looking at my students from international college, all of them, almost, not all, almost all of them got job abroad and they have good jobs. And some of them, I remember one of them went to Harvard University and they went to some school. So it means if you are exposed to international environment, they can work with international organizations well. And in the future, in the near future, so they will have, every company will have to compete in the internet, in the global economy, and they need students who are exposed to international environment. So far, my students, they are doing well in the job market. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. I think we have time for one more question. Let's see. No, thank you. Here's the final question from Adrian. I'm Adrian, Share Awardee from Indonesia. Welcome, Adrian. What kind of curriculum would enable internationalization at home without having to study abroad or have two international students on board? Let me see. So what kind of curriculum would enable internationalization at home if you don't have to study abroad and if you do not have international students on board? I think that's the question. That's an interesting one, I think. How do you set up a curriculum like that? Who can I ask? Okay, Mr. Hyde, please.
I'm not sure if you can hear me or not. I'm sorry about my quality. What I think is that just like I mentioned in my last slide, it might be some kind of seminar between two countries. Just like my professor arranged for the German students in Bloomberg, Germany last month. He brought German students into the seminar and Thai students came here and let them discuss. But again, it works well to some certain extent, but not really good. We can notice, we can experience what they think, how they express, but not the same as you go to Germany and study in German, no, not the same thing. But it's better than nothing. To do internationalization at home, you need international staff and international students to be on your campus, in your campus. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. We are nearing the end, so there's time for very short and brief reactions if from Julia or Sinto to this, or yes, please, Sinto.
Yeah, so I'll try to make it short. So briefly say that Kai said before that to learn culture, we need to be in the culture. So bringing the international students or studying students abroad is of course the best approach to getting internationalization. But that the data that we have, less than 2% of students can get this experience. So I think we can have the technology to help us, like online courses, inviting professors to give lectures, and unifying cultural exchange between students using this online platform can be one approach. Of course, it won't be perfect, but it's one strategy if you have a small number of students coming or less opportunity to go abroad. So the message is that internationalization at home cannot replace the internationalization strategy like sending or receiving international students, but it can be the addition of internationalization strategy. So because sending or receiving students abroad meant a lot of barriers, many and nothing. So we need this technology to support our freedom.
Very short few words for Julia, please.
I'll be very quick. I'm a firm advocate that internationalization means connecting and working with someone of another culture, and therefore you can't solve it we could have a whole session on the curriculum and the content of the curriculum, but for me, internationalization is that connection. So I think a lot can be achieved if we build quality digital exchanges with students to develop work together and to collaborate together. But certainly I agree with my other colleagues on the panel that what we've been focusing on is building that connection at home as well as through mobility opportunities. What I really believe is that if you focus on the internationalism at home, we'll always have mobility, and I think it's very important that we retain that. But you will have much more diversity within that small cohort of students that are able to take up a period of study overseas, and it won't be so exclusive to young people who perhaps come from a much more advantaged background.
Thank you for those final words. I think that's an excellent ending to our discussion and to our Q&A session. Internationalization as a motor, as a focus on putting more stress on diversity, and at the same time realizing that the COVID-19 crisis has really, of course, all its sadness and horrifying situations, also giving a boost to the internationalization at home and the development of that, where some questions regarding quality and the connection with physical mobility still remains, of course, to be needed, taken care of in the future. But at the same time, we are sure that internationalization at home has great potential, also preparing students for the internationalized global labor market, but also for their own developments, and also for getting those students who are not naturally capable of having an international experience by traveling to get the competences they need in this world, and not only the 2% that can easily afford this, but also every other student will have the opportunity to the best extent the university can provide them with, to have international intercultural competences and experiences. I thank you very much for your contribution, Ms. Julia Henneman, Dr. Sintu, and Mr. Kai for your contribution. I also thank you, the audience, with all your questions very much, and it was my great pleasure and honor to be your moderator on this session, and I'm looking forward to meeting you on another time, in better times, in better traveling times, in person. And I'm looking forward to the conversation we will then undoubtedly have on internationalization at home and inclusiveness. Thank you again, and back to you, Darren.
Thank you very much, Hendrik, and my great thanks for moderating the session. Thank you also to Julia, Sinto, and Kai for your excellent presentations and really fulsome responses to our questions. We certainly had a diversity of international education contexts and experiences on the panel today. And while there are differences in approaches, there are clearly common challenges and opportunities. So our approaches to internationalization at home or abroad are always at their best when they're most applicable to our international missions and our aspirations. So I'd like to thank you all again. Thank you to our audience for your great questions and your active participation. And if we can look ahead to the next session, our fourth session, and this will look at an area that's very consistent with internationalization at home. It's virtual mobility and collaborative online international learning, or COIL for short, and particularly for an ASEAN context. So we'll look at some of the strategies and systems that can support internationalization at home. And we've got an excellent panel for that session next Tuesday between 3 and 4:30 Jakarta Bangkok time. Once again, please tune in to the same channel. And I'd also like to share with you our feedback form. I think we have it there on the screen. Great. Okay, so you can please give us your comments and suggestions for these sessions. So that brings our third session on the Policy Dialogue 11 series to a close. Thank you once again to all the panelists and all the attendees. It's been a pleasure.
Good morning to everyone and welcome to this OED, OPSD, CHED-RO SIMEO joint webinar on developing learning management systems and open educational resources. So before I start with the webinar, before we start with it, let me first give some reminders to our YouTube Live participants. So for the information of everyone, we'd also like to welcome those in the WebEx room, our speakers and our peers and colleagues from CHED, and also to those in the YouTube Live. We now have 721 viewing from YouTube Live, so we'd like to remind you to register online to all our YouTube participants to receive updates from SIMEO. You may also type your questions or comments in the comment section of YouTube. When you type your comments, please state your name and organization so that we can easily tag it. The SIMEO webinar team is monitoring the YouTube comments and questions, and we have an open forum in the discussion where we can present your questions and the speakers would be answering those. And we'll be selecting questions based on the topics presented by our speakers. At this point, we'd like to invite everyone to like and follow our Facebook account so that you'll be receiving updates. Also inviting everyone to visit our official YouTube account and click subscribe so that you will be updated with the most updated news and events coming from the SIMEO Secretariat. At this point, I'd like to invite Commissioner Alvin Davilag, Executive Director of the Commission on Higher Education, to officially open this webinar. Commissioner Davilag, the floor is now yours. Thank you and good morning.
And industries, despite the abrupt change in the teaching learning environment, process, and strategies. But the brighter side, this situation also brings a huge opportunity. Nationalization will progress quickly. More and more higher learning institutions all over the world will collaborate and cooperate in order to share, augment, and provide the necessary academic support that students need. It will mean that our graduates will have more opportunities in their future because their knowledge and competencies are honed based on international standards. I believe we could help foster and enhance internationalization is through profound understanding, mapping our goals and engaging every member of our institution's community through purposeful curriculum and strategy planning. Nationalization is about exposing students, scholars, faculty staff, and administrators to their overseas counterparts as well as to international settings and perspectives through co-curricular programs and initiatives. It is now imperative that the current situation we are in now is forcefully commanding and gearing us towards that direction. Therefore, it is of great importance that we find ways to connect globally to our networks, be resourceful, and be digitally in touch with the whole world. Advocacy is to strengthen social engagement globally in order to be equipped with great wisdom and knowledge to ensure a productive workforce and make a substantial impact in our society. Today's webinar on learning management system and open education resource, jointly hosted by CMEO and the Commission on Higher Education, is very significant to answer all the hows in our minds. The Commission would like us to be more equipped as our CMEO partners presents us with valuable information on LMS and OERs, key features and tools used by practitioners, and how to access technology-mediated and flexible learning systems in the time of crisis. We recognize CMEO's experience and expertise in developing OERs and LMS for institutions in many parts of the world. The presentation today on setting up learning spaces, such as the use of Moodle platforms for teacher training programs, CMEO flexible learning courses, examining OERs, and designing pedagogical activities using the OERs shall provide us a clearer perspective on the process that we are expected to go through and help us identify the logistical and infrastructure requirements to ensure effective implementation. Join everyone to listen attentively and gain valuable information from our CMEO partners. Thank you very much, and may God bless us all.
Thank you, Commissioner Darila, for giving the opening remarks. Now let's proceed to the actual webinar session by inviting Dr. Ethel Agnes Valenzuela, Director of CMEO Secretariat, to give us an overview of the webinar on the learning management system and open education resources. Dr. Valenzuela, you now have the floor.
Good morning, magandang umaga. Happy 26th anniversary Commission on Higher Education. Thank you, Commissioner Adrin, Attorney Cinderella Harrow, Director Cherry, all our friends, commissioners, and directors from Central Office and Regional Office, our state universities and colleges, local colleges and universities, private institutions, CMEO network, friends, good morning. I will quickly walk you through on the course overview which we have set up for SHED to support the initiative on flexible learning management. Today, our course will talk about remote teaching, flexible learning, how to set up learning management systems, and open educational resources. We are now a member all over the world to bring solutions to the pandemic through educational access and to make sure that learning continues during this time of crisis. So I think we have this webinar because not all can go to school or attend training programs during summertime. This is because of the COVID-19 pandemic, which changed the educational landscape globally. It is not just a health crisis, but also an educational crisis. So at this time, 190 countries all over the world are still on lockdown, and 1.5 billion learners are impacted on social closures. It's a huge change in the way we live today. And in Southeast Asia, 247 million in our region are attending flexible learning, online learning, blended learning, e-learning, home-based learning. And according to UNESCO, millions of teachers across the globe have had to scramble to help their students navigate the new world of distance learning and often without sufficient guidance, training, and support, resources, and preparation, because this is something that they are not really prepared to take on. This particular course on LMS and OER, we will try our best to have a common understanding on open educational resources and learning management systems. Many institutions, as I see it now, especially from the Philippines, they are developing their learning management systems at this time of pandemic. We will also understand remote training for the teachers and training institutions, including government institutions, on flexible learning and distance education. From the side of CIMEO, we will be sharing our flexible learning resources, our LMS, our open resources, and also UNESCO headquarters in Paris joined us, as well as Weidong Cloud Education Group from China. So we will be having a lot of inputs on the topic learning management system and open educational resources. Later on, if we have more time, we can talk about how CHED will move forward all the insights and recommendations. And by the way, we have 7,000 registered participants for the day from CHED and other state universities and colleges, from private higher education institutions, and also from CIMEO Network. So we will have 3 parts in the session. Now we're doing the first part, with Commissioner Alvin giving us the CHED view on flexible learning during the time of COVID pandemic. And then we will move to details on learning management system. How does it happen? And it is from our own experience, since we've been having our learning management system since 2006. And we have 2 centers who will be sharing their experiences in content development, in running the courses. From the Philippines, CIMEO Inutech, and from Indonesia, our regional open learning center. And the later part, we will talk about open educational resources and UNESCO headquarters and Weidong, who supported us in developing our own OER with CHED, and of course our technical panels who provided technical assistance as well. So that will be our sharing. Let me first tell you that we have the same aspiration for our member countries, that we work to develop our peoples of the region and to have our quality education and also accessible and relevant education. Since 2015, we're working on our goals of promoting priority areas, adapting 21st century curriculum, and revitalizing teacher education and higher education harmonization in the regions. And ministers last year already adopted a commitment to action to make better use of technology and artificial intelligence. And also, we can achieve this by having more capacity building programs for educators and also for our learners. So we, all over the world, we support sustainable development goals. We are one with them in promoting quality education and lifelong learning for teachers, for educators, for principals, and for deans and presidents of institutions. We have opened massive open online learning courses with ASEAN Association of Open Universities and our CMEO centers 2 years ago, when we collaborated in a sort of consortium of open universities, and we offer courses, global digital literacy, focusing on the 9 dimensions of how you can achieve global digital literacy. And this is free. You can access our website and take the course or start the course. So we are also connecting learners and teachers all over the region in many of our programs and platforms for educational and professional development. We're trying to integrate digital literacy and providing online lecture series and training programs with different courses running since we started 2 or 3 years ago. Also are training the youth on how to make use of technology, of developing their own application of applied robotics, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, big data, Instagram, preparing their emoticons or icons, and also virtual reality, to name a few. And they compete all over the region in online courses that we run for different participating CMEO school networks. And we will be amazed that our students were able to generate a lot of good new innovation, and these were done online. But still our problem is how to reach the unreached. So our presentation later will also be talking about a solution that is not internet-based and can be accessed by students and can be distributed to far-flung areas, and replacing electricity and power bank or solar cells. So there are customized contents that we can do in that small box, and this is what we call the Simulate educational resources for remote areas. It has been used in Indonesia and some parts of the Philippines. And our center in Vietnam also offer blended learning courses in Ho Chi Minh City, which we call our CMEO Retract. And so most of our centers, we have 26 centers with their own specialization. They are the drivers and enablers of digital economy, and we are supporting all 11 member states of CMEO in their journey towards being more digitalized and more responsive to the needs of the time. So for educational resources, not just from CMEO, we have a journey of designing our courses, but first we need to contextualize the need of the country. I will be sharing that in the Philippines, we started developing open educational resources since 2016 with CHED, and funded by UNESCO headquarters, and also supported by UNESCO Bangkok in Thailand. So there are many players in developing and designing our open educational resources. So we designed this with looking at the learning objectives, the sequence of OER, and also the technical panel from the Philippines for teacher education, the technical panel for transnational and distance education. We have worked together in developing some of our OERs, which you can look at our CMEO YouTube channel and in our website. And then we tried running the courses. And 2 years ago, I think we trained centers of excellence and centers of development on technology for teaching and learning in three tranches. And then we have evaluated as well to our platform. So what do we need in developing OERs and even in LMS? We need subject matter experts with knowledge and information required for a particular course. We need to involve instructional design, those who will be designing specific e-learning activities and materials. We also need web developer and media editor. So as you see, our journey is long, and we have also worked with University of the Philippines Open University in developing our digital OERs. We need course administrators, we need online facilitators and tutors, and well, I'm very happy to tell you that most of our online facilitators and tutors are not just from CMEO, but from our partner higher education institutions from the Philippines. And also, we have some tutors developing OERs and MOOCs, massive open online courses started in 2016 in Paris, were invited by UNESCO, Dr. Frenchun Air, and Commissioner Minella Alarcon work with us, and those are the team from UNESCO Paris. We attended one mobile learning week where we learned that there are opportunities to develop open educational resources. And from there, I have developed a proposal that we can bring in and pilot test in the Philippines on how we can do open educational resources first, and what content and materials do we do. So in order to help really the teacher education, our policy standards and guidelines, we have to work with technical panel of teacher education to make sure that technology for teaching and learning will be there. The teachers of the new generation, of the alpha generation, would have the ability to run their courses online or digitally. And we work, it's a long process. It's not just you can do it in 2 months, no. We have worked since 2016, and we need big funding support. So we got the support of Weidong Education Cloud Group, who will be joining us later. So you see, 2016 we were still young there, the technical panel for transnational and distance education. Then we have worked with the technical panel of teacher education, UNESCO Bangkok, on the revision of policy standards and guidelines with Dr. Biglete and all the CHED officials of OPSD. And from there, we developed our consortium with open universities, not just in the Philippines, but in Southeast Asia. So Hanoi Open University, we have SDOU from Thailand, we also have Universitas Terbuka in Indonesia, and we have also, we're joined by Myanmar, the Distance Education University, and the Philippines Open University, POU, and Power Centers. So developing OER and LMS will take, dedicated team of experts who will go into content, who will develop the digital materials, and it takes a lot of effort. So flexible learning, I think you attended many sessions already on flexible learning, including yesterday, which combines both the non-wired and wired technologies in order to deliver learning. So there can be face-to-face, technology-enhanced, blended and active learning, traditional plus online, and then also use of other resources that are available, like making use of educational TV, the radio, broadcast, and others. So the open education and flexible learning, what is the key here is that it can take place anytime and anywhere. So the students can study in their dormitories, even in cafe bars. Maybe they can also study while attending a party, or they can use Facebook in their classes, like what I used to do when I was teaching at the University of the Philippines. I asked them to submit their assignments and reflections in our Facebook group, instant messaging, through cell phones, blogs, and in Instagram also, you can upload videos. And you can study in the library, you can study in your classroom. So it's from your classroom to Zoom and to cafes, everywhere. So flexible learning takes you learning everywhere, anywhere, in whatever modality. So flexible learning as defined by NCBR Australia is the provision of range of learning modes or methods, giving learners greater access, choice of when, where, and how they learn. And it's also an umbrella term for a multitude learning approaches. So learning management system is a platform where you can put all the convergence of materials, educational training materials, references, your modules, the software that looks after the administration, tracking, reporting, assignments, and everything. Not all universities and colleges in the Philippines would have LMS. So maybe about 20% of the 2,000 plus higher education institutions would have LMS, and some are developing their LMS today. So the LMS would need a flexible learning tutor or a teacher, and then LMS powers e-learning. So later on, I will talk more about open educational resources. So thank you so much. I will not talk about details of our open educational resources. It will be later after the presentation on LMS by the practitioners themselves, and we will call on them now. So thank you so much, and please stay tuned with us at YouTube and WebEx.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ethel, for giving an overview of this webinar, particularly on LMS and OERs. At this point, let me introduce our next presenter. He is the Senior Specialist of the Flexible Learning Solutions Unit and Instructional Design and Development Unit of Simeo Inotech in Diliman, Quezon City, Philippines. He will be presenting an overview of the Simeo Inotech's learning management system on iFlex. You now have the floor, and the presenter mode on is now yours.
On higher education. I'm Robin Macalde from the Flexible Learning Solutions Unit and the Instructional Design and Development Unit of the Simeo Inotech. I'd like to share about our learning management system. Specifically, we call it the Inotech Flexible Learning Management System, or iFlex. Just a short overview. We started our session. We started our program by way of we call it a action research project. We call it the Learning and Technology Excellence in School Leadership for Southeast Asia, way back 2006. With the assistance of the following organizations, specifically from the Philippines, from the Philippine Normal University, from Vietnam, Simeo Retra, our sister Simeo Center, and from the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports from Cambodia. After, we came up with this definition of what has been mentioned earlier by Dr. Ethel. We call it the flexible learning courses. Flexible learning, as mentioned here, commonly focuses on the use of the methods of distance education and the facilities of educational technology. Specifically, it changes the role of the teacher from a source of knowledge to a manager of learning and a facilitator. To add further, it's a pedagogical approach allowing flexibility of time, place, and audience, including but not solely focused on the use of technology. In our practice, we have also adopted a series of flexible learning approaches, or we call it technology. Specifically, when you say flexible learning, we focus on making sure that everyone has access to the program. Also focus on learner-centeredness, the use of problem and experiential-based learning. It's supposed to be competency-based. Our approach is modular in terms of training design. And we also make use of the adult learning principles. Make sure that we recognize prior learning before participation, and make sure as well that there's a degree or continuum of openness. So let me show you how we managed to develop our contents at Simeo Inotech. Our journey started with the development of the competency framework for Southeast Asian school heads. This is our first output around 2008. We started with this 14 competency areas, expanding the competencies, the knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values needed by a school head of Southeast Asia in order to succeed with the performance of the team. What we did after developing this, we sought the assistance of the Ministries of Education for purposes of validation. Thereafter, we inquired two other areas. What would be the priority, and also what would be the first program that should be offered in terms if you were to be considered as a school head, a developing school head of Southeast Asia. Their response should be developing personal effectiveness, and the other is on leading curricular and instructional processes. Furthermore, after a series of programs, we have developed around 8 programs for school heads. We call them EXCELS, or Excellence in School Leadership in Southeast Asia. As mentioned here, These are the focus areas of our Excels program. Our first course is IC Excels, and very recently we have also offered Lead Excels and Health Excels, which focuses on washroom schools. Thereafter, around 2015, decided that it's now high time to redevelop, revise the competency framework for Southeast Asian schools. As you can see, from 14 competency areas, we have now 5 core competencies, focusing primarily on high-performing school heads of Southeast Asia. These areas, as mentioned, strategic thinking and innovation, managerial leadership, instructional leadership, personal excellence, and stakeholder engagement. After, we have also developed a learning guide. We call them the success competencies of Southeast Asian schools. So what happened next? Around 2009, we have decided that it's also high time to focus on the teacher. So we have developed the competency framework for Southeast Asian teachers. So this is our journey. We found out that the 2009 competency framework for Southeast Asian teachers, we have developed 11 general areas of teacher competencies. Around 2012, we have developed the Guro 21 Course 1, focusing primarily on facilitating 20% skills for Southeast Asian teachers. In 2016, we have also developed the Guro 21 Course 2, which we call Developing Higher Order Teaching Skills. Thereafter, after a surge in the enrollment of 21, we have decided that it's time to develop a MOOC, a massive open online course, around that year. 8 years later, it's high time that we develop or redevelop the competency framework for Southeast Asian teachers, now called as the Southeast Asian Competency Framework for Teachers. As mentioned, from 11 competency areas, it's now 4, and the main focus is to make a joyful learner the ultimate goal of the teacher. And the best focus primarily is the term becoming a better teacher every day. So let's talk about technology considerations. In our situation, we often look at the category. We categorize the technology as high level, medium level, and low level technology. And we look at the devices, internet connectivity, literacy, and proficiency, and the aspects of developing the courses. From these aspects, we believe during the time that we are still in the stage where we launch the low level of technology. So we have decided that we focus our efforts in developing self-instructional modules, particularly focused on the 4 A's of learning. So module that we define is a learning package that is a pre-specified objective. It's a self-contained and includes instructional materials necessary for the learning of a specific unit or topic and learning that will lead to the next module. So what are the differences between a typical textbook and a module? As mentioned here, one of the aspects is a textbook assumes interest while modules allow self-interest. Textbook focuses on dense content, but modules are primarily content are usually attached, and textbooks are passively read while modules require active reflection. So as far as the 4 E's of learning are concerned, we focus on 4 E's of mention. We start with an activity, then analysis of that activity, then research discussion or instruction, and an application, which will lead eventually to learning. So what we mean by an activity is analysis, focus on providing active instruction and activity. An abstraction is giving a lecture on the topic and timely an application, which will enable the learner to apply activity. We also, from our experience, developed some sort of tips on writing a model. One of these mentioned here, we apply application of 4 A's of learning, starting with the familiar, talking to the learner in a friendly and encouraging dialogue, using reflective or rhetorical questions, relating content to learners' experience and context, giving lots of examples and reinforcing, praising, and encouraging learners so that they don't give up. We also make sure that the language is closer to everyday context. We provide breaks from one topic to the next. We cut out surplus words. We use short words as much as possible. We explain technical words, keep sentences short, use active rather than passive statements, and exercise sensitivity to groups and culture as well. In our platform, as you can see, we have gone to a series of platforms, starting with the webtech.org, and then later on we decided that it's time to get another platform, another activity forage into iFlex, and then later on, a few years later, we decided it's high time to use the cloud on our server. So we had iFlex 2, iFlex 3, and so on. And very recently, we have repackaged our landing page as well. So usually, we ask them to access the iFlex by way of this address using the different modalities. We usually ask them to provide them with a username and their default password, which they can change. This is the landing page. This is the typical class page. You can see the name of the flexible learning tutor as well as the technical support who will be overseeing the implementation of the course. And this is how we implement typical course. Flexible learning process, as we call it, we use instructional modules. There are discussions, synchronous and asynchronous session. We provide learner support, and above all, to make sure that we have the same learners from start to finish, and to make sure that we know them personally and they have passed the course. We do a face-to-face or online development or participant verification process. Our course requirements, as mentioned, we do online activities, we have written requirements, we have face-to-face or online webinar. As far as the online activities are concerned, we have 3-hour synchronous session for a period of 4 weeks. We have a synchronous session, which we call them the forum discussions. We require them to submit written requirements. At the end of the course, we ask them to accomplish an end of course evaluation. And during the implementation of the course, we have a mini library where you can access online resources. The written requirements usually covers module assignments in cases of 2 modules, and then of course reflection paper and an action plan. This is how we usually start a course. We do an online, we require them to accomplish an online registration. They need to attend a face-to-face or online orientation. Immediately after, or usually 2 weeks after, they participate in a course. Classes are usually divided 15 per class. Sessions go on. This is how they usually participate in a 3-hour chat session. We ask them to enter the chat by way of a chat icon. Click here to enter the chat now, and this is the box where they can participate. They send messages. This is a typical chat session with a tutor. We usually happens before the start of the chat session. This is a sample of an actual chat session for 3 hours. And this is the middle of the chat session. And finally, a closing session. Before everyone completes this, we make sure that we train our tutors on how to do this. Our flexible learning tutors on the online course facility. This is how they participate in a forum session similar to the chat. You go to the forum icon, and then you start a discussion by way of add a new discussion topic. The forum session usually consists of a self-introduction, a reflection, and the previous chat session. A discussion of key points or issues related to the learning materials that were discussed during the chat session, and an extension of the topic after the chat session or a preview of a topic prior to the next chat session. This is how a typical forum session looks like. However, we do need to inform everyone, especially our online course facilitators, that there's such a thing as dangers in the chat room. The types of online users, I'm sure everyone is very familiar with Facebook and others are very familiar with this. We call them the flamers, the trolls, and the lurkers. A typical troll looks like this one, perhaps. They're into Machiavellism, narcissism, more are into direct sadism and vicarious sadism, so to speak. Some experts call it. The lurkers are there, looking at what people are doing in the chat room, and above all, the most significant persons perhaps that you need to look at are the flamers. So what's next? The session are the online resources that I mentioned earlier. This is our mini library. We provide them access to the journals, to our publications, specifically the modern technology features, and some of the publications of our library, specifically some from the Harvard Institute Review and others. We also provide them course materials. The course materials that were given earlier as well. And then videos of experts talking about education and other things. How do we rate them? With the highest grade that we can provide you, or grade a learner would be A+, which is equivalent to excellent, and B is the lowest grade. Unfortunately, we do not give them a failing grade, but rather provide them a grade which is proficient. In certain cases, I did mention about the Revalida. You do not get to be invited in a Revalida if you receive 2 C's in any of the accomplished requirements of the course. This is how they are assessed before being given a grade. Typically, a chat in a forum for module 1 or the first module covers this percentage. A chat and forum for the second module and others. Total of 100%. Each one of these are given a grade A+ at the highest and B as the lowest grade. Being in an online environment, we have to make sure that plagiarism does not take place. So we always remind them, as far as the Philippines is concerned, the Supreme Court has described plagiarism as deliberate and knowing presentation of another person's original ideas or created expressions as one's own. It's a reminder given to everyone before the start of the course and constantly given to everyone as well during the duration of the course. As a final requirement, as you can see in the picture, this is an example of typical Revalida for participant verification process. Valida, usually interview them and we make sure that course submissions are done, validated by the learners themselves, and we have to make sure that the course significant, we determine their significant learning insights. This is how a typical program looks like, typical implementation week. We provide them with a weekly activity of what to do, the tentative schedule of the study, and also the submission of the assignments. Make sure that there are the contact us as a support mechanism during the implementation of the program. We provided all our contact details, specifically our finishing the course, then with an international certificate of competence signed by the director of the Senior Secretariat and the director of Civil. first course under the new competency learning society system. School Health. The umbrella of the first is strategic thinking physical module type. STI course is actually divided for the first time as well. Course divided into 3 phases. Independent courses, just recall that. Course focusing on the essentials. Second course focusing on the innovative skill strategy and features of our courses as well. Using different values actions. We also provide them skill providing and we have to do the online research for activities. We recognize the field and the flexible learning. These are experts that we have invited in our newest courses or new courses. All over experts from Southeast Asia. And finally, talk about who survived the 2020 coronavirus pandemic. With that, thank you very much, and we hope to see you again in the near future.
Thank you so much, Robbie, for your presentation and for introducing the learning management system of Simyo Innotech in Manila, Philippines. So now, from Manila, let us now fly to Indonesia, where we will be hearing the presentation from our friend from Simyo Simulek. So he will talk about the learning management system available in Simyo Simulek, and we have with us today Mr. Abdul Rizal Adompo, IT Content and Knowledge Management Manager from Simyo Simulek in Indonesia. Mr. Rizal, you now have the floor.
Good morning, Al. Can you hear my voice?
Please go ahead, we can hear you clearly, and the presentation mode is now yours.
Good morning, and it's to meet you all. Before I start, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Rizal. I'm from Simyo Simulek, and then for this session, I would like to share about Simulek learning and little bit technical thing about how to manage Moodle sheet administration. Okay. So before I start the Moodle workshop, I want to tell you about the overview in the learning what we developing in Simulek. We call this ABC platform. So why we create 3 platform, different platform? The reason is we separate the management user for participant and then for learning, and then also for our staff to develop their own content. For example, in A platform, we call it A training. In this platform, we put all the registration management, the schedule, information or landing page, also the certificate generator for all the participants that pass the courses. Because in Indonesia also we have a lot of trouble with the participant. I mean, when we announce new learning or new participant registrant come from 1,000 and 2,000, but a learning or trainer only can handle 100 to 200. So we make sequence in this management user for the participant. And then we also have moc.simulink.org. This is for open learning content. So all the content material, resource, video assignment we put here. We not put in Moodle like Dr. Toby in like, but we using MOOCs from edX open source. This is more reliable. We can use until 1,000 concurrent user same time without worry for the server or the platform. And then the pedagogical of teacher in Indonesia, because our participant is almost all of teacher, there is still difficult to tell them or guide them how to access material inside the learning in model. That's why we simplify the material and put in the MOC. So the MOC also be willing to collaborate among the participants. So this is very helpful for us. And for C platform, we have also a learning. This is from Moodle based. This we using for example, if there is some mitra or institutional want to ask us to assist them, we can using this platform to training the participant, the institution, so they can try to our learning, and then after that they can go to their own platform. But for this session, I want to invite our institution also to, if you have a platform or you have a content but you don't have a platform, you can put your platform inside our learning platform. We will happy to help you to developing and assist you until you can make it for your own institution. Now we talk about the Moodle. Actually, Moodle is one of complex LMS open source, but very easy to install, and then we recommended it because many support from developer and the community. The documentation is also free, very clear. You know, you can install only 200 megabyte for server. Just 1 gigabyte is enough. Also, memory 1 gigabyte is enough to install this. And the documentation for installation is very easy in the Google website. As long as separate the server from the other website. So we recommended you, if you want to start with Moodle, maybe you can try with our learning or Moodle, or you can buy some hosting to try by yourself. This is very easy. I will show you later. In Moodle also there is 9 categories that can be using by admin course to management their course. Is very easy. For example, they have a general to make a custom notification, mobile service, analytic. Also, you can make your own mobile application without many effort with the general. That's available in the default by Google. And then also in user section, you can or manage your own user. You can make many account. You can change permission, system rule, and everything. In course section, of course, also you can manage your course. You can custom your course, make a default, backup, and then you can restore your course if there is something happen. Then what interesting is plugin, because if there is model cannot satisfy your needs, you can custom by installing plugin. There is many repository plugin inside the website model. It's very easy to install, and then if still not enough, actually if you have a programmer, you can asking your programmer also to create model plugin and then using for your own custom model. And reference also here, you can change the logo, you can change the name, you can change the navigation front page for the server, for the IT network team, you can maintenance integration for your model and integration it with your another system information also. You can back up, and then for debug, this is very complete, very complete synthetic session. Now we talk about the files and learning resources that's mentioned by Robbie before. Yes, as a learning management system, this model is very complex. As you see in my slide, there is many support digital content can support in model, including book, file, digital file, folder, page, everything. But actually, only 3 content resources in general for make your model very smooth and fast. The video content, the textbooks, and then once more is embedded multimedia. We in Sumolex always recommended to using embedded file from outside. For example, if you have a video, do not to try to upload inside your model server, because your server will be going slow and then later will be full. That's why you can use YouTube or another player media on internet. You can also use Google Drive, and then after that you can put together and embed the file using file PDF manager here, which is very easy to use. So later in walkthrough model also we have many customized user enrollment, but again in general we have 3. One is manual enrollment, and then the second is self-enrollment, and then the another one is guest. Actually we don't have another enrollment but by default we have 3 here. In default, the teacher will select the student manually, and then in order to access their courses, so the learner or the student cannot go inside their own course. The second one is more simple, self-enrollment. So the admin can set self-enrollment. So the participant can enroll themselves to the course, and then after that they can access. We can make a token or password so not everyone can access this course. And we can also use certain file, for example, Word file, Excel, or if you have a list of your file, and then you can upload inside. So I want to show you how it works. I will show you the Simulate learning course. This is the Simulate learning. Where I want to very easy. Just click here and then run editing on here in the courses. You can edit here the section. So this is for landing page. Actually, I recommended every teacher to prepare their own content like this in the work page, and then after that they just copy paste inside the form area here, so they can put here like this one. Then if they want to add in some material, for example video and audio, just click here. There is insert media or insert video. For example, I want to add in some video from the site. make enrollment for your student, just click the participant menu here, and then you will see the participant list here in the model form here. And then after that, just click here. You will see the enrollment method. This is usually we using for determine what kind of enrollment method we need for this class. For example, this is the manual enrollment method. So you will see this is the I with slash. And then we can setting here. The student. You to add one student, and after that I will show you how to add many students. Instance, if you have a specific name of student, for example, result here. Because the setting is manual enrollment, so after like this, I can access this material without doing anything because it's already assigned by my own. The current page, I will log in by my user. See, this is already have automatically the course from the teacher, administrator. And then if I want to change the enrollment, I put the self-enrollment with the token. Easy also, just click here. So not everyone can go to my course. For example, I will giving a email for the enrollment like this one. And this is start date and date. Every setting here, then you can. Okay, and then when we see it in the student page. Whatever you want. If you want to adding user by using a book like this one, you have to prepare some Excel and then convert it to CSV format like this one. You can fill their email and then the default password like this one. Then after their login, they can change the password anytime. So for do that, you can go to like this one. Page here, then user, and then upload user like this one. So I can upload from Excel. You have many participants. For example, you have participant. There is a lasting time if you adding one by one. So that's why you can using this function here and then add. If you see, it's already you can just generate or upload inside the course example, in English course, they have ENG7 here for report, and then just will be make sure for the role 1 student. Like that is very simple for administrator to change everything here. And then the second one is also to add plugin inside the model. It's very easy also. For example, you want to add some plugin here. I will show you. Add plugin in model. Just click set administrator here. Plugin. That you click install plugin here. And then click insert plugin from model plugin directory. You need to log in before you can use this feature. But you can log in using Google account or social media account, is no problem. I will give my email. And then for example, I want to make for example plugin for change the color for the learning for the content. So I want to use this plugin for example. So just click this plugin. You can setting any plugin here. If you want to make backup, custom backup, you can use this from plugin. Or if you want to make a custom questionnaire, you can use custom questionnaire. Up to you. There is none. For example, plugin for color here, I want to put inside the teacher area. But make sure before you install, you have to make sure that the version of plugin is installed for the version. For example, Simulate using 2.7 version, and then just install. Already installed, so I tried to install this yesterday. So this just install like that. After that, you can setting inside to your plugin overview here to implementation to your Moodle section. Plugin overview, then the name of plugin. Just type here. This is font color. This one. See, this is many setting here. If you don't know how to install or to config, don't worry, because the Moodle is very clear documentation. For example, for adding plugin color, just add here in bar here. This one for font color, the name of plugin, and like this. Let us see the plugin working. Expose. Go edit here. You see, this is already installed. So in the default, there is many color like this in model. There's only a few colors. Then you can also put the many color as you want, because this is the by default only matrix for 5x4. And then after that, you can put every color you want inside the setting. You can also add anything, for example, files or questionnaire. The try to say is this is very easy to do anything in model. Don't worry for it, because all the plugin is available. Then almost all is free. So you can also ask the community if you have a problem with things. And then the next is I want to setting when the student first time going to your learning management system, there is doesn't know how to do that. So you can send the email notification to this feature using this setting. This is a setting called Simulate. It's very easy to set up, but I want to share with you about the pro and cons. I use email, for example, one day only maximum around just the username here, your Gmail, and then your password here, and then after that you can test your platform if the system is working or not. For example, I will put my email. Message successful email. You can see this is working, but many of Moodle administrators have a problem here because using account for the server my client. Actually, in the new Google setting, there is some third party that must be setting off, because if not, the email cannot be sent to the participant, and that is very frustrating for developer. So always make sure your Gmail have turned off the third party access, and then if I want to give a recommendation for you, you can use your own setting SMTP, your own mail server configuration. That is fine using online or using Google and everything. So that's a simple walkthrough. If you still have time, maybe.
Yes, you still have a few more minutes left, so you have now time to wrap up.
Okay. Actually, what I want to say is it's very simple to working with the Moodle, and for any institution that the first time conducting their own online platform, they can try Moodle for consideration, because we also have a Blackboard or an Edmodo, but in fact you can install Moodle without the online, so you can using Moodle also for local area network or for local server. So you can use all the feature for the participant without connecting internet, just local network. This will make your teacher and your team used to know how to learning management system before you want to create some other function. But again, I recommend it, and I invite you all here if you want to try developing your own learning management system. We will happy to help, because our vision is expertise in open distance learning, and that's why we can offer you our platform also for you use for your experiment. If you don't have platform, you have content, you can contact me anytime. This is my email right here. You can contact me, and then we can help you to assist you to developing your own free learning management system. We also can help you to developing OER content, like Dr. said before, and then we have also in Southeast Asia OER content, so you can build your own content there, so Southeast Asian country can recognize your content. Okay, that's for me. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Rizal, for a very comprehensive introduction to Moodle. I'm sure most of our participants have learned so much. And a number of them are asking questions in the YouTube live. So we are encouraging everyone to post your questions to all our participants joining from YouTube live. At this point, allow me to invite our next speaker for this webinar, Mr. Wang Ji Chang. He is the General Manager of Weidong Cloud Education Group, and he will present to us some learning management solutions. Weidong Group, you now have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eiffel and dear distinguished guests. Thanks very much for having this opportunity to have a presentation here. My name is Tian Wang, and I'm the General Manager of Overseas Department of Weidong Cloud Education Group. And now I will have a brief introduction of Weidong Cloud Education. That we are the biggest ICT service providers in education field in China. Now that we have branches and companies and provide service for more than 25 countries all over the world. And we are the strategic partners with UNESCO for many years. We are the partners with the Ministry of Education in China, and also that we are also very solid partners with CMUs for many years. Our service is that we provide a whole solutions for ICTs, applications, and from the hardware's infrastructures, for example, the data centers, and to the learning management system, and also we provide a lot of contents. For example, that we are the second largest vocational training group in Europe, that we have more than 8,000 online and offline courses, and we have more than 3,000 tutors, professors all over the world, and we provide education service in 25 areas. Also, we have a HES business school, and which is fully accredited by French Ministry of Higher Education, and that we can provide the bachelor degrees, master degrees, and doctor degrees online and offline. So the second part is that for our service and for our solutions, now that we have more than 20 million users in our platforms in China and all over the world, and more than almost 10,000 education institutions and more than 2,000 education departments and ministries use our platforms and use our services. This is some practice that you know that in January, that after the breakout of this virus, and that China, all the schools has been shut down, and there's more than 20 million students and teachers using our platform to study during these areas. And we have do the calculations that for one time that more than 500,000 teachers and students can use our platform at the same time. And our platforms that in China, that we provide the platforms, provide the contents, and also can provide a lot of functions that for the teachers teach students. This is some overseas practice. For example, during this period, in African countries and in Asian countries, that we based on collaborations with UNESCO and CMU, and we have a lot of smart classrooms in different countries. For example, that in Egypt, in Djibouti, in Cambodia, and also some other countries are not on the slide. For example, in Pakistan, in Ethiopia, and Sri Lanka, and some other countries. And we provide the smart classrooms, provide the smart devices for the teachers that they can use during these areas to produce open education resources and to use our platforms. So what we can offer during these areas, based on our collaborations with Siemens, and we can provide our VLMS learning management system free during these areas. We can introduce our learning management systems later, and also that we can provide the some contents on our platforms, or some higher education contents and some vocational training contents in English and French versions. For example, that we can provide 3 online executive master degrees contents from our schools, that from its logistics, finance, and internal control. And also because we have a lot of vocational training courses, we will provide a lot of vocational training courses free online during this area. For some of the countries and partners, if you are interested in our whole solutions, and we can also provide some smart hardwares, for example, smart classrooms and some smart devices during this area for the teachers and students to use our platform to learn the contents. And also that we have some digital devices, like the teachers can create their own resources. Okay, because today's topic is about the LMS and the open education resources, so I will have an introduction of our learning management system. Our learning management system that we can provide we have a lot of features, and for example that the live streaming courses and online test exams and teachings and learnings, we have all features. The teachers, this is part of our platforms, and I can give some examples. For example, because also we are the partners for the Shanghai organizations, the Secretary Generals of Shanghai organizations, Shanghai Corporation organizations use our platform to learn courses. And also that's so this is the LMS system that has been used in China and in some other countries. So this is the introductions of WIDOM and what we can provide during these areas. And thanks again for Simeon to give us this opportunity to have the presentations. And if you want to know more information, and please contact with us. And I wish we could have more cooperations in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all the presentations. So we have learned and heard so much about the learning management system. So before we proceed to our second part of the webinar, we will now have the open forum. So we have gathered questions from participants in YouTube Live and WebEx. So allow me to share my screen. We have received 3 questions directed to Robbie, to Rizal, and also to Weidong. So let me first ask, share my screen. For Weidong, we received this question, so probably we can start with you. The question is, what support can you give to higher education institutions in Southeast Asia in terms of launching their own flexible learning system? So the question is more about the existing technologies that probably you can offer, so that the Commission in Higher Education can facilitate the launch of their own learning management system for higher education institutions. Weidong, you now have the floor. Can you please respond?
Okay, thank you very much. I think this question, and I think it's
cannot hear you, Weidong. Probably I will call you again in a few minutes. Let me first proceed to the other question. For Mr. Rizal from Simeo Simulec, where is the Simulec server based? or headquartered? Is Moodle safe to use for teachers and students when it comes to personal files and data? How tight is security? Can you please respond to this question from Raymar Ian Cañete and also from others in the YouTube Live who are asking this question?
Thank you, Raymar. So Simulink server is yeah, actually we have a server support from the center of information system application. Big server there. Then we have also a support from team. We have an IT network team to support for working in server. So the second question is model if model step for teacher and student. Well, actually, as I know in IT person, there is no system set. Their very system must be have be hacking or anything. But what can I say is model software is very safe to use for teacher and student. And then because the personal data only username and password, and you can set the username password is different for email for example. So the another tip is you can set only for learner. So don't using your personal primary email for example your email for wallet or trading cards. Not set if the email using for the model. I think the second one is the security. Simulink also can make few settings, technical aspect. We can use SSL, for example, for your server and everything to make sure the security is good for model. But again, usually for the data, I cannot sure 100% is safe. Not only model, but every system is not safe actually. But we can make a few way to ensure all data is safe. That's the answer.
Thank you so much, Rizal, for that response to the question. Now I'd like to pose the other question for Dr. Roby Mahalde. I think this question has been asked so many times by our YouTube participants. Probably they want a confirmation from those who are actually using Moodle. Is Moodle for free? Question: how different is Google from Moodle? I think is referring to Google Classroom, most probably the learning management system of Google. And probably to Dr. Robbie or doctors in the panel, you can also comment which platform would work for no internet connection. Dr. Robbie, can you please respond?
Good morning. Moodle actually is free. All you have to do is just download the software to a server specifically. How different is it from Google Classroom? Basically, they're the same in the sense that, but most of the time, Moodle is actually more popular than a Google Classroom. We haven't fully experienced Google Classroom from the system, but more or less we've been using Moodle for quite some time already. If I'm not mistaken, even before I joined CMU Unitech, we've been using Moodle. Google Classroom is a bit, I cannot say difficult, but it's, I think at least a number of features with using Google Classroom. But most organizations usually use Moodle as a platform for a local management system. In terms of low internet speed, depends on the requirement. If you're using chat, definitely you need a high internet speed is necessary for that. If you're doing other things like submission, primarily doing forum or asynchronous activities, it does not usually require that big of a internet speed. Most of the time, it requires speed for the synchronous, and most likely in our case, whenever there's a upload assignment and other
Thank you so much, Robbie, for that confirmation. So we'd like to iterate, Moodle is for free. And thank you, Dr. Robbie, for pointing out the basic difference between Google Classrooms and Moodle and the platform that requires low internet speed. Allow me to go back to the question posed for Weidong Group. Please respond to the question regarding the support that Weidong can give to our higher education institutions and particularly to schools in Southeast Asia in this time of there's a need to create a learning management system and online platform for everyone to use. Weidong, you now have the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And for these questions that we could provide at first, that we could provide our learning management system, and it's free. That you can use all our functions, all our features, you can register it out. And besides that, if you have some other requirements, we can also do the customizations together. This is the first part. The second part is also we could provide some online learning contents. We could provide vocational training courses and also provide 3 master degrees courses on our platforms. I know there are a lot of higher education institutions, universities. They would like to have collaborations with some other countries and some other universities, and also we can build this bridge. And the third part is that also we can provide some smart devices and the smart classrooms, and which can connect different countries and different universities and different youth. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response, Weidong. So we may avail from Weidong Group. So we are closing this open forum for the learning management system. So now let's go to the second part of this webinar. Let us now focus on the content on the open education resources. We have with us right now Mr. Feng Chun Miao. He is the Chief Unit for ICT in Education of UNESCO headquarters in Paris, France. He will talk about the open education resources. Mr. Feng Chun, you now have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Feng Chun. We can hear you.
Thank you very much. Especially thanks to ATL for the invitation. It's my pleasure to join you for this very important webinar. I'm sorry I'm not opening the camera. It's quite early morning in Paris. So I would like to share some of information from UNESCO on the OER, and also including our consideration of e-learning and distance learning during the COVID-19 crisis. Also some vision relating to the post-pandemic e-learning scenario. So you can see my slides. Can you confirm? Go ahead. And I want to highlight that the scale of the COVID-19 school closure is unprecedented. It's the ever largest school closure. According to UNESCO statistics, by end of April, there are more than 190 countries closing their school. And at the same time, the scale of the shift from the physical provision of education to distance learning programs that are covering all levels of education and all types of education, including QEd and higher education is the largest in the history of the world. So it also provides us with the largest real-life experiment with the e-learning practice and possibly interaction, and also how we manage our learners, and finally how we are organizing learning. And we could understand, in terms of the e-learning environment, in the usual situation, the class-based e-learning, it's basically classroom-based use of ICT and technology plus some possible mobile learning setting. But now, here during this pandemic, the teacher needs to set up the classes at home, and therefore, in terms of the content delivery, in the class-based teaching and learning, as we understand, we call it the teacher dominating the knowledge delivery, meaning that the teacher almost is the only one source of knowledge, and sometimes assisted by technology. Now at the COVID-19 crisis period, it's usually the technology deliver the content and the knowledge assisted by teacher, meaning that the teacher is no more dominating the knowledge and the source of the information. And in terms of teacher and the student social interaction, there's a huge and significant change. Usually in the classroom, there are a lot of face-to-face social interaction. Now this kind of face-to-face and physical social interaction, they are completely blocked by the lockdown. And the management of the learners, especially because this webinar is talking about higher education, but the larger scale of the e-learning and distance learning currently going on is for the primary and secondary school students. They're very different from the learner of university, because the young learners, meaning primary and secondary learners, don't have a very strong self-regulation skill. Suddenly, they are gaining autonomy, and at home there are no teacher to manage them. So with that, you need the parents and the caregivers really to facilitate the learning and manage the learning. In terms of the learning organization, in the classroom, there's a lot of opportunity and maximum opportunity for teacher to organize different group discussion between teacher and student, also among students. Now at home, those kind of group discussion and we call the collaboration among students. So based on this, we are reviewing the different stages of distance learning, including the immediate education response, what are the main objectives of the immediate education response, and how countries are formulating and planning distance learning solution. And then we will reach a stage of several months of a new daily routine of distance learning. We call them home-based or home-confined distance learning. And now many countries, I believe, including the CBU countries, are moving from the lockdown to the school reopening. So we need to think and plan for the post-pandemic new normal education, including a kind of reflection and policy planning about, if possible, technology enhanced future of school system. And for this, all the country need to examine several readiness, including the technology readiness and distance learning content readiness, pedagogical support readiness, monitoring and evaluation readiness, and also policy planning and financing readiness. And especially for different stages, there's different implications. In the immediate education response stage, the most important thing is the technology and content readiness. And for the midterm, new daily routine of home-based distance learning, we need to think of pedagogical support and the evaluation of the student learning process, including their participation and engagement, and also to draw lessons from these months of practice to provide evidence for long-term policy planning. So based on this, as I mentioned, the content readiness is really important, including the technology readiness. So for the technology readiness, what you're talking about, the learning management system is very relevant, and And for the second section of this webinar, when we talk about who we are, it's relating to the second readiness, content readiness. So that's the big picture we are facing. You know, physical schools are closed, and we are setting up a classroom at home. We need to examine different readiness, whether at home they have the internet connectivity, they have any kind of digital devices, and if you have the national platform, either it's the Moodle platform, Google Classroom, or Windows platform, do you have the technology readiness, meaning that you have the sufficient internet bandwidth, and that's the national platform readiness. And you know, we can see the different functionalities that the national platform could support. There are different scenarios, but maximum or the idealistic scenario is that this platform should host the curricular courses and cover all the subject area and all grade levels. It's a huge challenge. Not all the countries have the digital and online curricular courses to cover all the subject grade level. And for this purpose, either the country needs to spend a lot of funds to develop the content provided itself, or at the same time to look at the OER, which means the open source kind of education material, and also provide teacher with some evaluation tools. I think many of the platforms, there are those kind of tools that teacher can use. Of course, if possible, you also provide some assessment tools and resources for the monitoring of the learning process. And some of the platforms, they also offer the live streaming lessons or the TV or radio content, either through the national platform or downloadable for students and teachers. And as you are discussing, very often there's a learning management system in the national platform or integrated into the national platform, or sometimes very often they are also installed in the school system, the physical school system. But currently the physical school system are closed. So if you don't have the learning management system in the national platform, the national platform basically is the content platform. And of course the teachers need to download and use a lot of collaborative tools, including well-known Microsoft Teams, Zoom, Google Hangout, Facebook, WhatsApp, and also in China we have the LAC. We also include into UNESCO's recommended tools. And at the same time, some of the national platform, to my knowledge, for example, Malaysia's national platform also provide a virtual lab and a virtual learning space. And in many countries, we also encourage the students to use the online makerspace to have more activity towards creation. So that's the background. So I'm thinking that after the pandemic, in the future, the school system will be more open and more ICT resilient for schooling at the physical level. As I mentioned before, this platform, but this platform is not only supported and created by school system or by the government agency. We need the whole society wide collaboration, and it's a kind of open provision of education. So for the society wide collaborative open provision of education, multiplayer in terms of production of the content, provide support to learning management system, also for example for different kind of communication tools. These are the service providers. Providing online service tools and if we system, even the physical school will be closed due to other crises, immediately the country, the family and the parents and the teachers have go with this online or blended learning modality. Next, I want to come back to UNESCO's OER, the working got the UNESCO to the third World Congress. We are the first ones to adopt UNESCO adopted the OER recommendation. This was adopted by all the member states, including Philippines and all CMU countries. And I have been leading the work in the OER areas from education sector of UNESCO. Last year, we published a book on guidelines on the development of OER policy. Actually, even before that, we have helped around 20 countries in developing OER policy, including Philippines. We organized several workshops in Philippines, and to my knowledge, this OER policy document was finalized and already submitted for endorsement. I think Dr. Attil has the update. You can ask her where we are with this OER policy including. And in 2000 earlier, we also, I think it's 2016, we published a case study, 15 case study on OER. We call OER policy cost and transformation. We are also developing OER indicators. We finalized. It's already available. We can share with you if you need it. Just quickly to give you some essential knowledge about OER. In the OER recommendation we just adopted last year, we have a definition of OER policy. We understand that the OER are first of all learning material, secondly teaching material, and also research material in any format or medium. It's not only in digital media, but also the traditional paper-based material. We can also call them OER. If they are released in public domain or released under certain kind of license, then we will permit not only low-cost access, but also permit the users to reuse, repurpose, and adaptation and redistribution by other users. So that's the definition. And in terms of the OER recommendation, there's 5 lines of action. We recommend all the member states to implement the first line to really connect with all the stakeholders in terms of creating, accessing, reusing, and redistributing OER. The second one is to develop the policy for that. This is one of the first areas. And then the third one is how we could encourage the use of OER, not only use of OER by the students already in the school, but also for the disadvantaged users to have inclusive and equitable quality use of OER. And the fourth one is how we could have a kind of a sustainable model. I think many of you will challenge if you agree who will create it. So we need to have a kind of a sustainable model to support the development of OER and also the free sharing of OER. And the last one is national cooperation. And the CMU Secretary is doing a great job in terms of developing regional recommendation for CMU countries, but also CMU Secretary is already produce a regional platform that are hosting OERs and other speakers who will introduce this resources. And just quickly, about the 5 R's: retain, reuse, revise, and redistribution of OER. That's the cycle. You can really, all these pictures are copied and pasted from the publication I mentioned earlier. There's the guidelines for OER policy guidelines. And download it, and have all this information. And what are OER, what are not? I mentioned OER all kinds of material, video, image, open textbook, and course modules, small tests, tutorial, lectures, postcards, had a survey from our partner and to see what are the most used format of OER. You can see the report we presented the number one most used OER and the full cost, because it's very difficult to need to take the many days to finish. It's the least used OER. So it is also drawn from our book. You can look at more details. And in terms of open lessons, actually there are many open lessons. And in terms of OER, open educational resources, so far the most popular, most used open lessons in the common service in the sector we call it succeess. And there's a different format in terms of freedom, also like the resource. The most, the largest freedom is the users, the 69 million unlimited the authors. You have full autonomy to use it for example, either you can change or you can use it for commercial purpose, or you can deviate in the use of the purpose. So that's a definition of much of the and at the same time, we could have more cooperation if we can get a workshop or other similar and that's the cover page of the book, guidelines on the development of open educational resources. Under this book, we recommend a procedure of developing open OER policies. We recommend that the government and institution or policymakers start from the targets of the SDG 4, Sustainable Development Goals and Goal for 2030, including how OER could support the achievement of the SDG 4. For example, show you set up the goals of the inclusive OER for indigenous language or the local culture, and how you could use OER to advance equity and gender equality in education, and how you could promote knowledge deepening and knowledge creation in pure, including high education, and how you could use OER in skill development, also the use of OER in non-formal education settings, and also promoting the lifelong learning for adult and even for the elderly population. And based on this, you set up the lines of action and the different enabler in terms of implementing the policy. So that's how we are supporting the countries in developing OER policy. We set up this kind of OER policy development cycle, starting from setting up a national team, and we organize the exception meetings and the workshop, and we are not only building the capacity, but we go deeper to help the policymakers to develop the draft of OER policy and organize the review and the communication meeting to revise and finalize the policy document, and even support the policymakers to get endorsements from the government. And then sometimes we help the government to launch the policy, including a quick training workshop for the stakeholders. And we will use the management meeting to help you to promote and advocate the result of the policy development. As I mentioned earlier, in the book we introduced a 7-step of policy planning in the OER policy guideline, and they are kind of recycling process. We will guide the policymakers to go through these 7 steps, starting with a vision of using OER in the education system, and meaning that stepwise to define a vision, to set up strategic objectives, and set up the guiding principles. So I will not go to the detail of each of the steps, just quickly take you through the key steps. And we will also introduce 2 approaches to the vision statement definition, including backward looking and forward So the third one is really to identify the focus areas of the OER. So with this one, this is defined in the step 2 in terms of areas and levels of OER policy, so K-12, higher education, formal or non-formal, and then these are the focus areas you need to choose under this column to define the focus area for your OER policy. And based on this, you can go to the fourth step, so really to define the theory of change model and to conduct something like a step analysis. So we provide some 5 areas and 10 questions to help the policymaker to go through the step analysis. Based on that, the step 5 is to really develop a master plan based on your policy choice. If you choose K-12, you choose certain areas, you need to set up the master plan in terms of what are the main activities and project you want to launch, to set up the objectives, indicators, target groups, main activity, timelines for the activity, budget, duty, agency, and departments. It's a government, right? I think these are the main building blocks for policy. So the sixth one is really strategy. We also analyze the different approach of the implementation strategy, including top-down and the bottom-up, and how you could mix them together. So that's the introduction of the implementation plan, including the advocacy. And at the same time, we have, as I said, we collect a lot of inclusive example. We publish it in the study. And we have a lot of conflicts and institutions. So I will not introduce this example, but I will include these slides with this outcome to share with you So before I conclude my presentation, I want to quickly go through what university is doing in the area of education. As I mentioned earlier, we are supporting the country in developing not only OER policy, but the overall national policy. We have developed updated our tools and policy tools with the version 2. We have organized workshops for 6 countries, technically submitted localize this framework to develop your training program and also help you to train the master trainer. And we have the activity and OER already introduced. And we also launched the mobile learning program in 2011. We have been running the mobile learning week for 8 years. This year is the last year. We will organize it remotely. And we are launching artificial intelligence education. We had a very good collaboration with the CPU secretary. Last year, we organized the regional conference on artificial intelligence and education last year. So, having said that, it's my pleasure to join you for this webinar. I look forward to more and also more productive coverage, including all the universities participating in this webinar. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Feng Shun, for your very informative presentation on open education resources. We appreciate your effort to participate in this webinar because as it is only 5 a.m. in Paris, where Mr. Feng Shun is based in UNESCO headquarters in Paris. So at this point, let us further enrich our discussion on OERs, and Dr. Ethel will give us some informative presentation on Simyo Open Education Resources. Dr. Dr. Ethel, you now have the floor.
Thank you very much, Rocky. You have heard a lot about definition, policy making on OER, including developing OERs. So now I will go into our own Simeo online learning resources where you can access some samples of open educational resources that we have developed with UNESCO, Paris, UNESCO, Bangkok, as well as Rayon Cloud Education Group. So let me just walk you through. You can go to our website and go to Simeo online learning resources. Second, you will see a lot of open educational resources. For example, Global Digital Literacy course. You can have certificate on global digital literacy, and you can watch some of our courses: digital health and wellness, digital security, digital rights and responsibilities, digital literacy, digital access, digital commerce, and digital etiquette, digital communication. Most of these modules were developed by our Southeast Asian Massive Open Online Network, composed of several open universities in the region. And also, in technology for teaching and learning, we have developed this with CHED. So the CHED Technical Panel for Teacher Education, as well as the CHED Technical Panel for PNE and Distance Education, we collaborated in explaining technology for teaching and learning. Content of these were taken from the syllabus of CHED, Policy Standards and Guidelines for Teacher Education. You can access all of these freely. So in developing our OERs, of course, the content, defining the content of your resources. Second, encouraging experts to explain some parts of the curriculum. So you can freely access them. And let's go to higher education and OERs. As member of the Global Coalition, we have asked our partners in your centers, our UPOU Massive Open Distance e-learning model from the University of the OpenU, our Polytechnic cbet.net. Can you click cbet.net, where you will see all the resources coming from Southeast Asia on vocational education and training, including engineering and technology. So you can see resources, open license materials, including some books that are also open for you to look at. Now let's go to higher education. Wiley, we have here online teaching resources that you can really readily access because this is OER. Now, this is very important for you because this is for public domain. So, if you want, information on how you transform your online teaching for a specific discipline, you can just click and learn. Click and learn. Quick guide to remote learning. Also, tips for online feedback, managing assessment in the classroom, how to do online, evaluating discussion forum, and going down, we have also, improving yourself as an online instructor, choosing online platform, Moodle, Canvas, or others, and also cultivating engagement, community building work. And we also have sample of your, short videos, how to create your short videos with bigger impact and best practices on online teaching. So our partner Wiley, which is headquarters in Singapore, shared all of these materials for Southeast Asia to be able to manage online distance, remote teaching and learning, and you can readily read all of this. And some others for the open laboratory lab test. It's a partner, American company, but based in Singapore and Indonesia. They also have some open laboratory, for engineering technology, that how you can access all the laboratories. You can get in touch with them. We have the web and platform. Moreover, we also would like to inform you, you have asked about getting information from UNESCO. So UNESCO has a lot of open educational resources. You can go directly to their website. And more than that, you can link with our website. So you can really link with our website and get access to our open educational resources. I think this is the way to go. Our partners in these are open universities, CHED, our big partner, as well as UNESCO and Rayon Cloud Education. We would like to develop more open educational resources for our country as well as for other countries in the region. So just serve and take a look at some OERs. You too can do
indicate that actually the mandate of the Commission is to formulate and recommend development plans, policies, priorities, and programs on higher education. With the advent of this crisis, the mandate of the Commission has been magnified. It is our responsibility now to ensure that the direction of our higher education sector, which was previously to produce globally competitive labor force to inclusive, accessible, and quality education, that it should now be considered with health risks brought about by COVID-19. Sometimes, or many times now, it defaults on before the responsibility to my Commission on Higher Education is made, it is now gigantic. But we will not shy away from this had already laid down the direction that Chef will take in order to ensure that our higher education institutions will be prepared for academic 2020. And when we say prepared, it means that health considerations are part of preparation. And the proposal of the Commission on Higher Education, as adopted by the Interagency on Emerging Infectious Diseases, is for rolling opening of classes. Why rolling opening of classes? This is to ensure that our higher education institutions institutionally are ready. The academic community has been prepared as well. The Commission is also pushing for flexible learning in order to ensure the continuity of accessible and inclusive education in times of this pandemic, anchored on the capability of our faculty in the needs of our students. But for our flexible learning system to work, an institution must determine its capability. It should ensure faculty complement and student support services. We deemed it proper or necessary to have this to ensure that our regional offices, which will lead our higher education institutions which are based in the region, are capacitated for flexible learning systems. Further, this should our high and faculty for flexible learning strategies and for learning management platforms. In this regard, we would like to thank CIMIC for partnering with the Commission on Higher Education on this initiative. And of course, the Commission extends its utmost appreciation to our resource persons today, Dr. Ethel Agnes Pascua Valenzuela, value not just in this our TECA working group's discussion as well. Of course, the Commission would also like to extend its gratefulness to your assistance in cooperating, in capacitating our CHED personnel. We would like to thank Dr. Robbie Macalde, of course, our other resource persons today, Mr. Abdul Rizal Adompo, Mr. Feng Shun Miao, and Mr. Wang Chiyan. We would also like to thank the participants in today's meeting. Rest assured that your inputs will be considered in the policy-making decision of the Commission. Thank you and good morning to all of us.
Thank you, Attorney Harold. Thank you to all who have participated in our WebEx room, in our YouTube channel. Before we let you go, allow me to give some reminders and updates on what is the next webinar after this one. So just like in the previous webinars, we're inviting everyone to follow our official social media channels. Like, share, follow, and subscribe our YouTube and Facebook channel, and use our hashtag #CEOWebinars. Please check your email for updates. We are using the emails that you have given us when you registered for this webinar. And for those who are asking about the certificate of participation specifically for this webinar for all registered participants shall be available by June 19. So that is the deadline. On or before that date, you should be able to get a copy of your certificate. If you still have questions, please email us at webinar@simeo.org. The next webinar, we'd like to invite you next week on the quality learning and assessments during COVID-19 pandemic. This will be on May 28, 2020, 10 a.m. to 12 noon. This is Bangkok time, so that's 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. in Manila. So this is a joint webinar between Simeo and the Asia Pacific TWG on Education 2030 Plus, joint webinar on COVID-19 response. So the registration link is posted on the right side of the screen. Please feel free to register. And also on June 22, we have the Simeo Albucoa in the Philippines, developing flexible technology-mediated learning programs. This is a free webinar also on June 22, 2020. Sponsored by us, Simeo, and Albucoa, in the Philippines. So again, we would like to thank everyone for participating, and stay safe and stay healthy. Dr. Ethel, may we invite you for some final words to our speakers and participants.
Well, just would like to thank all who helped us today to learn more about LMS and open educational resources. So you can view again in YouTube channel this session. You can learn, relearn, and review. And for those who will be needing certificates for your personal, have been asking a lot about can we get certificate. So please give us time because you are 1,580 today. So we will get in touch with you in our email communication channels and other means of communication. Thank you very much, Chad, for allowing us to partner with you. Thank you very much, Radon Cloud Education Group. We heard you very clear. We will help Chad in higher education institutions. And thank you for partnering with us for many years. Thank you, UNESCO headquarters, Dr. Penchun, for always supporting us in all our innovation, including developing open educational resources and policies for the region. Thank you, our centers, Innotech, and our center in Indonesia, Simulec, for sharing with us your expertise on LMS and open educational resources. And Chad, happy anniversary, and please stay safe, stay strong, and we can do this together. We can actually help all our higher education institutions in this crisis. So thank you again, and have a good afternoon. Bye.
Good morning, everyone. Just a few reminders before we start. First, we are requesting everyone to register online to receive updates from us. Second, if you have any questions or comments, please type them using the comments feature of YouTube. Third, when you type your comments or questions, please state your name and your organization. We encourage everyone to subscribe to the official YouTube channel by clicking the red subscribe button that you can see on your screen. Please also like and follow us in our official Facebook channel to be updated with the schedules of future webinars and other similar activities. Thank you.
Aline, you now have the floor. Thank you so much.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable speakers, partners, participants, and committee of this online event. Welcome to the CMU ALCU joint webinar on developing flexible and technology-mediated learning programs. These programs is aimed to provide more detailed information about the most effective and efficient process in developing flexible and technology-mediated learning programs. First of all, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Alina Amanda, and please call me Alin. I am from CMU Regional Open Learning Center, or CMULEC, and I am excited to be the moderator for today's event. So, for the first agenda, we will have the opening remarks from Dr. Rene Kolopal. Please, Dr. Rene, the floor is yours. Sorry, Dr. Rene Kolopal, are you ready? Okay, maybe while waiting for Dr. Rene, Dr. Ethel from CMU Secretariat, you have something to say to our participants and our speaker, please.
Good morning to all our 30,000 plus viewers who are joining us live and later today. Maybe I can say good afternoon and good evening. So we're very, very happy to do this partnership with ALCU. ALCU is very important in promoting accessible and quality education for all, especially at the community level. As you see, our community colleges, our local colleges and universities, like in the Philippines, we have Pamantasan, all of these very important institutions, they contribute a lot on access and equity in education. And although they're really, forward-looking in terms of their approach, but there are also challenges, especially that we have this COVID-19 when during COVID-19 we have around almost 190 countries with not so good opportunity for flexible learning. We got lockdown, we got all the schools closed. So we are very, very happy that today we'll be discussing solutions. So there are a lot of challenges, but there are also solutions. So I'm very, very happy that we will be having all our experts to talk about flexible learning modalities. So we have invited from all over the region and also our partner, Korean Educational Development Institute, Dr. Kim, who will be sharing with us some information on how Korea responded to COVID-19 pandemic and that how do they address the access to education. So we will be talking about the technologies, high-tech, low-tech approach, and all of these opportunities where we can really contribute to quality education. So stay tuned and we hope to have you until the end of the session.
8 minutes to deliver their presentation materials, and we will have the question and answer session at the end of our speakers. So without further ado, may I call our first speaker, May I introduce him to you all. He is the ex-vice president of the Philippine Educational Management and Evaluation Association. His specialized area is management, evaluation, and analysis of data, particularly that of customer response inquiry. So he is very active as a consultant to various Ministry of Education in developing countries like Micronesia, Palau, Marshall Islands, and South Africa. Please, Dr. Carlo Magno, you may have the now, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Glad to speak for this particular session. Okay, let me share my screen now. Okay, so for this morning, I am going to present to you standards on flexible learning delivery. This particular set of standards that I'm going to present would start on the idea on how we conceptualize it by breaking apart our understanding of what flexible learning is and towards some of the initiatives that we're actually going to do and possibly have accomplished in order to implement these particular standards so that it ensures effectivity of the delivery. These are some of the points that we're going to talk about in my presentation, and I have converted these points into specific questions. The first point that we're going to answer in my presentation is what are some of the different learning deliveries of flexible learning, and to provide a particular framework on how to understand these different modalities. The second one is how to ensure that flexible learning is actually delivered without quality, and how do we now use the standards that we must develop. What are some of these guidelines that we see set so that we understand key players in the delivery of flexible learning, and how to ensure that the roles are clear and it is adequately delivered. Last is a description on some of the initiatives that are done in the Philippines and done by our organization in order to implement flexible learning effectively. In order for us to understand on how we actually derive our standards on flexible learning is by first looking at how we actually understand what flexible learning is and how do we derive different modalities for flexible learning. We developed this particular model with two dimensions. The first dimension is actually on how we actually deliver the learning resources. It runs on a continuum from an online delivery to an offline delivery mode. So when we say online delivery mode in the Philippines, these are ways on how we deliver the learning materials and instruction through the use of the internet. And when we say offline delivery in the Philippines, this would actually refer to printed modules and televisions and radio signals. The second dimension on how we understand flexible learning is the distance of the learner away from the school setting, which runs in a continuum from face-to-face to distance or remote learning, where the learner is away from the school setting. This gives us about 4 quadrants on how we actually approach various flexible learning delivery modes. Q1, which is quadrant 1, and Q3, which is quadrant 3, are the usual things that happen inside our classroom. Face-to-face, and there is technology integration when there is online available in the school setting. And our traditional practice, face-to-face, where students make use of learning material and the teachers make use of visuals that are posted on the board in our classroom. It's really Q3. Now, the existing challenge now is how we actually deliver modalities that belong in Q2 and Q4, the second quadrant and the fourth quadrant. The second quadrant entails that there's still technology integration because the learning materials are delivered making use of online mode. And there's blended learning because there's now a combination of the teacher presenting asynchronous and synchronous type of learning, the
teacher is present online, and some of these materials where the student will have to independently study on their own is actually facilitated by the parents. The fourth quadrant is much challenging because a large number of students, especially in the public schools in the Philippines, about 80%, according to some survey, is that they do not have online access. So Q4 is very much applicable for them, where the student is away from the school and the learning material is actually provided to them through a print module. There is actually a large amount of materials that they have to go through, and the role of the parents is very much needed here, because the parents will have to build a culture of learning in the homes. The parents will have to monitor the study habits of the learner, and varied teaching and learning approaches is actually done by the parents and other community volunteers in order to facilitate the learning of the child. The teacher can also play an important role here by looking at the progress of the child through various modes such as home visitation and looking at the sample works of the learner. Now the question is, since this is mostly a widespread implementation of flexible learning across countries in Asia, a pressing question is, how do we actually know that flexible learning delivery will make students learn? How do we actually ensure that the students will progress towards the learning target? Many initiatives, many plans, and many policies have actually been set already, and these plans would have to be looked at on how effective we actually deliver these particular plans. And the effectivity of looking into these plans is how do we translate these policies, practices, and initiatives into student performance. Therefore, we need to look at how flexible learning actually optimizes student performance, especially inside the classroom and in various learning delivery modes. The answer to this particular question is simple. If we want to know whether flexible learning delivery will actually make our students learn inside the classroom, we need to continuously gather evidences of student performance through assessment for flexible learning. In the idea of assessment for flexible learning, if we want the teaching and the learning delivered in a flexible learning delivery mode, so as assessment. So the idea is that if we concentrate on the teaching and learning process as a flexible learning delivery, therefore assessment needs to be integrated with it, because assessment provides us evidence whether students are actually going to learn and benefit from this approach. Now, let's start off first with the idea briefly on assessment for flexible learning, then we go to the standards. The idea of assessment for flexible learning is derived from the original idea of assessment for learning. In the idea of assessment for learning, we're now making use of assessment to make students want to learn. We use assessment results to improve instruction. We use assessment to support students to achieve our learning targets. These learning targets comes in a different variety depending on our curriculum framework. In the Philippines, for the K-12, we call them the learning competencies. In higher education institutions, we call them as our course outcomes, or sometimes we call them as our objectives. In the new perspective that we're introducing, such as assessment for flexible learning, we're adding two important components to make the idea of learning coming out through the use of informed evidences about what students can do and cannot do. These two important ideas that we're adding in the concept of assessment for flexible learning is, number one, we need to make quality assessment accessible at various modes of instructional delivery. Making sure that assessment happens, making sure that assessment is an integral part of the teaching the learning process across various flexible learning delivery modes is very important, and how this is actually conducted even when it is done online or offline. The second is, we have to ensure that the teaching and the learning aspect of flexible learning will have to include assessment, and the assessment is delivered with that of quality. Meaning to say, there should be various stakeholders involved so that we can see results of assessment, so that assessment becomes usable. Now, We have adopted our original two-dimensional framework on assessment for learning. And how do we now plug in practices on assessment for flexible learning across the four quadrants? Let me focus on the second quadrant and the fourth quadrant. In an online delivery mode with distant learning, it's very much feasible to have good assessment. You can do assessment before, during, and after instruction. You can even have a larger scope of assessment when you want to evaluate how effective the entire flexible learning program is in the institution by providing an assessment before the beginning of the school year and use this information to make some improvements towards the end of the school year.
Sorry, Dr. Carlo, you have 1 more minute for your presentation.
1 more minute.
Yes.
Okay. Online delivery. Okay, and it can also be conducted in community-based. Okay. Let me now go through the succeeding slides. When you say aspects of quality implementation of assessment, it's very important that we have to realize that it is our obligation to, and it is our responsibility to ensure that flexible learning will work. Therefore, we need these particular standards to ensure that the quality delivery of flexible learning is actually provided. And we need to ensure that flexible learning will be effective based on our implementation. And in order to do that, we need to follow specific set of standards. And when I share these particular slides later on, you just click on this particular button so that you will be able to see the aspects of the standards. So generally, the standards is composed of 4. We have standards on how we develop the learning resources. It's very important on how the learning materials are actually designed so that it will make the learners engage in the learning, whether it's printed mode or online mode. Second is that it's very important for how effective these printed modules and these online modules are actually delivered, how this is facilitated by the parents and the teachers. It's very important also that we need to clarify what are the specific roles of the parents, the guardians, tutors, and the teacher when it comes into the delivery of flexible learning in various places where the learner is. And it's very important later on to look at data, information, to see whether we're actually delivering quality standard learning through monitoring and evaluation. Now, in the Philippine setting, these are some of the initiatives that are done on flexible learning delivery. For the private schools, these are some of the plans, and for the higher education institutions. Okay, here's just some of the snapshots that some of the initiatives that our organization did. We actually had a session with various administrators from both public and private schools, and we were able to reach about 51 schools, and we trained them on how to set up flexible learning delivery in their schools. And then we have implemented also the flexible learning delivery mode for implementing it for the guidance program. And we taught school administrators on how to come up with flexible learning delivery plans and then to disseminate it to their stakeholders such as parents, so that parents will have a good grasp on how flexible learning is going to be delivered. And we have partnered with 2 schools, so we have trained the parents on how to teach reading instruction, and we have assisted PTAs in schools on how to actually collect summative assessment, because this is very much needed because this is graded. And lastly, I would like to thank my team. Okay, they're my co-authors in developing the standards, and I'll just post later on the link on where you can actually derive the standards. I'd like to acknowledge my team, Ms. Nicole Factuar, Ms. Delma Robles, Ms. Paula Jean Bulilan, and Mr. Arvin J. Porto for the brainstorming on arriving with this set of standards. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Carlo, for the very insightful presentation, for sharing with us about the setting in the Philippines. And I believe the material you shared has been very insightful for participants. Now, before we go to the next speaker, may I call Dr. Rene Kulokar, the President of ALCO Philippines, to deliver the opening remarks. Please, sir.
All right, thank you to our moderator. First, my apology. I encountered some connectivity problem a while ago, so that exactly the problems of different HCI in the Philippines. In fact, connectivity problem. Nevertheless, for in behalf of the Association of Local Colleges and Universities in the Philippines, we would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to CIMEO, of course, through Dr. Eder Valenzuela and the CIMEO technical staff for allowing ALCO to be part of this very significant undertaking. The joint webinar of both CIMEO, ALCO, Philippines. Most government all over the world have temporarily closed academic institutions in an attempt to control and mitigate the spread of coronavirus disease 2019 or COVID-19 pandemic. Based on the latest data of the UNESCO Institute for Statistics, 144 countries have implemented localized schools closure, impacting the 1,186,127,211 learners, which is equivalent to around 67.7% of the total enrolled learners. Due to this severe disruption in education, teaching and learning process is now moving from traditional face-to-face to online class in an unprecedented measure and with a lot of trial and error in probability for the teachers and the learners. Moreover, these are also felt by many families around the world. Homeschooling challenges the parents or guardians' productivity as well, teaching, learning, and social life. These interferences in education might just seem a short-term issue, but we will look closely at the emerging situation. This might also have long-term consequences. With that, immediate responses shall be imperatively planned and taken. School closure rushed the significant demand to institutionalize alternative modalities to guarantee the learning still continues amidst this pandemic. In the Philippines, flexible learning is seen as best option and is now being talked about among educational institutions through webinar sessions. Flexible learning is basically customizing an institution pace, place, and mode of learning. With PACE, for example, learners may engage in part-time learning to ensure the safety and to minimize their use of resources. Learning can take place in various settings, including the classroom or at home through the internet connection. While mode refers to the way the content is delivered using technology, typically through blended learning, fully online classes, or technologically enhanced experiences. In light of this, the Association of Local Colleges and Universities of the Philippines and the Association of Local Colleges and Universities Commission on Accreditation, together with the general membership, recommended to the board regents or board of trustees of local colleges and universities through a joint advisory implementation of seamless blended digital learning program during the second semester and summer of academic year 2019 and 20. This is in line with advisories issued by the Commission on Higher Education, providing guidelines for the prevention of the spread of COVID-19 in higher education institutions. The advisory highlights some organizational intervention, such as the conduct of free webinars and other virtual learning activities for LCU top officials, college dean, faculty, and staff. And just this June, Alcohol launched the search for the most agile and resilient LCU, where all LCUs are encouraged to submit a comprehensive transition plan, including the SBD learning program to be implemented. As local colleges and universities are now intensively preparing for the upcoming academic year, this joint webinar of CIMEO and ALCO is a great avenue for the speakers and participants to share ideas and experiences on the development of flexible and technologically mediated learning program for the local colleges and universities. With the available technology and ICT infrastructure challenges, institutionalizing such program is really a significant matter to deal with. Let us also expect that the emergence of a new hybrid education system will result to new outcomes that LCUs must be ready of. Considering the utilization of online teaching and learning, there is possibility that flexible learning might be further accelerated and that technology-mediated learning might eventually become an integral part of Philippine education. With the unclear future that this pandemic might bring, by working together, we can come up with effective learning programs that will enable our students to receive the quality education they deserve with the assurance of safety, during this crisis. Thank you, and let us claim the success of this joint initiative of Sameo, ALCU, and ALCOPOA. Good day, good evening to everyone. God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rana Kolokar, for your wonderful remarks. We are now moving on to our second speaker. She is Professor Dr. Paulina Panen from Indonesia. She is an expert in higher education, e-learning, distance education, educational technology, and curriculum development. She has over 30 years of experience in national and international education, the chairman of several task forces on higher education quality development, including the development of Indonesian books. She was actually my previous boss in Simolek. Hello Ibu, good luck for today's presentation. Now may I handle over the session to you, please. Ibu, can you turn on your sound, your audio?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly now.
Okay, I can share my content now. Is it okay?
Yes, I can see it clearly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody, and good morning to all of you. I'm delighted that I'm invited by Dr. Ethel and Simeo family to be one of the panelists today. It has been a long time for me to be with all of you. Some of you may have known me for, I don't know, more than a decade. It's a nice reunion in the morning. However, a very fruitful reunion, I think. The introduction, welcome remarks from Dr. Rene Kolokar has been enlightening us all and saying that actually the challenge is not only particular to Philippines, it's also to every one of us in the ASEAN countries and perhaps in the global world also. However, Indonesia, I think, feels almost similar to what Philippines is experiencing right now, and we have taken also some measures to answer to the challenge. Okay, we are going to talk about the flexible and technology mitigated learning program. And may I start with explanation about Indonesian policy just prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. Actually, we have already a new policy that is providing freedom for learning at the school level as well as higher education. And we define the teachers as school level as change agent, and the campus in higher education as freedom campus. So actually, we were already moving toward what we call flexible learning just prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. And we took advantage at that time with the technology development based on the industrial revolution like robotic, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things to be implemented in schools as well as campuses. However, we were shocked, great shocked by the COVID-19 pandemic, and actually it was a blessing because the COVID-19 pandemic pushed forward the policy both at the school level and higher education level into practices. And at the extreme level, the practice is not in campus, it's not at the school, but at home for every student. We also face another challenge from the learning process theory, especially Michael Fullan has been very prolific during the COVID-19 pandemic, and I'm using his Mobius ribbon to explain or to illustrate how actually in our children's right now, the millennials, we call it, to learn, play, and research, produce, or do or work all together at the same time. They don't differentiate learning by itself, playing by itself, or doing things differently. They put everything together. They learn while they play and while they are doing something. So everything is just put together without any limitation of stopping point. There is no stopping point. They learn, they play, they research, and they produce or do something, and they learn, they play, they do something, something like that. So every time the learning process is just totally different from us who are experiencing a very sequential process, learning first, playing at home, and then do something later on when you are doing homework or something like that. So it's totally different picture of the learning process now with our millennials. And based on that, actually the new learning process is already moving forward, introducing the individual learning, online learning, small group learning, or collaborative learning, like the one that I put in the picture, and based on the use of technology. However, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the teacher-led small group instruction was cut off. So the most modality being used during the COVID-19 pandemic is online learning, personalized online learning, and also individual learning and collaborative learning being online as well as small or what we call very limited meetings, 2 or 3 children together within the same proximity or areas. But the teacher-led small group instruction is all gone. However, the use of technology is very increasing. After the COVID-19 pandemic, we are witnessing a new development of learning actually. I put the 7 principles here, and the 7th one is the one developed after the COVID-19 pandemic. What we call it is less contact learning. So it is not no contact, but it is lesser contact learning. The contact is reduced somehow to maintain the safety protocol. So based on that, actually the most project-based learning. This is very useful, especially answering to Dr. Carlos' issues just now, saying that not all the students have access to technology, the quadrant 4 situation. As much as we want to use the technology, we use robot, we use VR, etc., and then we use video conferencing like this, but it is not the technology actually that matters. It is not what or how many technology you use, but how you use it. Because what matters to us educators is learning. Whether or not if you are using flipped classroom, learning taking place. Whether or not if you are using project-based learning, learning is taking place. And then how you use the technology is to equip you, to assist you as educators, to provide cognitive presence to the students, to provide social presence to the students. They are being touched, they are being connected to you, and also to provide learning presence within the classroom. But the students, of course, like Dr. Rene said, that the student can just study anytime, anywhere, and with anybody collaborating. So once again, it is the learning that matters, not the technology. And with that, I come to 9 points of remark. This technology-based, especially pushed forward by the COVID-19 pandemic, is actually opening up learning, become unbundled, become multi-mode, become multi-channel. So there is no more what they call stigmatization of school. School is the only one source. No, it is accessible. It is more flexible to anyone. And then also we notice that only good pedagogy which will work. The teacher will have to use good pedagogy in guaranteeing, in making sure that the learning is taking place wherever the students is. Sometimes the teacher will have to do door-to-door what they call visit to the students if they don't have access to computer or internet, but still they have to make sure, the teacher have to make sure that learning taking place. And then the other thing is that while we are doing flipped learning or project-based learning, actually we educators notice that we cannot walk alone, we cannot work alone. We need somebody to assist us so that it can be, developing the course, developing the program can be a collaborative effort actually among teachers with also technical expertise in IT, for example. So we will have to work in a team also. And then the other thing is that we are no longer tuned on the approach of one-way teaching, teacher to the students, and then content delivery, whether the curriculum is completed or not, and then summative assessment, but more of constructivist pedagogical approaches, especially when you are using the project-based learning. That is more constructivist, where the students can construct their own project, doing the project, and then later on construct their knowledge. And then number 5 is that acceleration towards blended and online learning, whether you like it or not. Now it is more than ever blended and online learning everywhere. And then the face-to-face teaching is very reduced into minimum. And then the other thing is that if you have students, whether you like it or not, at the quarter 4, according to Dr. Gallo, who doesn't have access to internet or computer, then you have to have what I call a differentiated strategy. And that requires a very good pedagogy and instructional design on the hands of the teacher. And then we see right now that since the meeting is not in the classroom is an increased sharing power of students and teachers, especially with guidelines provided by the teacher. The students can do their project on their own pace, on their own time, with their own strategy. And this leads to autonomous learning. And then there is also commitment of equity and access across of our institutions, especially the government, I believe. That is what Dr. Renee is now mentioning to us. And then also increased acceptance that the role of institution and educators as a source of care, not a source of information anymore. So everything we preach prior to the COVID-19, it's happening in the COVID-19 pandemic, during the COVID-19 pandemic, and it will continue as the new normal for all of us in education sector, and especially in Indonesia, I would say, and also I believe in many other countries in Asia. With that, thank you very much. I hope this will be a good discussion for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Paulina. Thank you so much for sharing you. Before we move on to the next speaker, we have two questions for the first two speakers, Dr. Carlo and Professor Paulina. Operator, please, if you may display the two questions for our students. So this one is for Dr. Carlo. Can you give us details on how to administer assessment to children in different levels, especially in elementary grades, from Jen, class 1 and participants?
Okay, so it's actually going to be a little bit challenging, and many stakeholders involved in the assessment for, especially for the lower grades. Now, for the lower grades, it will actually depend on whether assessment is done as formative or summative. For formative assessment, there's actually a little degree of control, but when we conduct summative assessment, there's actually a higher degree of control for the lower levels. Now, if it's going to be an online formative assessment, usually it's integrated already in the learning management system, where feedback and answer keys are provided. And when the formative assessment is a performance-based task, the participants can actually, the students can actually record their performance when it is a procedure, and it can actually be viewed by the teacher online, or when they actually record the process, they can actually upload that process and the teacher will have a good opportunity for feedback. However, if it's going to be an offline through a print module, formative assessment will have a corresponding answer key coming from the parent or from the tutor, where after the learner is able to accomplish this particular task, a tutor or a parent or an adult who's facilitating the learning of the child will actually have to do the check-in and provide some feedback and process the mistakes so that revision, so that another chance is actually provided for the child. When we're doing now the summative assessment online, same procedure is actually done. However, a much degree of control is actually needed because summative assessments are now graded. One way is to have a video monitoring that is done online, where the teacher can actually see what is going on while the learner is actually accomplishing the summative assessment online class. It's now going to be challenging if the learner does not have any internet access. When doing summative assessments at home, okay, so usually these summative assessment tasks are printed and the child accomplishes these summative assessment form. Very clear guidelines need to be set with the parent or the adult who's actually supervising the learning of the child on what they should do in order to monitor the child while the child is actually accomplishing these summative assessment tasks, like ensuring that the child is not provided with the answer, not opening references when they're actually accomplishing tasks. This can actually be solved by providing open-ended questions rather than questions that are close-ended with responses, so that you can see uniqueness of the answer of every child. When a product is produced in a performance task, these products can actually be sent to the teacher. Drop boxes are provided on specific zonal locations where the students can actually submit their work there, and it's collected by the teacher. And feedback is sent to the child through a printed note on how they can actually improve their work. Generally, this can actually be solved by a school where they need to provide a specific set of guidelines on what the parents should do every time formative and summative assessments are actually done. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Talo, for the answer to our first question. It was brief but comprehensive. So now we are moving on to the next question. This one is for Professor Paulina. What are the strengths and weaknesses of the flexible learning course? The question from Ms. Adora Pumas.
Thank you, Ali, and thank you for the question, Adora. I think that is a very good question and very spot on. In my opinion, the strength of flexible learning is because it gives freedom actually for everyone, for the students as well as also for the teachers, and sometimes also for the parents. Okay. However, we notice the strength, the weaknesses. That is, as you know, with freedom usually comes responsibility. Now, it is not easy for us, what we call the educators, to push on students being responsible. Like, for example, if you are supposed to be meeting via video conference at 8 in the morning, sometimes the students are not there, not all of them. Suppose you are you have to do the homework but on your own, and what they do is just calling all the teachers and the friends every time. This happened based on the research in Indonesia, and later on they found out that being free at home, studying at home is not nice. They need the teachers, they need also the friends. So yes, there is for me, for example, as an independent person like me, I love flexible learning very much so that I can manage my own time, etc. However, for students, actually they need more than what we call more than being left alone. So that's why what we call the guidance actually from teacher is very much needed. So that's my answer, and especially if you want to take more control from teachers, because in flexible learning the control from teachers is very much less. Actually, you can use what the children like right now is game. Using game in learning, you can ask teachers to do gaming. That can what we call that can teach the students with a lot of responsibilities, because game and artificial intelligence can be embedded with our kind of disciplines and all the requests that we like to have controlling the students actually. But to know that the students can do it on their own, can do it with responsibility, they can do it anywhere, but still you have to have your telephone on because they will call you anytime. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Paulina, for your answer. Our second question is also very lengthy. So before I have the session to our next speakers, all participants, I'd like to encourage you to share today's webinar with your social networks, so you can take a screenshot of this webinar session and share it or post them directly on your Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook accounts, so we can make this webinar become even bigger and wider, in our next sessions. So currently we have more than 35,000 viewers, if I'm not mistaken, in our Simio Secretariat YouTube accounts. Very impressive. So now may I introduce you to our third speaker from the Philippines, Dr. Edison Fermin. He is the Vice President for Academic Affairs of the National Teachers College in Manila, Philippines. Prior to this, his extensive work covered curriculum, instruction, and leadership
can see my screen now. And what I hope to do is to clarify my points within the next 8 or 10 minutes. I came from the National Teachers College, built on 9 decades of building the nation education, and it took us only 9 days to transition to flexible learning. The rapidness of all these changes is impacting upon the kind of changes that we want to facilitate in most of our educational institutions, and the cases that have been shared so far articulate that it's not an easy journey. In the hopes of finding ways by which institutions may be helped out, we were in search for definitions to begin with. And currently at the Commission on Higher Education, we are adopting a definition that allows several voices in flexible learning and education to be heard. And what we have right now is a definition you're seeing on the screen. Flexible learning is the design and delivery of entire degree programs, specific courses within degree programs, or interventions that are suitable to specific learners. But we need to be mindful of learners' needs in terms of pace, place, process, and products, covering only the most essential experiences, content, and outcomes, being mindful equally of the role of learner control and customizability. So allow me to describe to you what we have done at the institutional and probably what most institutions in the Philippines have been doing over the past few weeks. Of course, there's still that great need to pay attention to the kind of learning outcomes that are rooted in institutional priorities. But I say that more importantly, we should now be connecting with the industries that are largely affected by the pandemic. We need to be mindful of how those requirements are going to change because they are supposed to also feed into our learning outcomes ecosystem. Only after that can we make decisions on the pace, place, process, and products of learning. Take note that these 4 considerations will need to be understood carefully by institutions in their attempt to look for viable solutions. If we look at pace, you could either look at the teacher leading both synchronous or asynchronous experiences, or we really put more emphasis on the learners taking charge, where you have 2 dimensions of self-paced learning. One is fully independent, and the other one is guided in some form. In terms of place, of course, we can think about residential types of learning if and when quarantine measures have been configured, and that would mean that it's a toss between a classroom or specific sites of training and education. Or we can do a distance or remote, and there are 2 ways of looking at these options. Either you look at wired options or non-wired options. In between, you can think about blended learning modalities, and that is okay, but of course that will be contingent on many considerations. In terms of processes, I'm looking at least the modular set of processes where you get to prepare real printed materials that students can interact with, or if not, their digital version. Or you can do also simulated learning, particularly for courses that demand a lot of laboratory-based learning experiences. And that's why under simulative flexible learning, there could still be lab or job-based learning or remote simulations using artificial intelligence and simulation software available online. But if you ask me, simulative learning can also still happen by or through the provision of do-it-yourself learning kits that may be sent like modules to students. And by products, what Dr. Mango and our earlier speaker from Indonesia mentioned about the use of formative and summative assessments, which can be done via manual or automated means, I would say that we must also think about non-traditional assessments, which look at actual performance-based assessments documented by students in one way or another. Or you could take a look at some forms of reflective assessments, which I'm going to deal with in a little while. In the search of some way for you to remember my inputs today coming from my personal, professional, and institutional experience, I've thought about the word senior. And I hope that the senior secretariat will be able to approve this acronym of some sort. I have 6 things that I would want to share with the rest of the people in this school to make flexible learning happen. And I will discuss each of them in a little while. Let's begin with students and readiness. Each institution will have to be mindful of at least three categories of learning, learners rather, who are at work every day. So they are categories 1 to 3, talking about the extent to which each learner is connected in some form to the school or a learning platform or any delivery provider for the continuity of education. We need to be mindful of this because equitable access is an important issue. And by equitable access, each institution will have to carefully choose from a variety of both wired and non-wired options. In the literature of flexible learning and education systems, you'll find that there are at least 10 non-wired options to facilitate flexible learning and about 7 for non-wired options. If you look at the non-wired options, these have been in existence prior to COVID-19. It's just that we need to be mindful how they can be adjusted relative to the conditions that we are facing right now. I'd like to pay attention to project-based learning, deliver-on-demand learning kits, and course supermarkets among the non-wired options because these three currently are being explored by a lot of countries now migrating towards a lesser form or a more enabling form of quarantine measures in which students can really choose what to learn at a given time without necessarily having to follow a very rigid and structured curriculum. To me, this is the future that flexible learning is going to open when students can really decide for themselves where they will begin, what kind of content and experience they will have to go through on their own or under the guidance of certain adults or certain mentors. But the rest are known options already available to us. But where would institutions, educators, families, and communities base much of their decision? I would say in the reconfiguration of teaching and learning processes, it must be emphasized that we cannot operate on the same set of learning outcomes prior to COVID-19. I'd say that we concentrate only on outcomes that are easy to monitor and measure, and therefore are quite realistic for both teachers and learners to manage, even in remote conditions. Of course, we think that there's still a need for them to acquire more access to content, but I would say that more than content, we need to design appropriate and developmentally appropriate and meaningful remote learning experiences that allow for students to see themselves as owners of the learning process, and those experiences are necessarily anchored on content, but the way I define content must be content that is an inch long but a mile deep. So that means to say that we only concentrate on what needs to be known at the moment because we cannot assume that all learners have access to resources at home or wherever they are right now. While online learners will have access to a myriad of choices for content, we must be mindful that the greater majority will still have access to a little amount of content. And if we keep that in mind, equitable access is guaranteed. Also, I'd like us, when we are transitioning to the new normal right now, before we were talking about the mix of knowledge, skills, and attitudes constituting a learning outcome. That's insofar as our Ministry of Higher Education is concerned in the Philippines. But if we talk about anything and everything connected to the pandemic from the lens of our discipline, subjects, or courses at the moment, I think we will make the most of the pandemic to teach three important parts. They are not your reading, writing, and arithmetic, but the three R's of 21st century: thinking, reasoning, resilience, and responsibility. I am very positive that if we bring into the learning experiences of the students the kind of news, the kind of changes that we are dealing with relative to the pandemic, we can enrich and expand the horizon of their appreciation of remote learning. Because this is the time when we need to talk about adversity as an opportunity for learning. And take note, each of these three new R's can be driven by our transversal skills of creativity, critical thinking, and connected reflection. Is I would like us to engage our students in reflective assessments. I am for measuring learning outcomes, but at the moment we need to address as well the limitations of traditional formative and summative assessments and all the considerations of people working with children, especially on the technical assessment processes. If you look at the screen right now, I am showing you an alternative assessment we created for one of our degree programs in Information and Communications Technology. This already serves as the terminal assessment of the students who are wanting to become future computer scientists and ICT specialists. If you notice, the context is the COVID-19 crisis. Content that you have to access would be the knowledge, skills, and attitudes that constitute ICT as a discipline, but the direction is to solve the issue, to exercise reasoning, resilience, and responsibility in order that they can make use of their discipline as a way of addressing this current adversity and future adversities. This is what I mean by engaging in reflective learning assessments and experiences. It's also going to be useful in institutions of learning, whether you are in the primary, secondary, or tertiary education, or even graduate education, to think about what kind of communication lines will have to be open to students, parents, teachers, community members, even the janitors and the other staff members of the institution. In my case, our case, at the National Teachers College, we began to introduce during March the enhanced student academic engagement arrangement. Our focus was to open lines for the continuity of academic engagement, but we realized immediately after that that cannot be the case. We need to open communication lines with other offices that provide student services. That's why we transitioned to adaptive community for the continuity of education and student services. In summary, I would like to propose that for everyone in this group, the direction toward flexible learning as far as our institutions are concerned be that we consider student-centeredness as key and equitable access as a guiding principle, and where our adjustments must focus only on what is essential, so that we can also look at the pandemic as the content and context of instruction, where reflective assessments are going to be useful in order that our students can make better sense of their rapidly changing environment. But they can only do this if they have guaranteed that they can communicate with as many providers of service and nurturance possible. I'd like to end by saying that right from the very beginning, Simeo has figured out the formula for education both in normal times and adversity. Simeo says, it's time to open our eyes, a bright and promising future will rise to the call of the times and create a stronger tomorrow. Mabuhay, salamat, and may the spirit of collaboration guide all the member countries of Simeo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Edison, for your wonderful presentation. It was very enlightening. Just a little info before we go to our next speaker. If you have any questions or comments to a specific speaker or to all of the speakers, please type them into the comment box in YouTube. The committee will try to screen some good questions, and I will bring more to the question and answer session. So now I am pleased to invite our next speakers from Thailand, Associate Professor Kamalrat Intaraka. She is currently being chair and founder of the International Online Program for ASEAN Communication under the Faculty of Communication of STOU, Sukhothai Open University in Thailand. And her focus is the development of communication, especially in the community-based communication. So now, without further ado, may I hand over the session to you.
สวัสดีค่ะ Yes, สวัสดี from Bangkok, Thailand. We are very honored to join this Simeo forum, and especially the fantastic topic of flexible learning that is embedded by technology. So, on behalf of our STOU, Sukhothai Open University, basic demand of their life can be fulfilled by our education. So first, we have designed the education that can serve their living. They can earn a job, they can earn a living, and then they can access to information that is important to their life. And then finally, they can be somebody that stand by their own if they can get that education. So this is how that we design flexible learning in our university, kind of. So let's share you with some of the example that we have designed our flexible learning. That you mentioned at the earlier that how can we use technology to embed it or to facilitate any kinds of education from the high end to the low end, from the high end technology from the high soul to low soul, kind of that. So let me start by the example of our university working with the national platform of Thailand that we call Thai MOOC. MOOC is the National Single Knowledge Platform that is authorized by the Thai government to use technology to deliver any kinds of education to all the Thai people. But mostly it's more on in the university base. So this is the one that we work with them. Our university is a partner of this national knowledge platform also, but in the sake of on lifelong education, alternative education, kind of that. And then once the Thai MOOC is more on university based, so the platform is a little bit difficult to access to our out school people, to some of the marginalized people. So our university, by the Expertise Research Center, has designed more simplified platform. So this called we transform from the Thai MOOC to be the smart MOOC. So this one is a moderate educational platform to simplify the accessibility and affordability to all the group of people in Thailand to access to education for their earn a living, for their welfare, for their dignity, kind of that. So even though they are the small farmer, they are the ethnic group, or they are the monk, or any kind of that, they can educate, they can access to education with the MOOC base, meaning that open and embedded by technology. So you see that. So still some of our group, they still cannot very difficult to access into the education. So the Expertise Research Center that I'm the director of that, our duty is how can we make all the more simplified accessibility and affordability to all our people. So we design this Thai MOOC, that's called Thai MOOC. You means the trunk of, or the hub of knowledge, or the hub of food, that is the local dialect of the Thai. So we design this kind of the most simple educational platform for our people. So meaning that even though they are driver, they are the small farmer, they are anyone in Thailand, they can access to our flexible education that we provide for them, kind of that. This is example that we use our online education or flexible education to serve the big group in the north of Thailand. So they work, they learn, and then they can take care of their family at the same time, and then they can earn a living, and then they can access to any kinds of relevant information for their life. So this is an example of what we are doing, flexible learning. And by this year, since last year, we have do a lot of technology embedded into the education. Yes, we are Buddhism country, so meaning that we have a big number of monks. That is a big population that need education, especially the Buddhist kind of that. That is the language Buddhism. So our university has served the education for this religious group by doing the move and then train them and then flexible them and simplify them into the mobile devices, especially the smartphone for them. So we work as a partner to our group of people. So by this year, the month we access to mobile education to study the religious language by about 50,000 at the minimum. And then along the way, we also by this year, our government announced to be the national agenda, national strategy of the aging society. So meaning that Thailand has announced the strategic, national strategy of the aging society together with the UN decade of healthy aging. So meaning that our university has a duty to embed it into the physical training of the caregiver in Thailand. So this is an ongoing project that we how can we use technology to magnifying to scaling up this kind of fundamental knowledge to taking care of themselves as the aging person and taking care of the community with the certified practices. So this is what our university is running now with a lot of partners collaboration. And then by the most down south of Thailand, we like in Mindanao, we have a lot of special group that is the problem of the accessibility kind of that. So our university, our research center have trained them to use simplified technology to access them to all kinds of first education, certified education, second earn a living and security kinds of that. So this is the how we educate them with the technology embedded. And then another special group that we use is kind of the handicapped groups and also kinds of the prisoner, that is the one that stay behind the wall or stay behind the bar. So we educate them by using the technology to facilitate their education. We use offline server to educate the prisoner in jail to make it possible once they get free from the jail, from the prison, they can have enough education to confront with the real world. So this is the education that our university has support to the people in our group of that. So I would like to say that by the technology, by what the previous speaker has shared, that our Sukhothai Samadhirat of Open University, we try to look around and then try to use technology at the best we can because we are the only university of ODL in Thailand. So our duty is how can we use technology to convey education, meaningful education to our people. So that's the how. So I would like to say thanks and honor for Simeo and you all to have a chance to join with you, and then we hope that with the support from our family of Simeo, our program of 100% online of communication for ASEAN would be got support for you all. This is very new normal academy that fit with the the flexible learning. Thank you so much. ขอบคุณมากค่ะ
ขอบคุณค่ะ Professor Pangoran for your interesting presentation. So we move on to the next speaker from Vietnam, Dr. Tim Nguyen Ngo. May I introduce you to you all? He is the Director of Technology and Learning Materials Center of Open University, Vietnam. His experience includes information technology, instructional design, media and e-learning, and he is also the person in charge of e-learning infrastructure and e-learning development. Please, sir, you may have
a very special way, like this, to make a small contribution to supporting online education. Can you see my slide? Everything is okay? Okay, and in my very short presentation, I would like to share some of our experience and start a discussion in order to find out the reason for some unsuccessful online learning of school and university through the COVID-19 pandemic. We have just started online learning recently in the airport, helping students not to go to school but not to stop learning. Hopefully, we all know that COVID-19 is a medical crisis and it led to a lot of influence on everyday activity. The country now has implemented social isolation to reduce infection in the community. Non-essential product factory close, reduce public transportation, school close, and I think we can see this kind of image everywhere. Most of Vietnam school had closed for a long time, and also to maintain education, the implementation of e-learning becomes the only one option. In current period, e-learning is not a new issue and has been mentioned by many scholars, being deployed in many places. However, perhaps people think it's simple, and this is the most basic reason of all problems arising now. Let's take a look at the school. We all know that all schools closed. So most of the country try to provide several kind of e-learning to keep on education in our country. And in Vietnam, we provide lessons through television, and some kind of students are using Zoom or Teams or Meet, Google Meet, and they are teaching something like we are doing now. It's making an online conference. And firstly, all of them think it's very simple, and they try to think that it will be very successful. But to improve communication between teacher and student, a lot of teachers try using social network like Facebook, WhatsApp, Viber, Zalo, and ready to answer all the questions of students. They think we think that it's not enough, because firstly, after several weeks doing online learning, the first time everything seemed okay. They think they can do learning easily and successfully, but after some time pass, there are many issues appear. We easily find out a lot of complaints about online learning in the newspaper everywhere. I'm not sure in your country, but in Vietnam, we get this kind of issue. For example, this is difficult to manage the online classroom, especially when it expands the number of students. Teachers have to know what do the students do. Are they learning or doing something else? Most of the time, teaching becomes transfer knowledge one way and have to manage the quality control. Teachers who using social network find out that they need to work harder than ever. They need to check message every time. And after a long time, not only the teacher, also the student is very hard to find. What does they communicate with teacher because of massive messages in their phone? When the students study by themselves at home, there are so many things can happen and disruption their lesson. If they haven't got their own quiet place, anything happen can interrupt the learning process. And there is a chance that many people do not understand about the online learning, including teacher and student. All of us are here, come from the open university, so we understand about the e-learning and we know how to organize e-learning. But when we do it for the public, and most of the when most of the school apply e-learning, it will be the problem. For K-12, for example, for K-12, especially the elementary school, not only students but parents need to join the learning process. Have students to join class, read and send messages to teacher. It spend time, and not all the parents can do it well for a long time. There are many complaints from parents because they are too tired to helping students. Another issue is very difficult to assess the quality of learning online because the technical issue. For example, we cannot authorize the learner or not easy to control student computer while they are doing something online test. We in HOU we do some kind of after student finish their learning, and we make some examination for final, and we are using when we need to use online, we apply the oral test, and we also using Google Meet and doing some oral test. But not all subject we can do something like that and prove the student appear in they are doing their test or are not doing. And lastly is whenever we apply massive online learning, there will be security and safety issue appear. For example, in Vietnam, and sometimes we talking about they warning about using Zoom, and whenever we using it or in Vietnam, there also some group in Facebook where students can share their Zoom meeting code and password and invite strangers join their online classroom. A teacher not skilled enough cannot solve that situation, and sometimes it's interruption the class their lesson. And the reason, what is about the reason? Most of us are here all agree that the online learning, distance learning is very good and is the future method of learning. But why there are so many difficulties like that appear? In our research, we point out some reasons. Firstly, is experience. Most of the school and university who have just deployed online learning in the time of COVID-19 have no experience in online learning. They should have some simple knowledge and got short introduction from technology company. And we all know that technology company, they don't know what school needs and what happened in school. So that can lead to many wrong action while implement online learning. The second, teacher haven't got appropriate pedagogy for online teaching. We know that e-learning can replace more action in traditional lesson, but we need to change to make it suitable. Most of the school and university using synchronous e-learning and have no suitable learning material. And one other reason is most of the school and university we have just start online learning because it's for very short time, only about 1 or 2 weeks for preparation. So they haven't got their own learning management system. They are only using free service like Google Classroom, Teams, and mostly have nothing. Besides the school, the government also have no special regulation on online learning. For example, in Vietnam, Ministry of Education and Training recognize that and still in the process of making new regulation about the online learning, how to teaching, how to learning, how to assess learning process, how to do the examination, how to recognize different learning results. That's very important, and all schools can base on that to build their regulation. And maybe last reason is students don't understand correctly about the method. Most of them are familiar with the passive learning method, like initiative, and don't know how to learn by themselves. And when they join the online classroom, they only join the synchronous e-learning and haven't got the asynchronous e-learning. This means that there are no material and only synchronous, and only meeting the teacher through some kind of conference. So how is the solution? We think that based our experience, we suggest several solutions for that issue. It's great awareness about online learning method and deploy a model on school leader, learner, teacher, and student. All the university and school do investment for dedicated LMS system, and they need to connect, expand to quickly build a warehouse of shared material and document. We can connect school and university to quickly have that kind of shared material. Because we need to say that because in Vietnam we haven't got that kind of OER system, and we recommend to propose the government to have national regulation and standard for online training and guide for teacher and student on how to teach and learn online. We need to promote the information about the meaning, method, way of online learning to family and society. And this is very important because if we cannot explain the online e-learning and e-learning to social in the near future, sometimes they will think that the e-learning is not very good and not effective. And in my conclusion, we have several conclusions is that COVID-19 is one pandemic causing a lot of influence on education and training, but also it's an opportunity for online training. Even there are still some issues, but after the school and universities implement their e-learning, there are several people from that still think that e-learning will be the future learning method for education. The second is that if we implement correctly and methodically, it will be big step of education and training. The involvement of education policy maker and the change in awareness of school leaders is needed. School need global investment and connectivity to share resources with others to make it the really future learning method. And this is all of my presentation, and thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tin Tuan Long, for your presentation. It was a very good sharing. So now we are with our last speakers, Dr. Hoon Yong Kim. She is a research fellow in Korean Educational Development Institute, KD. She has been involved in various higher and international education projects at both national and international levels, and she holds a directorial position of Office of Public Relations and International Affairs of KD. So without further ado, the floor is yours.
My name is Young Kim. Thank you let me change my slides in the slideshow. Can you see my slides now?
Not yet. Dr. Kim, can you say something?
Okay.
We want to check.
You cannot really see my slides, but I will try to give you my presentation then. Okay?
Oh, we can see your slides now.
You can see my slides now?
Yes, I can.
Good. Today I wanted to share 2 points that are Korea's education responses to the COVID-19 pandemic, focusing on online classes, and the role of teacher in training and the emerging issues. Some of the issues has been already discussed and delivered. Next slide. first grader to the 12th grader since May. In order to have that kind of implementation, we had to prepare certain features in terms of hardware. So in order to provide the online classes, there were two purposes to provide online classes. One is to ensure the health and safety of students because of the pandemic. We maintained our social distance policy. And then to protect students' right to education access. Like all other countries, Korea also have a very high enthusiasm regarding education. That's why the demand from schools, parents were very high to continue to maintain the education. But classes, some infrastructure has to be established because the one that we had was not sufficient to maintain stable education quality. So one was the expansion of public infrastructure. So we had e-learning sites, but they had to increase the seven-folded of expansion of e-learning sites, and then materials have been increased for 300-fold. Think about how much work has been done by the government and the teachers and the people. And new EBS TV channels newly created. So before we had broadcast channels, but in order to provide education, online education, they increased the number of channels from 7 to 12 for elementary and secondary education school students, and provide free online learning resources. They temporarily relaxed a bit copyright application for education purposes. I'm going to talk about this later. Could you move to the next slide, please? Okay. So these are the types of online classes, but as other presenters put it different way, but there are two types: real-time interactive classes and one-way classes. So real-time interactive classes are allow immediate exchange of feedback with the students, including real-time communication by using video conferencing on online platforms like this. And one-way classes are content-oriented and task-oriented. One is lecture. So students watch video recorded lecture contents and learn contents through the video learning. And teachers monitor students' learning and provide feedbacks. Lecture plus activity. Students watch the video recorded learning content and engage in discussion by leaving comments on asking and answering questions with their peers. So these are the task-oriented progress students have made to meet achievement standards of each subject through self-directed learning and give task set. Said that say about 40% of the classes, and they sometimes most teachers said that they if you see the slides, the schools, they plan for online classes in grades and subject. Weekly plan for online classes. So about how they're going to online classes. They organize classes daily and give feedback, evaluation, and record keeping. What we do is we relaxed a bit of a social distance, but because we haven't completely get over the COVID-19 yet, students phase out going to school. For example, my daughter, who is in seventh grade now, she goes to school for 1 week, and for other graders like 8 and 9 grader students stay home. So she goes to So in order to open the website to access to certain features of online classes, and that can be done by teachers. And link education offices and school districts, schools, students, and parents. This is what they have to do. So KMOE provides very big picture, very broad guidelines, and each regional school education offices or school districts, they have their curriculum implementation plan, and they provide guidelines, very detailed guidelines, and they have to provide them or implement them in class within schools. And these are a lot of work, I think. Participate in various learning communities and adapt themselves to the learning meaning. Teachers have a lot of experiences teaching in traditional classroom. They do not necessarily equip with the necessary competencies or necessary competencies on how to manage or operate online classes. So they have to learn themselves. And I thought I wish I had prepared for the online teacher training that are provided by the government, regional government, or voluntary teacher community learning communities. So for example, they changed most of the teacher training programs or teacher training programs into online this year. And in order to provide certain experiences and information, government provided a website. They prepared a website called School On. And there are other websites that was voluntarily established each week. It was Teacher On. The Teacher On is they provide, if teachers have any difficulties, and they share the information and they give answers. And sometimes they provide real-time troubleshooting, share the best practices. And I heard that this is a very effective way of online classes, regarding online classes. And at the same time, what regional offices and school commissioners notice is that the quality are so different depending on the teachers or depending on the schools or the organizational culture of the schools. So what they did was they advised sometimes they recorded and they share the experience with other students, and sometimes they invite teachers who are very good at online teaching and help other school teachers to learn about that. Or sometimes they encourage teachers to participate in online classes, real-time online classes that are supposed to be model cases. And through that kind of
if you can hear me now. Sorry, I got this. Okay, thank you. So sorry about that. Let me just transition back to the PowerPoint screen. So as I was saying earlier before we were cut, the distinction between project-based learning and motion-based learning is quite easy to remember that in projects, you need to be integrating several learning outcomes across courses or subjects, but modules are typically very much constrained only by learning outcomes for a subject or course. In project-based learning, content is focused based on the learner's declaration of what he or she wants to learn or discover, and in modular learning, content is focused based on required reading. A lot of self-paced exploration happens in PBL, while in MBL or module-based learning, you still have a lot of guided and routine learning experiences. PBL is concentrated heavily on authentic and reflective assessments, while MBL is still heavy on formative and summative assessments. On the screen, I'm showing you what we call creating project-based learning units, where you integrate learning outcomes that are called from several disciplines and can create a context for meaningful learning. So here you see the learning outcomes of science, math, communication arts, social science, values education, and even entrepreneurship education. The goal of the teachers of these subjects is to engage students in real-life learning experiences where they get to solve a problem even remotely. An example of which where all these learning outcomes can be learned is in the project-based learning unit, where they get to answer the question, what can you do with what is typically wasted as plant parts? So the context is created through that project, and this is the context that we did for the British Council some years back. It's entitled Food for Thought, Thought for Food, where the context says that we need to feed 9 billion people. We put to waste every day a lot of fruit, vegetable parts which may have lucrative value. The question is, in what ways can waste be used? Now, someone also asked the question, how can you do remote laboratory learning experiences? This is my way of telling you that PBL is also an answer to remote laboratory learning experiences. Here, when the student is asked to create his or her project learning plan, take note, the experience is co-designed by the learner with the teacher. When the teacher prompts the student, here is the problem, what do you think will have to be known as concepts, and what would some skills or procedures that you need to do to propose a solution to this problem? And then in terms of accessing content, let's say the students have realized one of the ways that plant parts typically have is the core of the pineapple. The student can actually elect that project and research on why the core of the pineapple is important. So this is where a lot of self-paced exploration happens, especially when the student finds out that the core of the pineapple contains bromelain, which actually can help those people with some digestive problems, and even those who have some problems conceiving children. You know that when you eat the core of the pineapple, you increase the cervical mucus. Just a trivia that I want to share with you because I'm fond of science as well. So in this project, what happened was we used design thinking principles for the students to launch their projects. So it's not clear on your screen, but you're seeing the students experimented on their own recipes for creating something out of wasted plant parts. So they create the recipe. Remember, we're teaching via the communication arts procedural discourse, and this is where they get to use them. And then they carry out the experiment by finding out how they can extract something from the wasted plant parts. In this case, these students were extracting alternative flour from wasted plant parts, and they looked at the squash peel, the pineapple core, the sweet potato peel, and the mango peel. Ordinarily, in your laboratories, that's where they can do this. But in the comforts of their homes, they can also do these experiments on their own. And if they're lucky enough, they can actually create some food items from them. Like the alternative flour you extracted from these wasted plant parts that can be used for what we call squash peel cake, sweet potato cake, pineapple core cake, and mango peel cake. So no food is wasted. extent. But wait, there's more. We did these remote learning experiences because we also want to engage the learners in adopting an entrepreneurial consciousness. Simeo is a champion of entrepreneurship education and we support this cause. So we pose the question to the students, how will you introduce your project as a means of livelihood? What considerations for financing will be important? And how will this benefit your community? So at the end of the learning period, those learning outcomes are evidenced in terms of achievement using a portfolio. The portfolio is produced by the students and that portfolio is transmitted to the school, to the teachers, and are evaluated. And from there, the learning continues. So this is my example of project-based learning, which also contains a lot of opportunities for doing remote scientific laboratory experiences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was very comprehensive, Dr. Fermin. So next question for our three panelists. This is from Siti Ainah Maka Umpau. As a science teacher, laboratory activity is a part of curriculum. How can we possibly continue doing it with flexible learning? Any tips or alternative ideas? So may I call Professor Amorat first to answer the question?
Thank you so much for a very challenging question. Actually, I think that this question is could be kind of make it easy. First, I think that we need to, as the teacher or the facilitator, we need to understand all the change. So once we understand the change and then we accept the change, and then after that, the second step is we need to change our mindset. That our technology, right now the technology can be facilitate any kinds of the new learning system. So meaning that once the teacher change and then they accept the technology and innovation, and then the third one, they design the learning ecosystem to make our learning ecosystem to be humanism and embedded technology into that. For example, that in the laboratory or the practice space, we design the trainer at the project base, and then once we design the trainer, and then we also design the learning material to be more less responsive to train the practices. For example, like how to change the mindset of the teacher from the previous physical training to be the virtual training or the virtual practice kind of that. So we are undergoing of experimented this challenging. So as I say in conclusion, that we change the mindset of the teacher, and then we design the interactive and innovative pedagogy, and then we test along the way. We train all the ecosystem partner in the practice way, so everyone can participate and take part in that laboratory or practice space. So that's my answer.
Thank you, Professor Morat. Now, can we hear the answer from Dr. Din Tono, please?
Yeah, this is the very, I think this is a very interesting question. And because for the laboratory activity, we all think that it's not easy to do the flexible learning for that kind of education. But in fact, there are many kind of laboratory action. For example, for silent subject like IT, we all think that for the IT we can easily do the flexible learning for students, because most of the activity happen in the computer, and we can the other. For example, in Vietnam and even HOU, we also making some subject for cooking, and for this kind of subject, we try to make the content. We try to make the content to understand what the procedure to make something. For example, when the teacher cooking, when the teacher do the cooking, we take the video, and beside the video, we have the guiding, the very detailed guiding to students. And after that, whenever we want to check the student need to record video by themselves to do something, and after that they send the video to teacher, and the teacher can based on the student's video and give some recommend or something, some comment on the video, and after that the student can gain experience by themselves. And I think that we cannot do all. We also think that we cannot do all, but most of them we can do some kind of flexible learning for that kind of subject. And for the high technology, we can make some simulation, some kind of 3D simulation, and or we can apply the AR, VR for that kind of subject. But I don't think it can be popular, because it will find the university need to invest more to make that kind of subject. But for most simple laboratory activity, we can try to do it through the video. So that's my idea about the laboratory teaching in a flexible way.
Their functions and their features, those animals and plants. And if it involved in chemical laboratory, any kind of experiments that has to be done in science classes, my first option would be the videotaping. And if you have a luxury of having certain number of students in class, if you don't have to collect every student in one classes, and then you can do the small group experiments with students. That's something that I would do in Korea, because I'm conducting higher education research, focusing on their learning, the process of teaching and learning. And one of the most challenging area of study is involving the practicum with the real practices in classes. And those who are enrolled in education, enrolled in arts and music, they have no choice but having the students one by one, having one-on-one lecture with the professor. And I think I'm very interested in what would happen, what would be the students' experience of staying home and do not participating in class learning. So that's it. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kim. It looks like we have no more time for question and answer session. Thank you for your interest and enthusiasm in joining our session. So, and also please excuse us for not being able to respond to all participants.
on behalf of our president of the Associate Colleges and Universities, Dr. Rene Colocar, and also on behalf of Dr. Laurel, the president of Lyceum of the Philippines University, where I'm presently working as resource person. We would like to thank CIMEO, ALCO, and ALCOCOA for hosting this kind of event. I hope you'll agree with me, for the last 6 weeks, we've been viewing a lot of discussion, seminar, talks about flexible learning. And today's session gave us a little confirmation whether what we've been doing the last 6 months, the last 6 weeks, is what we call flexible learning. Today's session, and I hope everyone will agree, gave us an opportunity to enhance our institutional framework on how we can implement flexible learning come August of 2019. Also, this session gave us the confidence to draw the roadmap in the implementation of flexible learning, and most importantly, it helped us to reconcile differing thoughts on flexible learning. And I would want to believe, as I always tell my friend Dr. Ed Permin, we've discovered the vaccine to COVID-19 in higher education, even in basic education. Allow me to thank Dr. Carlo Magno. Thank you so much for allowing us to realize that flexible learning is not just about implementing it. That is important for us to implement the same based on standards. That in developing the learning resources, in identifying pedagogy, and in facilitating flexible learning, there is a standard that we have to comply with. We also would like to thank Dr. Paulina Panya for sharing with us that flexible learning is inviting everyone to implement the new learning process from learn, play, and eventually allow our students to research and produce. I'm also happy to hear from you, Dr. Paulina Panam, that it's not about how many technology we use, but how we use it. I like your proposition that we should be more engaged in constructivist pedagogy, differentiated strategy, and autonomous learning. And we're also happy to hear from you that no matter what happens, we have to ensure equity and access across all institutions. From Dr. Fermin, thank you for reminding us again that in implementing flexible learning, it can never be exactly the same from one institution to the other, because our flexible learning implementation will depend on the institutional priorities based on learning outcomes and based on the industry industries. And not all students that we have right now are the same with that of other institutions. We have to put value on the institutional priorities, learning outcomes, and industry requirements. We also emphasize, thank you so much, Dr. Fermin, that today while we talk about outcomes, content, and experience, flexible learning is calling everyone to just put importance on what is essential outcome, what is essential content, and what is essential experience. For Dr. Kamal Brad, thank you for reminding us that flexible learning, nobody should be left behind. Flexible learning is about lifelong learning, and that flexible learning is what you call functional education with real value. Thank you also to Dr. Dean Huang Long from Vietnam. Thank you for helping us realize also in the Philippines that the problem that we have right now is just the same with other ASEAN countries. Thank you for sharing with us the challenges, difficulties, reasons, and most importantly, the solutions to the challenges posed by COVID-19. And from Dr. Yu Yong Kim from Korea, thank you for reminding us that more than anything else, we have to ensure the health and safety of our students. And thank you for reminding us that we have to protect students' right to education access. Most importantly, Dr. Yong Kim, thank you for enumerating with us the new role of teachers, from learning contents, teaching in the class, from doing admin works, from taking education offices to other schools, district schools, students and parents, and our obligation to participate in various learning activities to adapt ourselves to the new learning environment. There is only one thing clear, my dear participants. Teachers will not be replaced by technology, but teachers who do not use technology will be replaced by those who do. And let us be reminded that COVID-19 is about revolutionizing education. Revolution in education is necessary if we are to use the education in promoting equal opportunity and in building social capital. A revolution is necessary according to Dr. Chavez. Even for good schools, the time to change is now. And change must not be merely reformative. It needs to be truly transformative, and that means revolutionary. Change has to be achieved first in the field of ideas, in our mindsets. Revolutionizing education, we must reconceive education. We must redefine learning, and so reinvent schooling. And I just hope all of us now, after attending the CIMEO webinar with ALCU, are all willing to stage this revolution. A pleasant afternoon to everyone, and we wish everyone good luck as we embrace the new normal and as we implement the true meaning of flexible learning. With ALCU. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Gave us the opportunity to enhance our institutional framework to proceed with flexible learning. This session also gave us more confidence to design roadmap in the implementation of flexible learning. And most importantly, the CIMEO webinar with ALCU help us to reconcile differing perspectives and school of thoughts about the implementation opportunity to discover the vaccine to COVID-19 in education. Allow me to thank Dr. Carlo Magno. Thank you for reminding us that implementing flexible learning, we should be reminded that there's a standard that we have to follow. That the implementation should start from the learning resources and will end from the monitoring and evaluation. We would like also to thank Dr. Paulina Mania for reminding us that flexible learning should not be the same as what we used to do in the past. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
And of course, thank you reminding me that the dual learning process it's not about how many technology use, but how we use it. And thank you, Dr. Paulina Mania, for telling us that flexible learning, we have to embed the values of equity and access across all institutions. Of course,
I think you are repeating we have to address
teachers will not be replaced by technology, but teachers do not use technology. Revolution in education is necessary if we are to use education for promoting equal opportunity and in building social capital. A revolution, according to Dr. Chavez, is necessary. Even for good schools, the time to change is now. And change must not be merely reformative. It needs to be truly transformative, and that means revolutionary. Change has to be achieved first in the field of ideas, in our mindsets. Revolutionizing education, we must reconceive education. We must redefine learning, and so reinvent schooling. And thank you so much for all all your willingness to stage this revolution. A pleasant afternoon to everyone, and I wish everyone good luck as you embrace the new normal and as you implement flexible learning in education. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think you also have helped to summarize our whole session to very informative remarks. Now, may I hand over the session to Dr. Ethel, the Senior Secretariat Director, to deliver appreciation. Please, ma'am, you may have.
Thank you very much, Alku, our partner in this joint webinar. This is actually our 10th webinar session. So let me just give a quick overview of this particular webinar session. We focus on flexible learning, as many are already asking about flexible learning options. So what we have gathered from all the speakers are really very good from the definition of Dr. Fermin, but let me just reiterate the flexible learning is a range of learning modes. You have a choice of when, where, and how the kids will learn. It can be synchronous, it can be asynchronous, e-learning, online, collaborative, computer-based, project-based learning, as discussed by our speaker, distance learning, computer-assisted learning. We also have other learning programs such as TV-based learning, radio-based learning. What we learned from Dr. Carlo today is emphasizing on quality for flexible learning programs. So how did the Philippines, like Dr. Carlo, set up these flexible learning plans, flexible learning standards in the light of preparation for Industry 4.0? Next, we also should learn about flexible learning from Dr. Paulina by using clip-based, home-based learning option. Technology is not the only problem that we should think of, but how teachers will increasingly use technology. And in some instances, teachers also have to visit the learners, as in the case of Cambodia, in the case of Laos, okay? Autonomous learning and differentiated strategy. So you can make use of all the new learning paradigms that our speaker presented today. Well, you will always remember what Dr. Fermin said on the tips for doing flexible learning programs and capturing it in Simeo. It should be student-centered, it should be accessible, it should be adjusted to the context, it should maximize the content that everybody learns from this pandemic, learner engagement and assessment for learners that are applicable, and opening all lines of communication, whether you use your Telegram, Facebook, and other sources. So I like the presentation of Dr. Fermin as well on products and process and place. I am touched by the presentation of Thailand because it's really for all, flexible learning for every size. So it's about functional education with real value for their life and for their living. So they use hybrid training, mobile platforms for everyone, farmers, students, lifelong learners. From Hanoi, well, the Hanoi Open University presentation give us all the benefits of online learning, but also challenges, which I think all of us face because of, not being prepared for online learning. While you use social networks, you can manage your online classroom, but some children could not really focus on flexible learning modalities. There is no understanding sometimes because actually the teachers could really not be replaced. Face-to-face teaching is really something that is important. But given the situation we are in, there are solutions according to Hanoi Open University. You can use all the available platforms, Google, Moodles, and Moodle, all of these that, at the Open Universities they consistently use. But we also have to think about, assessment and learning at this time. So Dr. Dean presented opportunities for online training for teachers who would like to better understand how to do it. So you can look at our CMOOCs because we also offer some global digital literacy concepts there. And please visit our online resources, which we co-share with the Open University. really a concern of all Southeast Asian. And even using TV channels for this particular COVID-19 pandemic situation and response for flexible learning. And your government also offers free online courses and expanded e-learning sites. Well, that's really good from the whole government approach to flexible learning, that there is support as well from infrastructure to TV channels and online learning. And by the way, the key message here is whenever you select the flexible learning, you should think of the appropriate pedagogy, the appropriate platform or space, and the appropriate technology. So because many schools have already tried, adjusting to Industry 4.0, but now it was pushed because of the pandemic. We are transitioning, but at the same time, it's so fast. So I think that everybody should be adaptable, that the situation should be flexible, that we should always consider whatever is the appropriate context that will be used for flexible learning. Please visit our open educational resources, our online resources. There are a lot of information on flexible learning shared by our partners and senior secretariat. And actually, all of us are learning because this pandemic never happened before. So the learning curve is there, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ethel, for the synthesis and the key messages. Yeah, and my high appreciation also goes to all of our speakers that presented today and enlightened all participants with good sharing of practices of flexible and technology-mediated learning in their countries. Yeah. Hopefully, it will inspire all educators who join this webinar to implement in their own institutions. Now, before we close this event, may I invite my colleague Rafi from Senior Secretariat to share about the webinar certificate. Please, Rafi.
Thank you so much, Aline. So I know that most of our participants on YouTube are asking about our certificate. So allow me to share the process of securing the certificate for this webinar. First, participants will need to fill out the certificate validation assessment form after watching the webinar. So you can see the link on the lower right part of the screen together with QR code. And you will need to provide us a reflection on how to apply the knowledge from this webinar, 50 to 150 words. So when you click that link, you will be taken to an online form where you will submit your reflection. The third bullet is very important. Please ensure that the spelling of your full name and email address are both correct prior to submission, because we will be basing your e-certificate on your full name, and we will be sending it using the email address that you have given us. The e-certificate will be sent to your email on or before the 31st of July 2020. And please note that the deadline to submit the reflection is on June 24, 11 p.m., and that is Bangkok time. And for inquiries, please email us at webinar@cbo.org. So we'd also like to invite all our participants to log in and register for our next webinar on embracing new normal and the future of work. So this will be on June 25, 2020, 10 a.m. to 11:30. This time it is GMT +7. So to our participants in Manila, in Singapore, in Malaysia, that will be on a different time because we are on GMT +7. So the registration link can also be seen on the lower left part together with the QR code and the line. Thank you so much for participating in our single webinar series, and we hope to see you next week for another learning session. Thank you, and good morning or good afternoon wherever our participants be. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you also. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, everyone.
We'll achieve our goals through partnership, creating opportunity. By working hand in hand, we can accomplish all our dreams. For a better quality of life is now within our reach. Let's take a step for our visions of hope, making revolutions for the free portion grow in a life building happiness
Thank you very much to all our speakers.
Thank you so much. webinar, we will be discussing open distance learning, open education resources, and online resources that matter during COVID-19 education disruption. So before we officially open our second webinar, please allow me to go over some reminders for our YouTube live participants. For the first reminder, please register online to receive updates from CBO. The links are posted in our official social media channel so that you will be updated on the most recent news on our CBO webinar series. Don't forget to subscribe, click the subscribe button at the YouTube live so that you will be updated and news will reach you. Second reminder is type your questions in the comment section in the YouTube live session. Please make sure that you will type your comments, suggestions, or questions just once. We would like to assure you that there is a CBO webinar team that is going around and monitoring the traffic, so you need not post similar questions again. We would like to assure everyone that all questions are being documented and shall be. Hopefully, we will have the time to respond and our speakers to respond to the questions. If you are posting comments or questions to the YouTube live, please state your name, your organization, and to the person that you wish to address the question to. CBO webinar team that will monitor the YouTube comments and questions. So please be assured that all your feedback, all your comments and questions are being logged and forwarded to ours. For the webinar, please follow our social media channels. You can start right now by hitting the red button, the subscribe button located at the bottom of the screen. You can see the red button. And also check your email for updates. So we will be emailing you. We all have your emails the minute you register so that you will be updated on the most recent news about the CBO webinar series. If you have questions, please email us at webinar@cbo.org. After this webinar, we will have our third webinar session on learning and mobility in lockdown, snapshots of COVID-19 effects on student mobility and exchange. And at this point, I would like to invite our CBO Secretariat Director to officially open the CBO webinar series. Dr. Ethel, you now have the floor. Thank you.
lifelong learning for all. We know that there is already a gap, but due to the pandemic, educational resources or materials that the teachers themselves or parents themselves have tried to develop to promote learning. The question is, are they the perfect substitutes for a school experience or face-to-face experience? We have envisioned that we will promote a platform where we can discuss the current solutions that our experts have developed. Platforms all are registered participants in the midst of the pandemic. We have together online resources that you can access through our website. We also have virtual lectures, open educational resources with UNESCO headquarters, Weidong in China, and UPOU who help us develop OERs. We also have a combination of civil centers and the ASEAN Association of Open Universities. We have materials shared, global digital literacy courses, and now ongoing is our university simulation with UNESCO Bangkok and the video systems of civil member countries. East Asia, we have several groups, and we wanted to explore the possibility of reaching to as many teachers and learners. And we succeeded by having a lot of almost 25,000 as of today registered participants. You are here to share COVID-19 responses from the region and beyond. We have invited also experts from other countries to share teaching and learning innovation to address the needs of learners in lockdown. And if we are good in identifying solutions, maybe we can scale this at the regional level. And we can also discuss further our post-19 rehabilitation initiatives that can contribute to meeting our goal SDG 4.1 for the education Yesterday we talked about the well-being, emotional and psychosocial well-being during the COVID-19 pandemic. You can still access our webinar 1 on YouTube and learn from our very good speakers yesterday. Next is our course on how do we promote learning despite the pandemic. That we are sure that learning continues. We will make use of distance learning, online learning, e-learning, open educational resources. Are they good? How can we make it better? Third webinar, we will be talking about shots of COVID-19 effects on student mobility and exchange. Can we still internationalize education amidst the lockdown and travel restrictions? There are solutions we would like to share with you, especially for our higher education institutions and technical vocational education training institutions. We have a lot of Australia. So I would like to call Dr. Fung to moderate the discussions with our speakers who some of them are 3 a.m., 4 a.m. in Norway and in UK, and very pleased that you joined us. Dr. Fung, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ethel. Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, participants. Welcome to webinar 2 of the webinar series on CIMA response to COVID-19 pandemic. Webinar 2 focuses on online learning, open education, resources, and online resources matter during COVID-19 education disruptions. As you know, COVID-19 has changed the educational landscape globally. With lockdowns, enhanced quarantine measures, is affected, and concerns are mounting up on the unintended effects of school closures to learning. Such as access to, quality and effectiveness of non-traditional models, and learning such as distance education, alternative learning modalities, flexible learning options, homeschooling, and blended learning emerged. The ways that we can sustain and enhance learning during school lockdowns. What are the available education resources that may best respond to the needs of our learners? How can we best contribute to the various distance learning options to ensure acquisitions of knowledge and competencies? To help address these issues, today we are very honored to have experts in the field to speak at our webinar this morning. We are going to listen to 2 keynote speakers and 4 presentations by 4 panelists at this webinar. It is my great pleasure to introduce to you our first keynote speaker, Dr. Tarun Chelvik. Dr. Tarun Chelvik is currently the Secretary General for International Council of Open Distance Education, ICDE. He held several executive leadership positions in various educational institutions and organizations, including the National Membership Organization, Flexible Education Norway. 2015-2018, she was Head of Development at ICDE Secretariat. In her international experience,
Thank you for that introduction, Dr. Fung. Dr. Tarun, you now have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak to this webinar. My name is Torun Gjelsvik. I'm based in Oslo, Norway, and I hope you all can hear and see me. Let me share my presentation. Very pleased to be here. I'll start with introducing the organization a little bit. ICDE, the International Council for Open Distance Education, is the global and oldest membership organization in this field. It was actually founded in Canada in 1938, so older than UNESCO. At that time, it was the International Council for Correspondence Education. And we work for inclusive, flexible, quality quality education. That's what we did all the time, although technology obviously has changed a lot since the beginning. We are hosted and partly funded by Norway since 1988, the Norwegian Ministry of Education, and we are in a formal consultative relationship with UNESCO. And we have members, approximately 250 plus members, all over the globe from more than 70 countries, impacting over 15 million students across all the continents. These members would be mainly higher education institutions, but also individuals, experts, and students. And in addition to that, we have partnerships with approximately 20 different international associations, organizations, like CCL. When the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 as a global pandemic, many educators thought as we did, what can we do? How can we provide a relevant response? Being the leading global membership organization of online and distance education. So we did, like many others have done, we started to launch a site with dedicated resources, tips and tricks for online and distance teaching and learning. We collated news and resources, and we invited for open registration for webinars. This is also CEO is doing. This is something we could do because we have this outreach and we have these members and partners and stakeholders that possess all this knowledge. So we invited openly through this portal site, icd.org/corona, with the hashtag learning together. Also initiating this as a campaign where we invited to this as a task force, and the hashtag is chosen deliberately by emphasizing that going online in this very difficult situation for many educators, it's not a quick fix. It's not just about finding the right technology and switching the learning modes. It's really, it requires pedagogical design, thoughtful preparations towards your target groups, your local context. This is something that we can only do together. In this task force, as I said, we've got a lot of news and many of our members a lot of tips for distance and online teaching from our members and partners. They are listed under that button. And for the webinar series, we started with 2 webinars, one on teaching and learning at a more practical practitioner level, and one on educational leadership and institutional policies. There we have speakers from PGI learners, Malaysia, and we will be even though it's a challenge sometimes, we just really It's a partnership initiated by the Common and several partners have joined, among them ICT, UNESCO, the Open Learning Campus from the World Bank and And here the point is really to have a focus on how OER can be response to COVID-19, where we also, when we also have webinars, there's been a couple of consultative regional webinars where the is really locally shareholders, there's community tools and discussion forums and several capacity building initiatives. So you can check out our website. And I thought I'd also mention one of the initiatives coming out of this OER COVID partnership is micro-learning course, which is being offered in partnership about open education, copyright, and open license and digital work. It starts on the 15th of May, so there's still time to register. It's free, I think, for everyone. And we are welcoming those who create certificate of competencies, copyright
As you have just listened to sharing, we see that at ICDE, they have a lot of relevant responses to the COVID pandemic. We can see that they have immediate responses, different programs, relevant partnerships, etc. So thank you very, very much for sharing. I would like to move on to the second keynote speaker, Mr. Chorom Meng Tan. Chorom Meng Tan is the General Manager for Beauty Asia Education. He leads beauty education programs and commercials and the impact of its products and services on the learner outcomes. He is also a board member and Copyright and Licensing Administration Society of Singapore, where he provides governance and oversight to enable Spanish and equitable access to commercial copyright material. He has various leadership roles in PISA, including General Director of Asia Pacific, India, and Professional Education. With great pleasure, I'd like to invite Mr. Tan to start the second speech. Tan, please.
Thank you, Professor Paul. Thank you, CMIL, for organizing this event. Session today, I will set the stage with a few recommendations for key stakeholders, findings from a recent survey, and then explain our free online resources which can help to sustain learning in this new environment. Sustain learning and even win this fight against COVID-19. We need a collaborative and coordinated global efforts. This explains why CMIL organized a series of webinars covering multiple topics. Therefore, putting forward my recommendations to 5 stakeholder groups. We'll read them out for you to set the stage. Leaders provide healthcare, financial aids, and operational support for educators and students, fund traineeship scheme, extend flexibility on regulatory limitations for remote learnings. Education leaders discover vaccines and treatment, understand and share the sciences in fighting COVID-19 and helping to prevent future pandemic outbreak. The associations and foundations bring together networks of stakeholders with diverse interests to meet the challenges of this pandemic outbreak, share and coordinate activities to minimize learning. The winner today is a good example. A diverse participants. Secondary school education is outside my circle of competence. Area of education specialty in post-secondary education and professional learning. Can we get on to the next slide, please? We conducted a survey with presidents or rectors or chancellors of universities in March. Sponsored by Wiley, it was administered online by Insight Higher Education and Global Research. The report reviewed through CMO will summarize 6 key findings now, so that you can better understand universities' perceptions and responses to COVID-19, and more importantly, support into it. University leaders are very concerned about the mental and physical health of students and employees. That explained the webinar series yesterday. If you look at the question asked and the responses, 80% of the respondents feel somewhat concerned or very concerned about it, and that is a very high percentage. Very few of them invested in emergency response. This is understandable because the current pandemic outbreak has caught many by surprise, both in its timing, duration, and severity of the situation. Remote learning. Access and engagement are the most challenging issues. Recall, most universities do not or have not invested in emergency response. You couple that with a high level of uncertainty as to when in-person classes can resume, because no one knows when it is safe enough. Physical distancing measures and travel restrictions to be relaxed. University leadership level also found, especially for the private universities with little government support, concerns about financial stability due mainly to high student attrition and long-term student enrollment decline. There's a webinar series by CMU looking into the mobility and student exchange, and it's a related point. As a result, and unsurprisingly, they're looking for operational support from the government. The recommendation I put forward earlier were partly informed by the key findings from this survey. Before I share our free resources, it is important to explain the components of a traditional university. Every aspect of it is now being disrupted in this new environment. So I will focus more on people and program. Traditionally, there are 3 categories: people at the university, those who are involved in governance and services, where our survey respondents faculty and the students. Free resources are aimed at supporting teaching and learning for the faculty and students in this new environment. Moving on to program. Group of the university interact around the program or academic program, if you will. Free resources cover curriculum, teaching and learning, assessment. We are not able to replace the very important social experience students gain by attending the university or schools, such as meeting fellow students, playing sports, and meeting friends. Next. We'll spend some time here. As we develop free resources because we have the capabilities to do it well and fast, and because we're committed to supporting our global community. Resources available or readily available and sometimes for free. We encourage a diverse support across resources. The problem lies in finding the right resource for the right them into 4 categories, and I will walk you through them. First is well-being. When we click on the web link and we have hyperlink it to the site. So in this category of resources, and you can scroll them up and down, you can search it, the keywords to help learners find moment of peace during periods of stress. Also covered by CMIO webinar number 1 last morning. Go back to the slide. Education resources, we have 4 subcategories for support. First, online teaching resources. It support effective transition from in-person classroom to online teaching. This transition is not simply putting up slides and getting people to learn remotely. Or we have put up resources or online resources for free. Access them. Education support services. These are reference materials. Best practices for virtual instruction and insights, and we update them regularly. For teaching and learning, same thing if we click on it. Resource serve as a community for faculty or educators to share research techniques, best practices, designing and teaching online classes. A micro certification course, 3 hours, fully online, free, and it comes with a certificate. It's aimed to help primary and secondary school teachers learn how to construct a successful digital classroom. For research resources, we are making our relevant COVID-19 research from widely journals available. slide. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any question during the Q&A. Dr. Fong, back to you.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Tan. Thank you for sharing with us a lot of findings from a survey of college and university presidents conducted by Wiley on COVID-19 perceptions and responses. And also, thank you very much for the free resources for educational at Wiley, including the educational resources, the micro courses, as well as the research publications. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Sands. And now we move on to the questions and answers. Thank you very, very much for our two key speakers, Dr. Tarun and Dr. Tan. And I'd like to open up the floor for one or two opening questions from the participants to our keynote speakers. Put the question on the screen for all of us. Thank you. Receive a lot of questions from the participants. So we have one question for our keynote speaker 1 and 2. Can you provide answer to this question, please, from the participants? So we have one question.
Can you hear me? I can quickly, I think, take this question. First, I think this is an important enabler to remote learning. In my earlier sessions, there is a huge assumption made. Online learning, which is that everyone has the right infrastructure, technology, and environment to access the needed resources and to learn. Clearly, this assumption may not be true in all the Southeast Asia countries. I do not have a fix to this issue. We look at the current care and likely social economic crisis. Start thinking about post-COVID-19. What are the key lessons that can be learned? We prepare ourselves for future pandemic outbreaks which will happen. Infrastructure and technology support is an important aspect and one which require early investment that we call upon all stakeholder groups to both
communication taking place through, for example, WhatsApp groups. It could be a way to communicate with students, which also is important. Thinking about, as my colleague did, about the emotional well-being of students and pupils, also so important. So those are a few.
Thank you very much to our keynote speakers. We have one burning question here. What do we do for those students and teachers who have lowest connectivity? Are there offline resources that they can access? Comment on these, Secretary General and Dr. CM, please.
Speak quickly about this and then pass it to my colleagues as well. For what we have found during this crisis period is that there are essential services in a number of countries that are still running. So different governments responded to the crisis in a different and measured approach. So in the case of Malaysia, what we found is not everyone has access to the internet, especially in remote villages. We are working closely with our local partner and the Ministry of Higher Education to provide and distribute printed books directly to their houses. Through a discussion in progress, one example of how we may be able to overcome this constraint
invite everyone to share also this important knowledge on the resources out there that can be shared that doesn't require access to internet. And there are new surveys in the pipeline. We are on this partnership. There's been sent out a survey worldwide with questions about everyone's contextualized needs in that situation. So that will give some answers. It will be shared all the way through our site. And there's also, I
Dr. Mel Bandalaria, and I'm the Chancellor and a professor at the University of Philippines Open University. The context of my presentation is more of the university being a fully online university, and we are mandated under the Republic Act 10650 or the Open Distance Learning Act to provide technical assistance to both our higher education institutions and technical vocational institutions so that they can offer programs in distance education. We proceed, okay. A few years ago, when I was still president of AAOU, and in many speaking engagements that I did, I was always talking about industrial revolution and how in 2020 we would have flying cars. But instead, we are now teaching people how to wash their hands. It's because of this number, always confronted by this number, and which keep on changing. And in the Philippines, we are very much affected. I could say that probably in my whole life, I haven't watched statistics this closely. And I'm sure most of you can relate to the kind of behavior that every day, every morning, every evening, you'd always be watching what are the numbers, especially in our respective countries. If you look at the news, in our news feeds, these are the things that we will see. How universities are responding, how universities are affected by the pandemic. So, Harvard, law schools, drop rates, canceling in-person classes until 2021, and even protection that there will be no class meetings in many universities for the rest of the year. In the Philippines, this is the situation. So class suspension, face-to-face class suspension, both in the higher education and in the basic education. There is this hope that blended learning will be the new normal as far as the education is concerned. There are thoughts about this, but of course, the problem of the internet connection, even access to hardware like computer, tablet, laptops, even those concerns are really figuring into the planning session of our education institutions. Because of this, there is even this announcement from our Department of Information and Communication Technologies of plans to turn small internet cafes to digital classrooms, because universities in the Philippines. Of course, we are also very thankful to the resources provided by our partner institutions, of course, from Dr. C.M. Tan, ICDE, COL, and of course, the Asian Association of Open Universities. So we are also using all those resources in the training courses that we are providing. Because there's no way we can really do this massive training on our own, we also disseminated or teach this model, the MOOCs as well for trainers so that they can also train their fellow teachers. So like for instance, they can use the content that we offer, even the MOOCs that we have, so that they can also organize their own training processes and train other fellow teachers in the process. So I would like just to show this wherein there is this really a jump or surge of interest to do online teaching. The upper slide, the one in blue, is showing the data that we have when we were implementing these courses prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. So that's as early as 2017 to 2020. When COVID-19 hit us and when we started offering the emergency remote teaching courses, of participants in these free online courses suddenly jumped. And that is only from March 19 to April 22, which also implies, as far as we are concerned, increasing level of interest for teachers or among teachers to really learn how to do this for emergency remote teaching. These are the courses that we started offering, like doing your Google Classroom, virtual classroom, like using Google, OERs for online teaching, designing learning for online and remote teaching, learner support, assessment, quality assurance. The last three courses, the introduction to technology for teaching and learning, the teaching and learning with modern ICTs, and the OERs for blended teaching and learning. These three modules were developed in collaboration with our partners in CMO and UNESCO. Profile of MOOC learners is concerned. This for the 7 modules under the quick guide to migrating your courses. We have this number of teachers, more than 2,000 teachers enrolled, and they can be from the basic ed, higher ed, and even technical vocational institutions. For our technology for teaching and learning, these are the numbers, and we also offer our ODEL or Open Distance E-Learning Teacher Certification Program, and these are the numbers that we were able to get for the last years. As OERs are concerned, these are what we have. So as I mentioned, we also offer these materials as content for those who are doing their own training programs. So we gave it to them, we provided them with access, we give the model, we taught them the model on how they can use these OERs in their own training of teachers, as well as when they go back to school in the teaching of their courses under the blended mode of instruction. So these are the things that as well. So we are concerned. We disseminated this information that these are open for your use, and you can use them for your own training and for your own teaching. Now or even when the lockdown is lifted and you go back to your own teaching. So I mentioned earlier this training of trainers using MOOCs as OER model. We call it the flip online learning mode of delivery, wherein the trainer or the university or organization will develop their own training curriculum using the content that we provided. So like for instance, even the MOOCs that we are offering and the OERs that we have. And the tutor or the university trainer will assess the learning and also provide the relevant learner support. If I may mention, this model has been recommended to be implemented by the Development Academy of the Philippines, the JOLT organization, who are also recruiting volunteer teachers, as well as other universities in the Philippines, so that these access, internet access also on the part of the teacher. But it is also noteworthy to mention that many teachers, or some of them also mention the guidelines from the university or the lack of support from their organization that they can really proceed in teaching online. So these are the things that we are now addressing as we side by side with the training of teachers, and at the same time negotiating or discussing this matter with university officials, even with the Commission on Higher Education, with the telcos or the telephone companies, so that we can address this access to the internet and computer hardware by both the teachers and students. We also realize that we have to produce more open educational resources that are needed by our teachers. So what are the insights? So we know classes may be suspended, but we know that learning should continue. And we realize that in the process, online learning and OER should play a major role for teachers and quickly shift to emergency remote teaching, probably using digital, online, and even the non-digital resources. Online learning and OERs can play a significant role in preparing teachers and universities for the new normal education, and online learning and OERs can play a significant role in digital learning under the new normal education. I would like to end with this slide as we proceed with our discussion in this new normal, preparing our teachers, preparing our universities. Let's not forget that probably in the process, there may be those who will be left behind, and we don't want this to happen. So in doing all these plannings, I hope that we will always be mindful of those who don't have access, those who are the disadvantaged sector, so that we can also bring them along as we transition in what we call the new normal. So I guess that's the last of my slide. Thank you everyone for listening. These are the sites, the websites, and the email address, just in case you want to know more what the new people and university is doing in response to this COVID-19 pandemic. So thank you everyone for listening today.
Thank you for sharing with us a lot of experiences, practices, different ways to respond to the challenges in the lockdown closure of schools in the Philippines. And among the sharing, we can see that in the Philippines, she has conducted a lot of webinars, inviting speakers with different topics, receiving the teachers on the online teaching, and also having a teaching framework for teaching online. In addition to that, she also shared with us a lot of topics for the courses from the MOOCs for the MOOC learners, and also how to use MOOCs and OERs effectively. Again, thank you very, very much, Professor Mel. And now, I'd like to move on introducing technical panelist number 2, Dr. Hassan Shazek. Dr. Hassan Shazek formerly engaged with UNESCO Asia Pacific Regional Bureau for Education in Bangkok, Thailand, and currently having assignments with UNESCO ICHEL in Shenzhen, China. Dr. Hassan rich experience of working with diverse stakeholders in tertiary education domain and institutional and policy levels, educating, facilitating modalities of integrating ICT
Please accept our greetings and sincere regards. I'm Hassan from UNESCO ICHE Program Specialist, and I will be presenting the global initiatives UNESCO ICHE inducted amid COVID-19 education disruption. So let me start off with my center's introduction. Donated by Vidong and CreateView. These are two top-notch educational technology companies in China. This project is our flagship project under Digital Educational Program. The fee are to conduct online classes in terms of development of educational resources, recording and establishing a broadcasting system for their own academic programs across campuses, and of course recording of the micro classes, and then finally building a comprehensive learning management system. Currently, ICHE is actively seeking opportunities to play a critical role in serving an information sharing platform and idea laboratory for innovation in higher education through the use of ICT. These on your right side, you see the list of the universities that span from Asia and Africa. In Pakistan, we have University of Engineering and Technology, Egypt, Ain Shams University, and you can go through all the list. The green list, the 4 universities we have already established smart classroom last year until February. And if you can see this blue text, these are the countries where smart classroom equipment are already arrived or about to reach on the campuses. The bottom 4 universities, we are processing the shipment of the smart classroom devices. Network actually goes from Mongolia, Cambodia, Sri Lanka, classroom in Jan 2020 this year. The latest statistic I received from the Smart Classroom focal person from Ain Shams University in Egypt is that 2 lectures every week and around 500 to 1,000 students are going to be attending these lectures. So this practice has been carried out since last 7 weeks. With Royal University of Phnom Penh, there have been 13 videos developed for K-12 in Khmer language. And in Djibouti, the faculties and students are actively involved in development of education resources. Our latest flagship project is International Institute of Online Education, as you see the URL on top. The National Institute of Online Education (IIOE) initiative is proposed by UNESCO IG and its partner higher education institutes in developing countries in Africa and in Asia Pacific. The partner enterprises and universities from mainland China also join us to carry out this initiative. The proposal is developed based on framework of Belt and Road Initiative of talent training and establishment of mechanism for cooperative development across countries that draws on the Silk Road spirit of peace and cooperation, openness and inclusiveness, mutual sharing and mutual benefits. So we are actually harnessing the Belt and Road Initiative to enhance the access of developing countries to quality higher education. Our platform is springboard to support university teacher in securing competencies during COVID-19, and it gives a facilitative environment for blended learning with courses, assessment, tools, and training. So far, we have 137 published courses on ICT-related skills and frontier technologies. 455 users are from 28 partner universities, organizations, and enterprises around the globe. So these more than 450 users means that they are from university admins, teachers, educators. So focus is on teacher professional development. So courses are on related and they are also on discipline related. Our platform, this IIOE, is different than other MOOCs provided platform because not only we are giving the courses to the teacher for their professional development, but we also have the assessment for institutional governance and how to enhance their own capacity and their own efficiency in terms of conducting the teaching and teaching and learning activities. Talking about teachers' professional development, our idea is that if we equip teachers with the latest and productive ICT skills, so that they can better conduct their teaching and learning activities on campus, off campus, online, offline. So our platform is not only information sharing platform, but it's also the laboratory for data analysis, and it gives the repository of web tools, hands-on training platform also. If you have time, you should visit our platform and see that how we stand out from other MOOCs platform providers. The assessment system includes 2 components: assessment of ICT competencies for teachers and assessment of skill stacks. Assessment of ICT competencies for teachers is based on the UNESCO ICT competency framework for teaching. It would evaluate teachers' capacity level in 6 aspects: understanding ICT in education, curriculum, and assessment, pedagogy, application of digital skills, organization and administration, teacher professional learning. IOE provides project-based teacher training which integrates assessment, courses, and tools. And then we also have we have been working on further developing more tools for not only for institutes and for teachers, but also how to connect the graduates, the people who learn the skills to industry also. So we are trying to bridge ourselves between industry and partner higher education institutes in Asia and Africa. If you look at the slide, you see the network of our partner universities and our partner enterprises around the globe. The partner universities, so far, we have been, when we started our project, total, all the universities were there. Now we have expanded until 26 partner universities. Then, institutes and organizations that are developing courses or they have been cooperating with us since the launch of our project. From Asia and from Africa, we have been also working on policy level and trying to convince the governments to join us in terms of building more resources platform, which can be also available for other institutes in the countries in terms of future development, business professional development. Not only smart classroom project, which provides infrastructure higher education institutes and organization of senior member countries in terms of bringing higher education innovation domain to all these countries. Not only is about smart classroom infrastructure, but we also think that it is very a lot of shared benefits. Why not learn from each other best practices that we have been working on this? Our main focus is that open education resources in developing good quality education and accessibility to marginalized group and empowering females also in terms of education empowerment. So why not we all work together
NIDAC is an international network of passionate individuals and organizations who drive and harmonize learning worldwide by inspiring connections, improving methodologies, and furthering technological development for the advancement of education globally. And today, Dr. Stephen McKee will talk about how technology could transform our educational system. Dr. McKee, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let's just get started. Well, it's great to be with you this morning. I presume everyone can hear me. That's working okay. Thanks very much again for allowing me to participate on this very interesting Xiamio webinar with the COVID-19 disruptions to education. You know, you guys have done an excellent job on organizing this, and I hope this is the start of a new trend that we to see more of these webinars in the future. This is extremely timely because, as was said earlier, by Dr. Ethel, that approximately 1.5 billion students are out of school at present, and never before in the history of humankind have we had this type of emergency situation in education, even in wartime. This has never really happened to this scale. The strain on society and education has shown up weaknesses in our current educational system, and it's also presented us with an opportunity to transform. The economic consequences of students being possibly delayed or put back by a quarter or even a year are very heavy indeed. If students are put back a year, this is an enormous cost to the education system to replace or make up that time. And it's also economic loss for the students who are being kept out of school longer and not actually able to graduate and enter into the economic mainstream. Warning that the crisis may actually go on longer than people think. Some health experts are saying that COVID-19 will be with us in some form until vaccines are developed, and these may not be available until sometime next year. Some even feel that there's a risk of a second wave of infection similar to pandemics in the past, like the Spanish flu that lasted for over 3 years, as it went around the world multiple times. And so it could be likely that some form of controls or social distancing with us may be with us for more than a year. And this is very, very difficult to accommodate within our present system of educational structures. Up until now, using digital learning resources has been treated quite lightly as a supplement. Perhaps universities are furthest along than compared to other educational systems. But still, it's been as a supplement and not as a mainstream, so most educational groups are not prepared for what has actually been happening, and the online systems were not sufficiently developed to handle this type of resources to do effective online learning. That's in the US. So what about the rest of the world? Is it more? Is it less? Is it enough? I think the answer is probably not enough, no matter what it is. The second I is infrastructure. This is what we run on the hardware. It's the education learning platforms like the learning management system, school management systems, the classroom management systems that we use for hosting content and providing communications between teachers, students, and schools. This also includes particularly important areas of the content, and platforms without the content are useless. If we don't have the proper learning materials to use on these platforms, it's hollow. Zoom itself is a teaching tool, but it is not the content. The teacher in that case has to provide the content, and they have to be trained how to do that. So content can be as simple as digitizing existing hard copy or paper resources. And that's kind of what's going on right now, is kind of try to digitalize and replace what has been happening in our face-to-face areas. But as we explore down this, I'm sure more people will be testing and trying professionally developed prepared interactive content. And this is when we can see educational performance improve, I think, at this point. Interactive content is being put more attention by both developers and education schools and systems because it significantly improves the learning outcome. So this kind of transitions to the point of, do we use technology to just compensate for traditional ways that we do teaching? And I would classify Zoom as that. Zoom is trying to replace face-to-face classrooms, and that's a good start. But it's not transformational. This is using technology really to replace the commonplace approach. But technology will be more powerful when we can actually use it to transform teaching and learning. And to do that, we actually need a different level in the new generation of training materials. The third area here, infoculture, is the ability of the teachers and students to use the hardware, the platforms, and the content for real and effective learning. For digital learning, we need to change the curriculum, how it's organized, how it's delivered, and look at how, where, and when teaching is done. This is not specified in current curriculums, in curriculum mapping or curriculum